Fairy tales strive to bring to life, love.
I shook my head and smiled. You are a man of very beautiful words. You know that? He nodded, his humor displayed in the subtle curve of his closed lips.
Of course I know. How else would I be the man I am today?
This is all very true. I turned to step out of the car after Edmund opened my door. Titus, I said before I got out of the vehicle.
Yes, love,
he answered, pulling his head up from where he glanced down at his phone while I stepped out of the car. I know you'll make some remarkable woman very happy one day.
I know I will as well. Thank you for joining me on our adventures, and again, all the best to you and Jace.
Maybe it was cheesy for me to tell him that, but it was the only thing that came to mind, hoping he'd eventually put his words into action with the right woman. The more I thought about Titus and me, the clearer it became that beneath all the superficial bullshit, we were never really each other's type. It was 8:30 by the time I'd arrived at Jake and Ash's place, only to find a bunch of sleek motorcycles parked and tucked into each other on the driveway. What the hell? I said to myself as I pulled into Ash's driveway and froze. 3 blood-red and sleek Ducati motorcycles were parked diagonally near the garage like they were guarding the place. Not exactly your average babysitter crowd, I thought, as I inched past the bikes, careful not to brush against their gleaming chrome. I parked just beyond the bikes where Jake and Ash's usual clean line of cars sat behind one of the doors. Confused, yet humored by what guests Jake and Ash had over, I walked up the steps to the private entrance of their Malibu beachfront mansion. Ash had the door unlocked since I arrived at their private gate and entered my code, which always alerted Ash through text that I was here. God, I loved this house. Glass walls open to the ocean, wood beams, Ash's paintings splashing warmth against the concrete, rugs softening the edges. Modern but lived in, a place with a soul. Then I saw them. 4 men outside on the terrace around the fire pit, and my breath stalled on one. Jace, wind-swept hair, black t-shirt clinging to every muscle. That grin, boyish, cocky, familiar, beard dangling from his hand. He looked sexier than I remembered, and I remembered plenty. Andy, I heard Ash say quietly. The kids are all asleep. Good, I whispered back, covering my gawking. Because I've apparently stumbled into your Sons of Anarchy phase. Ash smirked. Please, they're all more like the sons of bitches. I burst out laughing, hugging her. I'll just sneak Brandon and Duke out of your hair. Thank you again. Were they okay? Jake loves Duke, she said with far too much humor. I'm shocked he hasn't run in here to beg you to leave him with us. Was Duke a little shit? I questioned with a laugh, knowing that Ash was being sarcastic. Here, she said, eyes probing out to her terrace while taking my arm to guide me toward the living room sofas. Let's just say that if Jace is trying to get close to you, he'll regret giving you Duke. But if it's Titus who's trying, and Duke's there to block it, Jace will be grateful he gave you the dog. Oh, shit. I covered my mouth. He's possessive? You could say that. She chuckled as we sat on the sofa. Well, Titus and I realized we're never going to be more than fun and games. I've been excited to see where Jace and I could go. I chuckled when Ash's eyes widened. But after what you just told me about my dog, I think I'm up for a whole different challenge. We'll just babysit on the nights he comes over to be with you, Ash said. I laughed. So every time I have Jace over, you're going to take my dog. Shit, she sighed. Oh, who cares? You two can work this out of him. He was probably just being possessive because he was hungry, and Jake was taking my attention away from him, she answered. Now, tell me everything before the guys walk in. Or do you want to talk to Jace? He's right outside. Jace and I will talk soon. I'm not going to interrupt him when he's with the guys. I need to get Brandon and Duke home anyway so I can be ready for work in the morning. I stood up and smiled. I'll fill you in on everything at work tomorrow if Avery doesn't beat me to it. Sounds like a plan. She smiled, stood up, and turned to follow me down to the room where Brandon stayed when he was here so he wouldn't disturb their kids, Kaylee and John, with his early bedtime.
Well, well, well.
Jake hung on to that last well a little too long. I turned and tried to remain focused solely on Jake's humored expression and not the damn glistening blue eyes and sexy grin coming from Jace. I knew one of the two other men pretty well, Elena's husband, Colin Brooks, but I couldn't remember the other man's name. Hey, Jake. I glanced at Jace, unable to resist. Hey, Jace, I said, like a schoolgirl talking to her crush for the first time, completely forgetting the two others standing behind them.
Andy, of course you remember Jace,
Jake said with a knowing grin.
And Colin as well. This is Dr. John Astor. You've met his brother Sebastian a few times.
Very nice to meet you, I said, not really wanting to do introductions. I much preferred a moment alone with Jace to get past this weirdness I was feeling. You all are bikers now, I see? My smile and eyes fell only on Jace because, quite honestly, he was the only one in the world I cared about right now. Jace grinned, but the shy, more reserved side of him I'd become accustomed to wasn't present tonight. He seemed sexier and fueled by desire, and it was forcing my body into some adrenaline response.
We sort of all got our asses kicked at work this past week, so we decided to take it out on the bikes.
He licked his lips, my eyes following like a hungry animal.
You look stunning. Did you have an enjoyable trip?
I did, I answered.
We're all going to just step aside,
I heard Jake say. At least I think it was Jake.
Yeah, don't let us interrupt anything,
another said.
You should go get the dog just for kicks, man,
another said.
How are you?
Jace asked, the only voice that mattered. I've missed you, I said bluntly and honestly. His eyes grew more serious, while one of his strong hands gently caressed my cheek.
I've missed you more, gorgeous.
Something was crackling in the thick, heavy air surrounding us, and I couldn't explain anything except that it was all I wanted. I smiled into his probing eyes. I told Titus that I couldn't keep going out with him if I was going to be with you. I hope that works for you.
Holy fuck,
he answered, eyes widening.
You want to date only me?
I chuckled and brought my hands up along both of his biceps. The exact reaction I was praying for, I said, before hugging him and feeling hot energy surge between us, wrapping us tightly together as if this were happily ever after.
I promise you, gorgeous,
he said against my neck after he kissed it.
I will not let you regret that call.
He stepped back.
I'd invite you, Brandon, and Duke to stay over tonight, but I feel that is a knee-jerk reaction and moving possibly a bit too fast.
How about you meet me for lunch tomorrow? I asked. I need to get Brandon home, and I'm just learning that Duke might be your biggest obstacle when it comes to dating me.
I heard the same.
Jace chuckled.
Perhaps we'll just give him to Hawk as compensation for playing along?
Be nice. I arched an eyebrow at him. It was how he played along that pushed me in your direction. I stepped back before we could give the group in the other room anything more to talk about for the night. I'm sorry I can't stay and meet your friends, but I do look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Oh, no.
He stepped toward me, and then I was in his arms.
I'm not letting you drop this unexpected announcement on me, and then just disappear into the night before I can do this.
Jace's powerful kiss made my body instantly react, and every single memory of our night together flooded back with a surge of energy that had been held back for too damn long. This was crazy. This didn't feel real, but it sure as fuck felt right. I melted into the man's fiery kiss, tasting the flavors of him that I remembered well from that night, his warm, masculine scent flooding my senses. I had no idea why it took me so long to realize he was the only one I wanted. Playing games and wasting time was so senseless. The only good thing about it was that I was certain I wanted him more than anyone else.
29. Jace. I finished the last of my office work at 10 this morning, tightening up a few medical charts for patients. It sucked having to come in on my day off, but I was playing catch-up from the last week of nonstop hell. "Here's the deal," Jake said while I was packing up, hoping not to see anyone. I glanced at my watch. "You've got 15 minutes to tell me the deal, which I'm going to refuse because I have to pick up Andy for lunch." He leaned casually in my doorway, smiling brighter than the lights in the OR, and nodded. "I'm not asking you to come on shift, dipfucker," he sighed. "Ah, love. Love, love." "Jake, honestly, I don't have time for you to quote Ben Stiller from one of your movies. I seriously have wasted enough time when it comes to dating Andy? Yeah, we know." He smirked. "I'll hit you straight. What car did you plan to impress her with today?" "I brought my bike, which is why I'm in jeans and a shirt," I said, shutting down the computer and clearing my desk. "You brought your bike? Why not? Your first date with Ash was on yours." I nudged him, trying to get past. "Worked out well for you in the end." His eyes narrowed. "Champion move, pal. Following me for inspiration." "I'm not following you for shit. I'm just shutting you up so I can get out of here." "Damn, this is nice, you know that?" Jake said, trailing after me. "What's nice, me being a total dick to you right now?" I asked, stepping onto the bridge toward the parking garage. "The fact that you're officially off the market. You just brushed off Steph again. You know that RN is about to corner you for ignoring her, right?" "She and I never were and never will be a thing," I muttered. "She didn't know that, though, you casual flirt." He laughed. "Seriously, it's nice not having you seduce every woman in this place anymore. Now maybe they can focus on bigger and better men." "So is that what you needed to talk about? No more office drama for the chief?" "No, even better," he grinned. "Because you've been dragging your ass, Ash and I decided to give you and Andy a little push. You're welcome." "How so?" He glanced at my bike. "You thought of it all, huh?" "Yep," I said, grinning as my adrenaline surged the second my bike growled to life. "Except I don't see a helmet for Andy." "Shit!" I knew I'd screw something up by trying too hard. Jake chuckled. "Good thing Ash's helmet is at the gallery for the romantic rides I take her on." "Thank God, man. Just a heads up. Andy's probably arguing with Ash right now about us meddling. You might want to work that bike a little harder to unwind her nerves." "What are you talking about?" "You'll see," he smirked. "Dinner at Darcy's tomorrow. You're buying." "I always am," I said, pulling on my helmet and taking off with 2 minutes to spare. The 40-minute ride down PCH helped. By the time I pulled into the gallery in Malibu, I felt more in control, the nerves fading with each mile. I wanted to know the real Andy, her favorite color, food, the shows she binged when no one was watching. Did she like books, music? I didn't know, but I wanted to, needed to. It wasn't just that night in bed, though damn, that had been unforgettable. This pull toward her was something else entirely, and I couldn't shake it. "Hey, gorgeous," I said. "Ready for lunch?" "Apparently we have the rest of the day and evening, too. Should you want to spend more time with me?" she said. "You seem annoyed by that?" "I'm not. I just feel like I'm the worst mom in the world if I let Ash pick Brandon up from the sitter again so she can watch him for us." I stepped closer, smiling when she rolled her eyes. "How about this? After lunch, I'll bring you back here so you can grab your car. If you want more time after you get Brandon, I'll invite you to my place. Or I'll hang at yours." She blinked, like I'd surprised her. "I'd like that," she said softly, then pulled back, almost as if she'd felt the same pulse of energy crackle between us. You sure? You've got a look, I teased. You remembered my son's name, she said, smiling in a way that damn near wrecked me. Thank you. No thanks needed. He and I hit it off that night. I even remembered Duke's name, too. She laughed. That means everything to me. Oh, quick question. You up for a ride on my bike? Otherwise, you're driving, Miller. Her daring smile was all the answer I needed. I think that would be sexy as hell. Except no helmet, and I'm not dressed for it. Your outfit's perfect. Ash has a spare helmet. Jake said she'd set you up. Yes, she laughed, heading toward the painting room. Apparently they're babysitting my carefree ass again this afternoon. Andy, I stopped her. She turned, and damn, her beauty would never stop hitting me like a punch to the chest. Don't talk about yourself like that. From everything I've heard, you're a mom who puts her son before everything else, even yourself. She licked her lips, uneasy with the compliment. Everyone says that, I just don't feel like it. Then she softened. But yes, to your earlier offer. Brandon, Duke, and I would love to have you over tonight. Hope you're up for chicken nuggets and fries. I chuckled. More than a Michelin-starred meal, gorgeous. A walk on the beach after, maybe? Am I pushing the stroller or walking the dog? Walking the dog, she grinned. He hates men around women. I'll win him over in minutes. That's what Jake said. Come on, let's get out of here. I'm starving. Andy climbed onto the back of my bike like she'd done it 100 times. Her hands slipped around my waist, her body molded to mine, and heat pulsed through me so sharp I almost ditched lunch altogether. The engine rumbled beneath us as I pulled onto the highway, ocean glittering to our left. It was magic. But all I could focus on was her, the way her tailored slacks hugged her body, the way her grip tightened on me every time I shifted gears. The ride was quiet, but the tension was loud, screaming everything we weren't saying, everything we were about to finally give in to. By the time we pulled into Paradise Cove and I killed the engine, we were both ready for more than food. Maybe she'd take Jake and Ash up on their babysitting offer. Maybe tonight we'd finally make up for lost time.
30. Andy. Everything that happened from when Jace picked me up from work, the bike ride, the casual dinner, and now this evening walk on the beach, felt like more than just a breath of fresh air. It was a complete reset. The adrenaline from the ride had kicked everything into a supercharged new gear, and now I was just hanging on with excitement. I glanced over and smiled at Jace and Duke, seemingly getting along on our walk. Looks like you might have dodged a bullet with Mr. Duke, I said. Jace smiled over at me, his silver Ray-Bans reflecting the golden sheen covering the ocean.
I had a feeling Jake was being melodramatic about having a small dog around the house.
He glanced down to where Duke proudly trotted next to the jogging stroller I was pushing Brandon in.
Cute handkerchief,
he said, looking at me.
It looks like you couldn't resist dressing him like John Wayne, eh?
He's got to live up to his namesake, I teased. It's funny because ever since we brought him home, it seems his straight-shooter personality has really blossomed, I said as Jace laughed. Even out here on our sunset walks, just look at him. It's like he owns the beach and is just allowing us to join him on it.
I'm really glad he's worked out for you, too,
he said. Brandon squealed when Duke got ahead of the stroller, urging me not to let the dog beat him. So far, so good is what I'm thinking, I said. The competition between Brandon and Duke is another thing to keep an eye on.
Oh?
He answered curiously. He loves to take Brandon's favorite toy and run around the house with it, almost like a game of keep-away, which sometimes gets out of hand. It's only when Duke's barking and Brandon's babble hollering happens simultaneously that it turns into chaos.
I guess taking the toy away would be the easiest solution,
he said casually. I turned the stroller to head back to the house as we reached my usual endpoint on the wet sand of the beach. I've tried, but their yelling and barking at each other just turns up at that point. I chuckled. He laughed.
Well, if it gets to be too much, we're practically beachfront neighbors. I can just jog up the shoreline and pick up Duke on the crazy nights when you're not in the mood for his bullshit.
Unexpectedly, Duke barked a couple of times, as if he understood what Jace had said. I narrowed my eyes at the cocky trot Duke bounded into, pulling on his leash and seemingly irritated. I think he just yelled at you, I chuckled.
I think you're right,
Jace said, his voice more curious than humored. Let's get the subject off Mr. Duke and focus on the fact that you just jogged to my place. That's like 4 miles up, 4 miles back.
If I get tired, perhaps I could just stay the night,
he teased. Something tells me you wouldn't get tired after a 10-mile run up the beach. I eyed the simple black tee he wore, seeing that its tight fit accentuated every muscle.
You know,
he smiled at me.
I've been thinking how dumb I've been for jogging south on the beach every morning instead of coming this way.
Ah, I smiled. You're one of those early risers,
That's why I've just realized I've been running in the wrong direction on my morning runs.
He chuckled.
Now I know you're out on your patio watching all the shirtless men taking their morning jogs, and my stupid ass has been running the other way like a dumb fuck.
If you and I think about it, we've both been running in different directions since the morning we walked away from each other on the yacht, I said, becoming more serious, curious about how he would respond.
I know we have,
he answered.
I swear I wasn't planning for any of this to happen.
He glanced over at me.
I'd be so fucked if you'd stuck to your word, leaving you and me at just that one night.
I grinned at him. Well, if the rumors are true, I guess karma could have bit you in the ass and used me to do just that.
If the rumors are true,
he said with amusement.
Yes, the rumors are true. And yes, karma could have easily used you to hand me my ass for the careless way I used to toss women aside. That's actually something I wanted to talk to you about.
He sighed and continued,
I was a total playboy dick, and I don't want that shit creeping back to bite me.
We stopped just before the path that led to my condo, overlooking the beach. He pulled off his sunglasses, and his blue eyes locked on mine with a sincerity that almost made me forget how much of a mess this was.
Seriously,
he said.
If who I was the night we met is a deal breaker, fine. I'll take my karma and move on. But I need to know.
I pinched my lips together, his nervousness shining through like it did the first night he and I spoke. You're just now giving me this option after the competition with Titus is out of the way?
No, it's not that.
If it were a turn-off, I wouldn't have let you take Brandon and me to the ER. And I sure as hell wouldn't have taken a dog from you either. I smiled when he did, but it faltered quickly. I don't know what happened between us that night. My voice dipped. All I know is I can't get it, or you, out of my head, or my heart.
I feel the same damn way,
he said with a smile. With that said, I nodded. And if we're really going to do this, if I let you into my life, I won't let you hurt me. I glanced down at Brandon, then back to Jace. I've been through some bad shit with his dad, and I don't know how I'd survive going through it again. He chewed on his bottom lip, and I understood why. If this man had commitment issues, something most men who were known players had, I needed to scare him off now before we got deeper.
I swear I have no intention of hurting you,
he answered. Okay, I said, walking up to the gate that led to my small patio and into my house.
That wasn't the right answer,
Jace said as I used this moment to think about his response.
I will not hurt you. I have no idea what his dad did to you, but I have no intentions of loving and leaving you.
It isn't just me you're dating, Jace, I said, pulling Brandon from his stroller and carrying him inside. You're in this with more than one heart. I squeezed my son against me, protective instinct surging. Brandon's starting to get attached to people, and that scares me. My chest ached as the words slipped out. His dad can't hurt him. He's not in his life. Hell, I don't even think the bastard knows if I went through with the pregnancy. That's how hard he ghosted me the night he found out.
Jesus Christ,
Jace said.
I had no idea.
You couldn't have known. We've barely talked beyond small talk, and tonight we were headed that way before we ended up talking about Duke instead. I shrugged. Hey, give me a second to lay him down. There's beer in the fridge, or something stronger if you want to stick around for the hard part, figuring out if we should give this a try. I winked. I'll be right back. I just need to get this little guy to bed. I was thankful that Brandon was such a peaceful baby. Between the sitter's schedule for him and the schedule I kept to, this boy fell into a routine that was like a well-oiled machine. As a result, he slept soundly through the night when he wasn't teething, which was a godsend. Ah, I laughed as I rejoined Jace, who was on my patio lighting my torches. I see you opted for something harder tonight, Dr. Stone. He chuckled.
I must say, I didn't pin you for a Jack Daniels kind of girl.
I sank onto the small sofa lounge, the space softly glowing under solar lights, and the trickle of my little fountain blending with the waves. I like a little whiskey now and then, I said, curling up on my side and pulling in a throw pillow to my stomach.
You look pretty damn hot right now, you know?
He laughed.
What the hell are you trying to do to me?
Oh, please. I rolled my eyes. And you're trying to get off the subject we were discussing before I put Brandon down. He shook his head, pointing at me with the same hand holding his glass.
That white button-down shirt, your sleeves rolled up like that, 4 buttons undone in those cut-off jean shorts. All I can say is holy shit, gorgeous.
Careful, I teased. Duke might be sound asleep in his bed, but if he hears you coming on to me like this, it might just wake him up.
Well, that will be your fault.
His forehead wrinkled in humor. Mine? I beg to differ, sir. I played back.
Yup.
He took a longer sip this time.
Your sexy ass has been tempting me since we got here, and you said you wanted to change into something more comfortable.
This is comfortable, I said. Oversized cotton button-downs were my favorite articles of clothing to lounge around in. What did you think I was changing into? Sweats?
To prevent anything crazy from going down between you and me tonight? Yeah, I thought that would be your choice.
I shook my head and took the glass he poured for me. After a sip, and feeling the warmth of the whiskey searing down my throat, I exhaled. I've spent too many months in sweats. I smiled at him. In fact, this lounge furniture hasn't been used for over a year until about a month ago.
I'm sorry you went through such a hard time, he responded. Do you mind if I ask what happened?
Not at all, I said, while my eyes drifted toward the shoreline. I was in a relationship with Brandon's father, Jonathan, for 5 years. Then, I found out I was pregnant, and when I told him, well, that was the last I saw or heard from him. Jace's expression became unreadable, and even though I was surprised by how numb I felt talking about it, I also knew I had no desire to dig too deep into that mess. There was no point. That chapter had already done its damage, and in a way, it had set me on the path I was meant to take. He looked at me for a moment, then shook his head.
You know, There are some serious assholes in this world, including the guy I used to be when it came to women. But fuck, that is next level bullshit.
I agree, I said with a faint smile. And as if that blow wasn't enough to bury me in a year-long depression, he was in another woman's arms within a week of walking out. He exhaled.
How can anyone fucking hurt you like that?
Up until recently, I wouldn't have had an answer to that, I said with a dry chuckle. But now that I've finally made peace with it, I've realized what everyone else already knew. He never treated me right. He was selfish and controlling. My self-esteem was shot to shit long before he tossed me aside like trash. I hate thinking about who I became in that relationship because he was constantly in a shitty mood, and I was always bending over backward trying to fix it.
Sounds like he was a miserable asshole,
Jace said, taking a sip of his whiskey.
People like that usually hate their own lives, and they end up projecting all their shit onto the person who brings light into their world.
Misery loves company, I said with a faint smile. And yeah, maybe you're right. When I first met him, I was probably the happiest I've ever been. It's like he made it his mission to snuff that out. Little by little, he chipped away at it until I actually believed I deserved to get walked out on, like it was my fault I got pregnant.
Your fault?
He questioned in disbelief. Yep. I sucked in a sharp breath of salty air. His exact words were, "Had you been more responsible and checked when you were ovulating, this nightmare wouldn't have come to ruin us."
Come to ruin us? Are you fucking with me?
He said incredulously.
Who fucking has the nerve to say some theatrical bullshit like that? What, the fucker couldn't figure out how to use a condom?
I laughed. I was on the pill, but it's never a 100% certainty, you know? I shook my head. He blamed my body for rejecting the pill or some stupid shit.
I honestly don't even know what to say to this,
he answered. He was a disgusting man, I said. I see that now. Back then I didn't because I was stuck in the nightmare, constantly trying to please him and smooth things over to keep the peace and make him happy. Now that I'm out of it, I can look back and see it clearly. Honestly, after the way he started treating me just a few months into the relationship, it shouldn't surprise anyone that he'd go so far as to blame me and my body for getting pregnant. Like I did it on purpose to trap him. It was just another way for him to twist the knife.
You haven't seen him since?
Jace questioned. Neither hide nor hair, I said. I'm sure he just used it as an excuse to end things. The chick he left me for was probably around while he was with me, and perhaps my getting pregnant was the best excuse for him to leave.
What a fucking coward,
Jace said.
At least when I was an asshole, I owned it.
I let out a soft laugh. I'm only telling you this because I need you to understand why I have difficulty trusting people. Letting you into my life, even just to see if there's something real between us, is a big deal. I can't afford to be played or hurt like that again. My son deserves a mom who's happy and grounded, not careless. I'd rather raise him alone than bring a man into our lives thinking he's here to save us. I don't need that kind of shit.
I understand,
he said.
I swear to God, I won't hurt you like that fucker did. God damn, I wish I could meet him one day.
Oh, are you going to kick his ass? I taunted, trying to loosen Jace up a little.
If I knew where that piece of shit worked, I might show up and ruin his day just for kicks.
He chuckled, knowing he sounded just as immature as Jonathan. Well, he's a used car salesman, and something tells me you're not in the market for used cars. He laughed into the whiskey he was about to take a drink of.
No.
He shook his head.
I'm not one for used cars.
I met your parents, I blurted out, trying to get away from the subject of my ex.
No shit.
He practically spit his drink back into the glass.
I'm sure Hawk had something to do with that.
They approached us, I said, wanting to gauge his reaction. They seem like very lovely people. Your brother as well. I watched different expressions cross his face before saying, You don't seem to be anything like them.
I'm not.
He smiled.
Honestly, it takes an actual event to get me around them. My brother and I can manage a short conversation, but I check out the second he starts going on about all his accomplishments. I have zero desire to hear about any of it. Not because I'm not proud of him, but he's just braggy in the shallowest way.
He does seem to enjoy that world. Or should I say, that life.
It's funny you see it that way, because that's how I see it too,
Jace said.
It's a completely different world, and it takes a lot of work and stress to live in it. The circles, the status games, the so-called friendships that are really just networking connections. It all feels like a performance. It's an illusion of happiness, in my opinion.
I smiled. That's exactly what I saw in Titus that made me realize I couldn't live like that, no matter how charming or magnetic he was. None of it felt genuine. I felt more like an accessory than a person. Jace's expression grew contemplative.
It makes me very happy to hear you say that.
I feel the same way about you, especially after seeing where you come from and realizing you're not just some super sexy doctor who is amazing in bed.
No, I'm nothing like them and have no temptation of that lifestyle at all.
He smirked. He set his cup on the small coffee table in front of him and walked over to kneel in front of me on the sofa.
Honestly, I have no idea what it's like to date a single mom and live in your world. But I want to try.
He laughed nervously.
If I'm being totally transparent, I am terrified that I'm going to fuck something up. And the last people on Earth I want to hurt are you or Brandon. So I have to ask you, are you willing to deal with a man who's never been in a relationship before and who might unintentionally do something fucking stupid to hurt you?
The only way you can hurt me is by cheating or leaving me unexpectedly. I smiled reassuringly at him. Other than that, welcome to the relationship club, where communication is key and after the honeymoon phase, everything is fucking work.
That easy, huh?
He smiled. That easy and that difficult. I challenged him with an arch of my eyebrow. But I don't think it's half as difficult as mingling with elites at hotel grand openings and trying to fit into all that, all while knowing you don't belong there. He licked his lips, his eyes locking with mine. I recognized that look on his face. It was the same one I'd seen more than once that night when he was ready for another round. And my body was already responding to him as if it remembered exactly what we both wanted and needed. What if this, me and you, what if it's just about the sex we had that night? I said without thinking.
It's good to know you're reading my mind.
He laughed. I'm serious. I sat up. What if we just want that night back?
I didn't expect to have sex tonight.
He moved closer, running his fingertips along my jaw.
But it's one hell of a theory I'm willing to try out to see if you're right or not.
Once again, I fell under the spell I'd been under the night we first met. His urgent lips claimed mine, flooding my body with the heat I'd been starving for since I last saw him. I moaned into his kiss as he eased me back, my legs parting in invitation. It was like he knew exactly what I wanted, his hands sliding up my thighs, his mouth hard on my throat. Holy shit, I breathed when his finger slipped inside my shorts and found my clit. The yacht came rushing back. How he'd made me come again and again that night. My body clenched around nothing, desperate for his fingers, his dick, and more. I sighed, arching into him, my head tipping back as his two thick fingers pushed inside me.
You want more of this, gorgeous?
He breathlessly asked. Fuck yes, I growled softly, my eyes meeting his. With urgency, we both stood. I was in his arms without hesitation, and we were moving into my condo. Bedroom is on the right, I said before claiming his lips again. In seconds, we were inside, stumbling to my bedroom like reckless teenagers, peeling clothes away, fire and need consuming us. Nothing was stopping us. At least, that's what I thought. Until Duke's barking exploded through the condo, and we both instantly regretted the day I so cheerfully welcomed him into our lives.
31. Jace. The barking was relentless, but my drive for what I needed and craved was stronger. You'd think I'd lose my edge, but all I wanted was the tight, pulsing heat between Andy's thighs, slick and ready for me. Fuck, I muttered, tugging her lace panties down. She spread open for me, shameless, as if daring me to take her the way I had in the cabin on the yacht. My mouth watered, my lips tingled, and I ignored the goddamn dog pacing around like a security guard. Her hips bucked up when my fingers pressed inside, grazing her G-spot, and her head fell back with a soft cry that made my blood run hotter. Watching her unravel was my drug. I'd replayed this image, her moans, the way her body arched for me, every time I got myself off in the shower since that night. Damn, I need you, I ground out, matching the rhythm of my fingers to the climb of her release. Yes, she gasped, breathless, desperate. The dog barked louder, pacing, like even he knew the raw energy charging the air. I almost laughed at the irony, but fuck if I was breaking focus when Andy's nails tangled in my hair, dragging me down to her. I devoured her. Her taste coated my tongue, sweet, intoxicating, addictive, and I groaned against her slick folds. My tongue slid inside, deliberate, slow, every flick calculated to make her shatter. My lips sealed over her clit, sucking gently before circling with steady pressure that had her gasping my name. I gripped her thighs hard, holding her down as she bucked against my mouth. My cock was throbbing, dripping, aching to be buried inside her, but I wanted her undone first. This was about her. About proving that every inch of her belonged to me, even if she didn't realize it yet. I didn't want to stop. I couldn't. But the rat bastard of a dog had other plans. The next thing I knew, the little monster launched himself onto the bed, barking like a possessed Tasmanian devil. Andy and I both jerked back, scrambling as the 2-pound demon barked like a lunatic. Holy shit! I jerked back, scrambling onto my knees, trying to cover my now very unsexy, very exposed dick, while the dog lunged at me like he owned the place. "Brandon!" Andy shouted, leaping off the bed, clutching her sheer button-down shirt and bolting for her son's cries. Meanwhile, I was left to battle Cujo Jr. Great. Baby screaming, dog howling, my dick hiding in shame. Not exactly how I pictured this going. First order of business, put boxers back on. No way was I letting the story of 2-pound dog bites billionaire's dick off go down in history. The little fucker darted around like a roadrunner on crack. All right, I muttered, yanking a pillowcase off the pillow. Hard way it is, asshole. After a few failed swipes, I finally trapped Duke, the pillowcase wriggling like a bag of popcorn in a microwave. "What are you doing?" Andy's voice came from the doorway, half amused, half horrified. Brandon clung to her, still crying, while I looked like a deranged kidnapper with her dog in a sack. "The dog's gonna give himself a heart attack," I grumbled. "I'm just trying to keep him from stroking out." "So you're trying to suffocate him?" she teased, coming closer. "He's alive and well, trust me," I said, letting her take the pillowcase. Duke immediately curled up in her lap, playing the mistreated victim. Fucking actor. And then something I hadn't expected happened. Brandon reached for me. Andy hesitated, but when she let me take him, the little guy rested his head on my shoulder. Baby powder and innocence filled my senses, melting something I didn't know I had in me. Kids weren't my thing. I didn't hate them, but I wasn't the pick one up and rock it type either. Yet here I was, with a toddler nestled against me, feeling good. Rewarded, even. "He doesn't do that with just anyone," Andy said softly. Her eyes warmed as she watched her son snuggle into me. "He likes you." "At least one of your little dudes does," I chuckled. "Come on, buddy, let's get you resettled." "He'll need a story," she warned, "or he won't sleep." "I've got it, Mama," I said, already bouncing him like I knew what the hell I was doing. "Books in his room?" "Yeah, or the living room." So maybe my cock got cock-blocked tonight, but this hit different. Something deeper than sex. Something I hadn't even realized I'd wanted. I'd never pictured myself with kids, but Brandon had me wrapped around his little finger. Rocking him in his airplane-themed nursery, searching for a rhyme book after my night got hijacked by a dog from hell, I was happy. Weirdly, unexpectedly happy. "All right, little man," I murmured, settling into the rocking chair, his big eyes studying me like I was on trial. At least he wasn't as aggressive as his furry brother. "I have no idea where your books are," I muttered, scanning the spotless nursery. Then I froze. Antique airplanes decorated the shelves, the same kind I'd had in my room as a kid. I chuckled. "No way. You've got the same thing I did. My dad flew, my mom sailed. He passed the sky down to my brother, she passed the sea down to me. Guess I'm a product of compromise." Funny thing was, I'd never known if my parents were happy or just functional. Business partners more than lovers. But they'd made it work. And maybe that was the point. After what Andy had been through with the asshole who'd left her and Brandon, maybe functional wasn't enough. She deserved better. And maybe, I could give it to her. Scrolling my phone for something to read, I thought about how she wasn't dazzled by my last name or lifestyle. She just wanted real. And that I could do. Because I wasn't my parents. Andy wasn't going to get some hollow version of love from me. Not when I was already falling into something I swore I'd never want.
32. Andy. I stood in the doorway of Brandon's room, watching the man I never meant to love rocking my son back to sleep. Jace read softly, holding Brandon close, like the space his father left behind had always been waiting for him. My heart was melting at the sight of them, and when I realized Jace was reading to Brandon from a medical article on his phone, of all things, I had to stifle a laugh.
"The procedure reduced operative mortality by 36%, using a hybrid approach combining transcatheter valve replacement with direct visualization through a limited thoracotomy."
He glanced down at Brandon.
"It's the first successful trial with patients under 40,
he said excitedly, prompting Brandon to giggle in response. "Wow, cutting-edge cardiothoracic surgeries as a bedtime story," I said, stepping into the room to see my son's amused face better. "At this rate, we'll never get you back to bed, mister." Brandon's eyes lit up, his smile widening like he'd just found a new best pal.
"I couldn't find his books, so I improvised,"
Jace joked.
"Turns out my main man finds it just as fascinating as I do."
"Yeah?" I asked when Brandon chuckled. "You need to get to bed," I grinned, brushing a hand over his hair. "And I'm sorry. I should have told you his books are in the closet." I lifted Brandon into my arms. "Let me get him settled, and I'll meet you out there in a second." I carried him to his crib, tucked his favorite toy beside him, and turned on the soft lullaby music. Once he was cozy and content, I slipped back into the living room. "Well, so much for trying to recreate what we had on that yacht," I teased, walking over to where Jace sat on my sofa. The next thing I knew, I was in his arms, straddling him instinctively. His lips trailed up the center of my throat, while his hands kneaded along my thighs, his eyes sparking with humor and hunger.
"Oh, gorgeous. If you think a 2-pound dog and your adorable son are going to stop what I've been wanting since that night, you're sorely mistaken,"
he said, gaze locking on mine. Jace's mouth was on mine before I could suggest moving to the bedroom. His lips closed over my breast through the thin fabric of my shirt, his fingers slipping inside me like they'd never left, finding that spot as if it had been made for him alone. "God," I gasped, panting. I dug my knees into the couch, shifting to give him easier access. My hand tangled in his thick blonde hair, tugging him harder against my breast. The surge building in me was hotter and sharper than before, the orgasm I'd been denied earlier rushing back with a vengeance. Jace groaned when I moaned, his fingers stroking deeper while his thumbs circled the bundle of nerves that made me shake. His other hand popped the last of my buttons, freeing my breasts to his mouth as his palm slid down to grip my ass. "Fuck," I whispered, when his fingers twisted and pulled me closer to the edge.
"Jesus, you're drenched,"
he murmured, voice rough. "I want you inside me," I demanded, desperate for the thick length of him to unravel me the way only he could. My hand slipped into his boxers, wrapping around him, hard, hot, and pulsing.
"Yes,"
he growled, teeth clinging to my nipple when I slicked his shaft with the pre-cum leaking from him. And then, click, click, click. The toenails, the barking. Duke.
"Are you kidding me?"
Jace muttered, half pissed, half desperate. I was in his arms again, on our way back to my room and laughing as he tried to keep the moment alive. It was pure comedy. Jace determined to salvage our night, while Duke launched a full-scale ankle assault like a pint-sized security guard. "Jace," I tried, choking back laughter. "Slow down before you break the damn door. Or the dog."
"Don't even think about him,"
Jace grit out. He tossed me onto my bed, my laughter bubbling harder, then spun to herd the relentless little beast out. But Duke was having none of it. In full Rottweiler cosplay, he darted and barked, nipping and feinting like a 2-pound SWAT team. Jace lunged, failed, cursed, lunged again. The barking was enough to wake Brandon, and as hilarious as it was, I knew I had to intervene before this night ended in chaos.
"Come here, menace,"
Jace snarled, lunging again. "I've got him," I said, scooping up my frazzled little tyrant.
"Well, look at you,"
Jace shot back, eyes blazing at the dog. "All 2 pounds of him," I laughed.
2 pounds of diabolical energy can go a long way,"
Jace exhaled, finally smirking at Duke.
"Guess I really screwed myself, using you as bait to get the girl."
I brushed my hand over Jace's cheek. "Stay here. I'll put him back in his bed. Maybe he'll settle once we're not in the living room." Jace smirked in victory as I carried Duke toward the pantry. Of course, the little traitor barked again the second I passed Brandon's door, waking him. By the time Jace went to soothe Brandon and I bribed Duke with a treat, the night was officially a bust.
"Wait,"
Jace said from the doorway, Brandon in his arms.
"You're rewarding him?"
"I'm bribing him," I corrected. Big difference. But then Brandon did something that made my heart stop. He tucked his face into Jace's chest and clung, like I was the stranger, not him.
"Look at that,"
Jace said softly, smiling down at Brandon.
The dog might hate me, but at least my new bud here doesn't.
My chest tightened. Brandon had never latched onto anyone this quickly. With friends, with his sitter, he was sweet, yes, but never this. Never choosing someone over me. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. Terrifying because if this didn't work, it wouldn't just be my heart at risk. And exhilarating because maybe, just maybe, Jace was the unexpected piece Brandon and I had been missing. He's not usually like this, I said quietly.
No?
Jace grinned at Brandon.
Guess he just likes my medical journal bedtime stories.
Maybe, I admitted, still stunned.
I think you and I need to pick up where we left off, huh, little man?
I watched Jace carry him back into his room, more eager to read him research articles than to have sex, which was both infuriating and somehow unbelievably attractive. I trailed after them, settling into the cushioned chair across from the rocker. My disappointment over the ruined orgasm softened as I curled up, blanket pulled over me, watching Jace read animatedly to my son. Brandon couldn't take his eyes off him. And hell, neither could I. As Jace's voice droned on, steady, soothing, I felt my eyelids grow heavy. I let myself sink into the sound of him, safe, warm, unexpectedly at peace. Sex could wait. Tonight, this was more than enough.
33. Jace. Brandon was completely knocked out, breathing heavily against me. His small body was molded to my bare chest, one tiny fist pressed firmly like he'd claimed me. A light trail of drool rested on my skin as he breathed in slow, even rhythms. I kept my voice low, continuing to read the latest cardiovascular journal on my phone like it was Goodnight Moon. I just needed to finish this last section, then I could finally put the little tyke to bed. The new hybrid procedure, a robotic-assisted valve repair combined with limited thoracotomy, has demonstrated an 82% reduction in perioperative mortality in early trials. I paused, eyebrows lifting in fascination. Glancing over at Brandon, I couldn't help but snicker softly. Apparently, he thought this stuff was a sedative. The poor kid was completely out, pacifier on the floor, the tiniest snore escaping him. The moment brought me a sense of joy I didn't think I'd ever felt before. So, groundbreaking cardiac innovation puts you to sleep. Noted, I muttered under my breath. If only this worked on the damn dog. I glanced up, seeing Andy curled in the oversized chair in the opposite corner. She looked like an angel. Hair spilled down one shoulder, head tilted and resting on her palm. Her legs tucked beneath her like she'd only meant to sit for a second before her body gave out. Well, shit. I start reading about hybrid surgical techniques and the whole damn room passes out, I whispered, half to Brandon, half to myself. But then, silence. Something about it hit harder than I was ready for. I was holding a boy who wasn't mine and staring at a woman I never meant to fall for. Every thought I'd had about Andy since that first night came rushing back. Whatever had drawn me to her then was still here, only now it cut deeper. This was peace. And God help me, I didn't want it to end. Brandon stirred when I moved, but didn't wake. I carried him to bed, lowered him into the crib, and pulled the blanket over his legs. Smoothing the wisps of hair from his forehead, I grinned when he didn't even flinch. Sleep tight, little man, I whispered. I turned back to Andy, still knocked out, looking more attractive than I could explain. I should have left her there, but something about her unguarded softness, her face free of the tension she wore like armor, made it impossible. I bent down, slid one arm beneath her knees, the other around her back, and lifted her gently. She stirred a little, then relaxed her head against my chest. A sigh escaped her lips as she instinctively curled into me, the same way Brandon had, undoing me in ways I wasn't prepared for. I carried her down the hall, pulled back the covers, and eased her onto the bed. She looked so damn peaceful I didn't want to wake her, but selfishly, I wished she would have stirred, now that the house was quiet, so we could pick up where we left off. Oddly, as much as I ached for her in my arms, making love to her until sunrise, there was something even more intense about just standing here, caught in feelings I didn't recognize. She murmured something as I tucked her in, then went still again. Tonight, I'd read about a breakthrough surgery that could change how we save lives. But this felt like a breakthrough I never saw coming. Andy and her son. This quiet life I never thought I wanted. It was cracking me open, and for the first time in years, I didn't want to close back up. I pulled the blanket one last time, smoothing it gently over her thigh before stepping back. Still flushed from earlier, but deeper in sleep, she was stunning. After that night on the yacht, I'd passed out so fast I never really saw her like this, her true natural beauty. If we could make this work, I could be the happiest bastard on the planet. I smiled at the thought. We were heading somewhere together. And the best part? I wasn't scared anymore of failing her, of screwing it up, of not being enough. I quietly gathered my clothes, crossed the room, and reached for the doorknob.
Jace.
Andy's soft, sleepy voice stopped me. Yeah, gorgeous? I turned and smiled at her warm eyes. Her lazy grin held more than just desire, and damn it if I didn't love her in that moment. She propped on one elbow. Were you going to leave without saying goodbye? I didn't want to wake you, I said. You looked peaceful, and after tonight, I thought keeping the house quiet was best. Her lips curved.
Tonight was definitely unexpected. I'm sorry about that.
I sat on the bed beside her. I'm the one who insisted Duke stay part of your life. I just never expected the little bastard would make sure I stayed miserable if I wanted to be part of it too. She chuckled, studying me. I could feel her eyes moving over me like she was seeing something new.
Sorry I fell asleep on you while you were reading, she murmured with a faint tease.
I smiled. I'm still baffled how a breakthrough on valve repairs could knock you both out. At least Brandon was riveted for about 12 seconds. Her gentle smile softened into something deeper.
I heard you reading, she said, fingertips tracing along my bicep.
Her serious eyes met mine.
And I saw the way you were with him earlier, when you didn't know I was watching.
My throat tightened. Yeah?
It was, she inhaled, something I never expected to see.
I slid my hand into her hair, aching to pick up where we'd left off, but wanting something more now. Not just sex. I didn't expect it either, I admitted. Her eyes searched mine.
So now what?
I looked at her, bare legs tangled in cotton sheets, hair wild, eyes glowing softly in the lamplight, and felt that pull in my chest. Brushing my fingers along her jaw, I whispered, Now, I'm going to sit with you. And if you fall asleep again, I'm staying this time. She caught my hand.
Then lie down.
She didn't let go, just shifted to her side, lifting the blanket in invitation. I hesitated, because once I slid into that bed, I wasn't just lying down with her. I was letting go of every wall I'd built. She watched me, quietly waiting, like she'd rather I walk now than later if I couldn't choose her fully. But the thought of losing her scared me more than anything, so I slid in beside her. She smiled softly. "You okay? It's strange how sex seems easier for us than just cuddling." "No shit," I laughed nervously, hand finding her waist beneath the thin shirt. I kissed her forehead, then met her eyes. "And the answer is no, gorgeous. I'm not okay at all." That made her grin. "Me neither." She settled against me, her head on my shoulder, her leg brushing mine. Her breath warmed my skin. Every sense came alive. Fucking had been easier, but this, the quiet, unspoken intimacy, was stronger. Her fingers traced lazy circles on my chest. "Jace." "Yeah, gorgeous." "You really want to do this, huh? After tonight? Go down this road?" Maybe tonight happened to shake off the last of my nerves. I don't want to hurt you. I'm terrified I'll screw something up, and I couldn't forgive myself if I did. But I also can't stay away. I want more. I need more. "Then let's take it slow," she reassured. "You can go home if you'd like, or we can try to have sex quietly." She laughed at how dead that moment was. "Or we can just lay here." "I just don't want to wake you when I get up at 3 to head home and get ready for work." 3 in the morning? Why?" 2 surgeries back to back." She frowned. "Baby, if you need real sleep, go home. I kissed her hand. "I like when you call me baby," I admitted, shocked I even cared. "And I'll be fine. Maybe tomorrow you and Brandon can come over to my place?" "I'd love that, but what about Duke?" "Jake owes me for assisting tomorrow, so he can skip guys' night and dog sit. I'll stand up the boys for you." The night had taken a turn I never saw coming, but I was glad it had. Duke was going to be an issue, but I'd figure him out. For now, I was happy. For the first time in years, I couldn't wait to fall asleep with someone in my arms and wake up actually looking forward to what came next.
34. Andy. The last time I stepped foot in this hospital, I wasn't thinking about glass ceilings or tech innovations. I was thinking about Brandon's fever, his flushed little cheeks, and the sound of his whimpering in my arms. He'd had a high fever and double ear infections, and I was one breath away from losing it. I smiled at the memory of Jace bringing us here that night, and how, after parking the car, he quickly caught up to me as I followed the nurse through the hallways to the patient room they'd opened for my son. Jace was moving fast, but calm, with one hand on the small of my back and the other texting Dr. Brandt before we made it to the room. He didn't just walk us through the pediatrics ER, he owned the space like it curved around him. That was all I'd seen then, the fluorescent lights and pediatric vitals, along with a toddler clinging to my chest and exhaustion clinging to my bones. But today was a completely different experience while I walked through the main entrance. The part of St. John's I hadn't seen before. Holy shit, I thought, taking it all in. I stood beneath a towering glass atrium, stretching 5 stories above me, staring at holographic coastal images that shimmered in midair beneath a glowing digital sky. This didn't feel like any hospital I'd ever been in. It felt surreal, like I'd stepped into a place that was part futuristic research center and part architectural masterpiece. Everything around me gleamed and moved with quiet intention. Even the air felt different. Cooler, cleaner, as if it carried a quiet reverence for each human life that entered here seeking to be healed by a professional who was the best at what they did. This place wasn't only about healing people. It was about honoring the science that made healing possible. I followed the signs for cardiovascular innovation and surgery, my steps getting slower as the halls turned quieter. Along the corridor, the colors shifted from calming blues to rich navy and gold. Sleek glass doors lined the walls, each etched with names and titles of world-class doctors, directors, and specialists. I reached a front reception desk marked simply, Cardiovascular Associates, Dr. Jacob Mitchell, Chief of Cardiothoracic Surgery, Dr. Jace Stone, Cardiothoracic and Vascular Innovation. There were more names beneath theirs, all in the same precise script. These were the best of the best, and Jace wasn't just part of it. He was one of the top names on the glass. The young receptionist glanced up with her professional smile in place. "May I help you?" "Yeah, I'm here to see if Dr. Stone is out to lunch yet." "Sure." She smiled, her eyes studying mine for a moment, then continued. "Let me page him. He just finished a consult and may have already left." I inwardly smiled, wondering how many random women had shown up at Jace's office hoping to have more with him. The receptionist's reaction made me think I wasn't the first to pop in without notice and badger the Playboy doctor. I watched as she tapped something on her touchscreen and gestured toward a set of sliding doors. "You can head through the garden. His office is on the west side of the atrium." "The garden?" I said with confusion. "Yes, right through there." She smiled and pointed as if all hospitals were like this. Instead of asking questions or telling the receptionist how blown away I was by this place, I followed her directions, walked through the glass doors that opened with a whoosh, and was met by a soft, floral breeze. This place was breathtaking, plain and simple. Ash needed to update the gallery to match whatever architectural magic her brother-in-law had conjured for this place. A lush courtyard stretched between the hospital wings, layered with sculpted stone fountains, exotic flowering trees, and winding mosaic-tiled paths that glittered in the sunlight. Birds flitted in and out of ivy-draped trellises, and quiet streams of water trickled from bronze spouts into narrow reflecting pools. It looked more like a luxury resort than a medical facility. I walked slowly toward the private cardiovascular offices tucked on the far side, holding the small brown bag with the lunch I'd picked up for Jace. And then I saw a brushed gold plaque. Private Offices, Cardiothoracic Innovation and Research. Dr. Jace Stone, M.D. Well, here we are, I thought as I stepped inside. So much for imagining Jace's office as a boring room with a desk, some medical certificates, and a few generic heart diagrams on the wall. Of course it would mirror the same magic and sophistication I'd walked through in that surreal garden courtyard to get here. Everything was sleek glass and clean lines. Rich espresso shelves were filled with anatomy texts and intricate 3D models. Floor-to-ceiling windows flooded the space with coastal light, and a holographic screen cycled through open-heart surgical techniques like a rotating exhibit of living science. Then my eyes took in the image of him, Dr. Jace Stone. He stood across the room with his hands in his pockets, a white lab coat on, and a slate-gray shirt rolled at the sleeves. He stood facing the window, focused and still. I wanted to crack a joke at the dramatics of him standing there like that, in all his perfection and handsomeness, but I bit my tongue and took in the image of what were the first things he'd ever told me about his true personality. I smiled at the memory of him saying he was a science geek and a book nerd, but I didn't see that in him at this moment. I saw a man deep in thought, in command, his mind most likely reeling over a life-saving consultation. It was intriguing to use this moment to appreciate that Jace was far more than just a man who was amazing in bed and had a history of taking what he wanted from women and leaving without a second thought. So this is who you really are, eh? I thought, knowing this was Jace's world that I'd stepped into. This was a far cry from the other night of psychotic dogs trying to rip his balls off, and my son screaming in fear as if the house were on fire. I grinned at how different he seemed now. I'd seen Titus in his world with all the lavish jets and resorts, and now I saw Jace in his. And damn, this man was more attractive now than he was before. I could see that the genuine side of Jace was all precision, discipline, and genius. But the moment he turned and saw me, all of it, everything cold and clinical, melted with his smile.
Hey, gorgeous. How did you know it was my lunchtime?
He questioned, eyeing the bag I held in my hand. I work with your boss's wife, remember? She needed me to run some errands in the city, and I thought I should stop by to surprise you. It sounded like the perfect opportunity, especially after the rough day you had in surgery when we had to postpone our lunch date the other day. I held up the paper bag. I brought you lunch.
All you needed to bring was yourself,
he said with a playful expression. He crossed the office in 3 long strides, took the bag from my hands, and cupped my jaw as he leaned in to kiss me. It was slow and soft, like I'd made his day without trying. He slowly pulled away and brushed my nose with the tip of his finger.
Thanks for bringing lunch. I'm starved.
This hospital is beyond me, I said, following him across his office to sit on a leather sofa against the side wall. I feel like I'm in some futuristic medical facility from Star Trek.
You haven't been here before?
He asked. I haven't been to the enchanting part, I guess. I've only been to the ER in pediatrics on our first date, remember? He smirked, pulling out the 2 turkey and avocado sandwiches I'd bought from the bakery where Ash and I frequently ate lunch.
Well, you've only seen the tip of the iceberg in the pediatric ward,
he said, taking a huge bite of his sandwich like he hadn't eaten all day. What I saw was nothing like this, but that could be because we snuck my kid in through the back doors to be seen by Dr. Brandt.
I need to take you over there when I'm not stacked with patients next time,
he said, devouring his sandwich. That amazing, huh? I said, finally getting to my sandwich.
Oh my God, yes. You wouldn't believe it,
he said, bringing a napkin to his lips.
Sometimes when it gets slow or we're cross-referencing charts with Brandt and his staff, we'll play football in the holographic arena with Brandt's residential patients who are undergoing treatments.
Football? I laughed.
Not just football, gorgeous,
he said with a smile, leaning in to press a quick kiss to my cheek.
Holographic football.
He arched a playful, challenging eyebrow.
There's a kid over there, 12 years old, fighting leukemia like a total champ. His name's Travis, and his favorite thing is when we chumps try to get out there and play the kids.
He chuckled at the memory.
The kid kicks our asses every time, even Brandt, who used to be a goddamn star quarterback in college.
That's something I'd like to see, I teased.
I wish I didn't have a jam-packed schedule today. I would have gladly shown you Travis handing us our asses.
He grinned. It's sad to hear about his condition, though. It's got to be pretty rough to be a hospital resident, I said, my heart bleeding for the child and his parents.
He's got the best pediatric doc in the world with Cameron Brandt,
Jace said, becoming more serious.
And that kid is a fucking fighter. There's no way his disease is going to beat him.
Look at you, Dr. Stone, I said with a smile. Reading medical breakthroughs to Brandon like bedtime stories one night, playing football with kids the next. I've got to admit, I didn't have you pegged as the kid type. His cheeks blushed.
Quite honestly, I didn't either.
He shrugged his shoulders.
Before your cute ass came along and wrecked my plans in life, I was a book nerd, science geek, and sailboat enthusiast. And now look at me, reading The Little Ones in a rocking chair after nearly having my dick bitten off by a 2-pound rat disguised as a fucking dog, he said, popping the last of the sandwich in his mouth. Well, if it means anything, I am impressed with your astonishing adaptability. I smiled, closing my sandwich up in its paper. You going to eat that, gorgeous?
Jace's eyes went to the half of the sandwich I was too full to finish. It's yours. You've earned it, I said, handing it to him.
This shit is delicious,
he said.
Did you make it yourself? Because if so, I might be down to move this relationship swiftly to marriage.
He winked and took another bite. It's from a bakery where Ash and I usually get lunch and coffee. Their croissants are made fresh every morning. I think that's what makes the difference.
That and the opium they sprinkle on top,
he said, devouring the last bite and standing up. He extended a hand down toward mine.
I'd love to show you what I fantasize about with you in this office on my slow days, but sadly my next appointment is in 15 minutes.
He pulled me in, his lips covering my neck, then running up to my jaw. I'd love that, I said, running my fingers through his soft hair and allowing his rich cologne to assault my senses. But I need to get out of here and finish picking up supplies for the gallery before getting Brandon and Duke from the sitter's house.
The sitter watches that little shithead now.
She loves him, and he loves her and all the kids. I laughed.
Perfect fucking dog to everyone but me and Jake.
He rolled his eyes, then pulled me in tighter.
Let me walk you to your car before my next appointment.
That's not necessary, I said. Stay here and prep yourself. I just wanted to sneak in a little lunch since we didn't get to the other day. I stepped back and eyed him up and down. You know, you look hot as hell dressed up as Dr. Stone.
You're about to get fucked on that desk, and this time I'll ensure we both finish without interruptions.
He eyed me.
How about this?
He said, as if a thought just hit him.
Tonight I'm off at 8, so it may be too late to come over, but how about I get out of work early tomorrow so we can take out my sailboat? Are you comfortable with Brandon out on the boat?
That depends on what kind of sailor you are, Doctor.
I've been doing it since I was a kid.
He shrugged.
I don't mean to brag, but all the other rich little white boys in the Hamptons were jealous of my skills.
Oh, yeah? I laughed. In that case, I suppose I could trust you with our lives. If Archibald Willoughby IV and little Preston Vanderbilt envied you, you must have been the best. His eyes narrowed.
How do you know Archibald?
He teased my made-up little rich boy names as I rolled my eyes.
Okay, fair enough. But seriously, you also know your shit when it comes to sailing, don't you?
I guess you'll just have to take out me, Brandon, and Duke tomorrow to find out, won't you?
Spoken like a true Willoughby,
he taunted, as I nudged his side and laughed.
Well, okay. We're gonna get to the bottom of this once and for all tomorrow, because I'll throw that bitch-yapping hoe over the side if he doesn't find his place around my ass.
Bitch-yapping a hoe, is it now? I arched my eyebrow playfully.
Jake nicknamed him that after he had a similar run-in with the little asshole when they watched him for you.
He laughed.
The official name we call him now is Bitch Yapper.
Jesus Christ. I shouldered my purse. You know that giving the poor dog a rapper name only makes him more of a thug, right?
If that's a rapper name, it's the worst of all time. Regardless, there's no way he gets to hold on to John Wayne's name while acting like the little cock-blocker he is.
I'll see you tomorrow, handsome, I said, knowing he needed to prep for his next patient. Truthfully, I just needed to get out of there before I ripped that medical coat off him and did all the things women fantasize about with hot doctors behind closed office doors. His gaze raked me once, slow and hot, like he was already undressing me in his head.
Tomorrow,
he said, voice low, a promise more than a word. Truth was, I needed to leave before I ripped that coat off him. Tomorrow, on his boat. After seeing him here, in his world of glass and steel, command and precision, I couldn't wait to see him in another. Wind in his hair, water at his back, his hands on the wheel, and maybe on me. For the first time in a long time, it didn't just feel like the start of something. It felt like the start of everything.
35. Jace. Jake and I had done everything for our patient, Thomas Whitaker. Every damn compression, every stitch, every call, and we still lost him. The 81-year-old retired literature professor had handwritten letters to his wife every Sunday since they first met, and he continued to do so even after she passed away from a stroke a few years back. Men like him no longer existed in real life. They belonged in Nicholas Sparks novels. At least that's how I felt about the sweet man. To make matters even more heartbreaking, his daughter had flown in from Boston just to sit beside him after surgery. Damn it, he wasn't supposed to die. Not on our goddamn watch. Jake leaned forward, bracing his forearms against the edge of the sink in the scrub room, his jaw tight, head bowed. "Fuck," he whispered, his voice low and frayed. "I swear to God I thought we had him." "So did I, Chief," I said, but the words felt empty. The truth was, I knew we were losing him the moment the rhythm on the monitor slipped for the second time. I'd felt it. It was like the tide pulling away from the shore. Jake took losses hard. He always had. He carried them like a debt he couldn't repay. I held mine more quietly, burying the emotions deep inside. But somehow they always found a way to surface later, either in the middle of the night or just before sleep, when my subconscious let down its guard. Jake didn't say anything else as we changed. He just gave me a short nod and walked out, still haunted. I wasn't far behind him. I was trying to get out of this place as quickly as I could so I could clear my head. "Stone!" I heard Colin Brooks holler, walking toward the main hospital entrance as I exited. "Hey man," I said, forcing a smile. "Coming on shift?" "My favorite thing in the world," he smiled, a protein bar in one hand, coffee in the other. "Are you okay? You don't look so hot." I exhaled. "I'll be fine. Jake and I just lost one." I shook my head. Our first surgery was flawless. I tightened my lips. But death had no intention of leaving without this gentleman today. Colin took a long sip of his coffee, then nodded. "I'm sorry to hear it. Sometimes that's just how the fucking Reaper operates. The thing no one prepares us for in medical school is that doing everything right doesn't always mean you get the ending you want. How's Jake holding up?" "You know how he handles this shit," I answered. "Yeah, he handles it about as well as someone spending a full day at the DMV, dying inside but never admitting it," he said, knowing his best friend too well. "I'll give him a call. The poor bastard is probably already on the road, stuck in traffic and bitching to himself about it." I laughed at how accurate that assessment was. "Hey man, I understand what you're dealing with, but don't let it crawl into your bones. It's a gut punch, but you can't give it the power to take the rest of your day from you." "Thanks. It usually doesn't grab me until later, but I have plans with Andy and her son on my sailboat tomorrow, so I hope that will consume my mind instead," I answered him. "Feel it now, buddy. Trust me," he said. "Don't let it pop up whenever it wants. That's what Jake does and why he's unapproachable for a day. He forces himself to cope, then he moves on. You need to train your emotions to follow your chief." He grinned. "I know everyone deals differently, but you should try to let this one go tonight. You don't want this to bleed onto Andy and the baby." "You're right," I said. "I think I'm going to drive this shit out of my system. I'm not letting work get in the way of trying to make her fall in love with me for the 100th time." "Fall in love, eh?" He smiled, daringly. "Looks like we have some catching up to do." He patted me on my shoulder. "I need to get up to neuro. Go and drive it out of your system, and make sure the kid is asleep on the boat when you two fuck." He laughed, then turned to leave. "Thanks, man," I said, smiling to myself. By the time I pulled out of the hospital garage, the sky was deepening to a deep blue shade of twilight. I slid into my Ferrari, the one I drove when I needed something extra, such as luck, adrenaline, and distraction, and gunned it down towards PCH. The engine roared, the wind tearing through me, but that damn loss still clung like a thick, gloomy fog. For a moment, just before my red light turned green, I thought about canceling on Andy tomorrow. I was terrified I'd be edgy and dickish, because sometimes I was when I couldn't shake the weight of failure pressing down on me. But I didn't. I guess this would be the real and raw part of being in a relationship. Andy needed to see this side of me to know what it meant to be with someone in my line of work. What if she didn't like dealing with the surgeon when she was forced to deal with heavy losses and feeling like a failure? It was part of who I was, and I needed her to see that. Then there was Brandon, just a year old, too young to know what I did for a living, and too young to care that I'd failed to save someone's father today. But he wasn't too young to feel joy on a boat, to giggle when a seagull flew too close, or to fall asleep on his mom's chest while the waves rocked us. I smiled at the image, hoping I'd be lucky enough to see that beautiful moment tomorrow. I wasn't about to take those moments away from them or me because I couldn't shake off a hard day. Fuck that. When I reached my house, the sun was dancing with the horizon, but I chose not to go inside. I didn't need the silence or the weight of today consuming me within those walls. Instead, I headed straight down to the dock. My sailboat, my other lady, via her, waited like she always did. Steady, strong, and forever mine. I stepped aboard barefoot, welcoming the familiar groan of the polished teak deck beneath me. I moved on instinct, checking the sails, coiling the lines, and making sure everything was perfect. Below deck, I double-checked the fridge, which was newly stocked with sliced strawberries, soft cheese cubes, fresh rolls, and those ridiculous toddler pouches I'd bought just in case Brandon didn't feel like eating anything else. I'd even purchased and packed a tiny sun hat and a cute baby life vest. Jesus, I was that guy now. Back up on deck, I leaned against the rail and watched the last of the sun's light as it melted into the sea. The ache in my chest was still there, dull and constant, but at least the edge had softened. Tomorrow, I'd watch Andy smile in the sun and Brandon wobbling around the deck like he owned the place. Tomorrow was a second chance at something good, and those refreshing thoughts were enough to move me forward with confidence and hope for a better day after this day went to fucking hell.
36. Andy. The sun was barely up when I reached the docks and spotted Jace's boat floating like it had been pulled straight from a dream and anchored in real life. Growing up around these boats, I knew a sexy one when I saw her, and Jace's was just that. Sleek, classic, and quietly commanding. I easily picked out that it was a Hinckley. It wasn't flashy. However, it was elite in a way that only people who knew boats understood. It was handcrafted, timeless, and the type of vessel you didn't buy to show off. You bought boats like this because you appreciated mastery. So, of course, Jace would own this boat. This sexy lady was all him. Steady lines, quiet power, and details you wouldn't notice unless you looked closely. Hinckley boats had this quiet elegance, understated on the surface, but impossibly deep once you got close. A lot like how I was starting to feel about Jace since he stayed over the other night. Instead of us fucking, we ended up sharing this strange kind of intimacy that I was pretty damn sure would have scared most men off. However, as I walked up to his beautiful boat, I was reminded that the guy was still in it to win it. I adjusted Brandon on my hip as we approached the boat. The poor little guy was teething again. He was grumpy and had already tried to fling half his banana into the marina parking lot. I almost canceled on Jace, but since Brandon didn't have a fever, I decided to go. I figured maybe sailing was in his blood, and it might soothe him the same way it always did for me.
"There's my girl and my favorite little dude,"
Jace said, bringing my and Brandon's attention to his enthusiastic smile. "Here we are," I said, smiling at Jace, who was standing on the deck barefoot. He looked sexy as hell in his board shorts with a hoodie pushed up to his elbows, and his hair still a little wet.
"You look more gorgeous than ever."
He smiled, and then, to both of our surprise, Brandon grunted and reached out for Jace to take him. It was the most adorable thing for this mama's heart to see her son's tiny little hands wide open and trying to claim Jace like he was already his. I must say, I'm quite impressed with your skills in capturing this little man's favor. I chuckled as I passed Brandon over the rail into Jace's arms while I climbed aboard after him. Jace took him as if it were any other day.
Must be your fascination with those medical articles I was reading to you the other night,
he said, as I watched a new charming expression cross his face.
I have a killer Batman vest for you, and a matching sun hat,
Jace continued, focusing solely on my son. I watched with intrigue and some fear, seeing Jace hold Brandon so effortlessly, pulling on his life jacket and appearing as though they were new best friends. I looked around, taking in the serene atmosphere of the marina in the morning. There was a specific energy I'd always loved about early morning sailing. The stillness, the boats tucked beneath their canvases, the mix of salt and diesel in the air. It felt like I'd stepped into a beautiful memory. Seagulls flying overhead and the soft clinking of halyards against masts sounded like wind chimes dancing on the breeze. God, I missed this. I stopped myself from getting lost in nostalgia and brought my attention back to Jace's stunning boat. You went all in with this one, I said, trailing my fingers along the polished rail. Jace glanced over, smiling.
Only boat I've ever named.
My brows lifted. What's her name, sailor? He nodded toward the script painted near the stern.
Via her.
Let me guess, I said. It means more than just a route?
Good guess, gorgeous.
He walked over to me, Brandon on his hip, and leaned in for a tender but quick kiss.
And until I met you, she was the only lady I intended to be a permanent fixture in my life. The only one I would never leave.
Pressure's on then if I've got to compete with this gal, I teased, taking Brandon back after he leaned toward me, getting grumpy again.
There's no competition,
he said, giving me a look that could easily undo me and have me begging for more below deck if I didn't control myself. We need to get this little lady out to sea so you can show her off for me a little, I said.
Coming from the daughter of Santa Barbara's top yacht broker? I'll take that as a compliment. For both of us.
You remembered that about my dad? I chuckled.
Why wouldn't I?
He smirked, grabbing dock lines.
I have to ensure my dad stays away from his business, remember?
That's right, I teased back, a bit surprised that Jace remembered because no one had ever cared to remember the boring details of my life and previous relationships. In fact, my ex-bastard hated my dad and never cared about him or sailing, which was half the reason I hadn't been out on a boat in years. We clicked Brandon into his seat at the cockpit rail, so Jace and I could work together in silence as he untied the dock lines, and I helped coil them. The engine thrummed beneath us, and slowly we eased out of the slip, the water parting cleanly around the hull. Everything worked precisely and harmoniously as Jace's boat eased out of the marina. I stood beside Jace, salty wind catching my hair, and my heart thudding with a kind of quiet eagerness. I didn't know how this day would go, but standing here now with my son safe and secure, the ocean stretching wide, and Jace's hand brushing mine as we moved forward, I sure as hell wanted to find out. The marina shrank behind us as we slipped past the breakwater, the bow slicing clean into the open water. The engine hummed beneath my feet for a few more minutes, then quieted as Jace moved toward the mast. His movements were efficient, practiced, and there was something quietly irresistible about watching a man who knew exactly what he was doing. My heart reacted in a familiar and excited way when the mainsail caught the breeze with a crisp snap. The shift was instant, the engine now off, and silence broken only by the rush of wind, the slap of water against the hull, and the deep creak of the rigging settling into a perfect tempo. I held on to the railing as the boat leaned slightly into the gust, smiling so hard my cheeks ached. How had I forgotten what this felt like? I hadn't been out on the ocean like this since I was a kid. Summers with my mom and dad on a beat-up boat, the three of us chasing the wind to Catalina like it was a game we could win. That old boat smelled like salt and peanut butter sandwiches. It was nothing like this. This one was elegance in motion.
Still with me?
Jace asked from behind the helm, his voice casual as he looked at me with interest. I looked over my shoulder at him and nodded, hair whipping across my face. Absolutely. I smiled. I love this. It feels like coming home. A flash of something warm washed over his handsome and youthful face.
Then my mission has been accomplished.
We curved gently along the coastline with the cliffs of Malibu rising to our right. He was steering us toward Paradise Cove, the spot where we'd gone on his motorcycle to have our first real date. Though that wasn't the only reason we were heading there. It was a quiet inlet, still empty this early in the day. I moved closer to where Brandon was secured in his seat, kicking his feet and babbling at the sea like it was talking back, and I spotted dolphins playfully skimming the surface a few hundred yards out, the most stunning sight for anyone to see. Once Jace secured the sails, he handed me a water bottle from a built-in cooler tucked behind where he'd been standing at the helm.
We're secured, and now it's time to give you both the tour.
I grinned. I thought you'd never ask. I unfastened Brandon, and as if it were Brandon's new favorite thing, he reached for Jace and ignored my ass. I followed Jace and Brandon below deck. The interior was stunning, with clean lines and soft finishes, complemented with cream cushions, light oak cabinetry, and a galley that looked like it belonged in a fucking magazine. Well, I'll be damned. First your gorgeous home, and now this? Do you live part-time on this, too?
Sometimes,
he said with a shrug.
It's a perfect escape from the demands of my profession.
I peeked into the bedroom. Crisp navy linens, built-in shelving, and the faint scent of cedar and ocean. A skylight let the sun spill in above the bed. Of course, my mind immediately went to the mistake of imagining us in that bed, making up for everything Duke was working so hard to prevent between us.
This is the guest berth,
Jace said, opening a door to a smaller cabin.
I figured if Brandon needed a nap or got overstimulated, we could set him up here.
I turned to him and smiled. I appreciate you taking that into consideration, I said, stunned by his thoughtfulness and how truly beautiful his boat was. This is so lovely.
Well, I figured if I wanted you to come out here with me again, I would need to keep you both well taken care of,
he said with a wink. I stood there momentarily with one hand braced on the doorway as the boat rocked gently beneath us. The sunlight dappled across his face, and I felt a calm warmth settle inside me toward this man who was genuinely trying. Seeing that in him was deeply comforting. Out here, surrounded by the sea, I let myself wonder what it might feel like to trust him with more than just a morning out on the water. To believe that maybe there was hope for an amazing relationship that I never thought possible after what Jonathan did to me. We didn't have time to get lost in the moment or each other once Brandon started getting fussy and grumpy. I'm going to take advantage of your lovely guest room and put him down for a nap. He's teething again, so he needs some juice and a snooze, and then he should be back to his happy self again, I said.
Sounds great. Do you need any food or anything?
I'm good. I'll get him down and meet you on the deck once he's out. It took nearly 20 minutes before Brandon was knocked out, the rocking of the boat working better than any rocking chair. What I expected to be a short nap could easily turn into an hour or more. I went up to meet Jace, loving how the boat sailed so smoothly and steadily, with the wind filling the mainsail like the boat was alive. It cut through the water effortlessly, and Jace engaged the autopilot now that we were past the traffic near the cove.
Did you get him to go out?
Jace questioned with a flirty grin. The boat had a hand in it, I chuckled, happily welcoming his advance when he walked up to me and brought me into a warm hug.
Good. Now, I have better plans, which I've had in mind for you since I arranged this sailing trip.
Oh? I arched a knowing brow at him. What if Brandon interrupts your efforts this time? I mean, you're asking for a lot by trying to date a single mom with a 1-year-old and a dog that hates you, I teased.
If Brandon wakes up, and I can't take your ass like I've wanted to since our first night together, then all of this build-up will add to the explosion of when I finally get the chance,
he said, kissing the tip of my nose.
Follow me, gorgeous.
I followed Jace down the companionway, the faint scent of salt and teakwood surrounding me. The cabin light of the room was warm, and it filtered through the skylight above, casting a soft gold across the linens on the bed. Jace turned to face me, one hand braced above the doorway, his eyes locked on mine like he was waiting for permission, or for me to make the first move. I didn't even remember crossing the small space. 1 second, I was watching him breathe, then I used my hand to grip his hoodie and pull him in closer to me. "Don't make me wait any longer," I breathlessly whispered. Jace leaned in, brushing his lips against mine like the answer didn't matter.
"That's my girl,"
he said, using his strong arms to pull me into his firm chest. His mouth found mine again, hotter and hungrier than I remembered his kiss being. My breath hitched as his hands slid along my waist, fingers slipping beneath the hem of my tank top. The boat swayed beneath us, a rhythmic, steady push and pull that made everything feel more alive, like the ocean was part of our reunion. I let Jace guide me toward the bed tucked beneath the forward hatch, hearing the wood floor creaking softly beneath our feet. He laid me back carefully like I might break, but his body told a different story. He lingered over me while his lips ran a fiery hot trail down my throat, using his steady fingers to unfasten the button of my shorts with maddening precision. Every sound was amplified. The wind, the boat's sails, and our breathing. I softly moaned when Jace's lips moved over the top of my tank, his teeth gently grabbing my hardened nipples. He moved with restraint at first, almost as if he didn't want to rush this. It's when I moaned softly again that his restraint ended. His hands slid down my thighs, then back up, pushing fabric aside like all he wanted was to feel my scorching hot skin. He pressed his body firmly into mine, a jolt of raw energy tearing through me, reminding me that this man never held back when it came to taking me. He was aggressive, dominant, and deliberate, and I needed every bit of that right now. We moved together like muscle memory, as if our bodies still remembered the way we'd lost ourselves in each other all night long. My hands fumbled at the button of his shorts, finding him already hard and slick in my grip, pulsing with the need to bury himself inside me.
"Fuck yes,"
he growled, his voice rough against my ear.
"I could come just from your hand, gorgeous."
In the next breath, my shorts were gone, stripped away in his frenzy, and then his thick length was pushing into me as he yanked my shirt over my head.
"Jesus Christ, I've missed this,"
he groaned, driving deeper, precise and hungry. My body welcomed him, clutching tight around every deliberate thrust, my climax threatening to spiral before I could stop it.
"God, you feel so fucking good,"
he panted, pounding harder, his mouth sealing over mine as if we could devour each other's need. My legs fell open, giving him everything. The room blurred, my body on fire, and for a second it felt less like sex and more like satisfying an addiction we both couldn't deny. "You have to tell me if you're close. We don't have a condom," I gasped, the last flicker of control before desire drowned it out.
Yeah,
he gritted, his pace relentless, my orgasm rising sharp and hot. I want to taste you, I whispered, feral with want. That broke him. My body shattered around him, clenching hard, forcing him deeper until he pulled free with a curse. In an instant, his cock was at my lips, thick and urgent, and I took him down with greedy abandon. I gripped his tight ass, feeling the tremor in his muscles as he gave in, spilling hot and heavy into my mouth. I swallowed him, eyes open, watching his roll back as he groaned through the last pulses of release, vulnerable in a way I'd never seen.
Fuck, baby,
he rasped, pulling back slowly, a wicked smile tugging at his lips.
You're so goddamn hot.
We collapsed together, breathless, ready to sink into the afterglow we'd both craved for too long. Until Brandon's perfectly timed cry shattered the silence, leaving us no choice but to laugh. Let me go get your new best bud, I sighed.
You stay here and take your time,
he said, giving me a simple kiss to my throat before pushing up from the bed. I used the moment to take in his rock-hard body. The guy must have lifted at least twice daily after his morning runs. He was simply just gorgeous and beyond what I could ever desire in a man. As much as I would have loved to stay here, lost in lustful thoughts of the man, I couldn't. I needed to clear my head and get back into mom mode. So I was grateful Jace and Brandon had bonded earlier enough so that Jace could grab him and meet me up on deck, while we both let the salty ocean breezes cool off the heat we'd stirred up from our quickie. By the time I climbed onto the deck, Jace already had Brandon scooped in one arm, holding him with that easy, natural confidence I wasn't used to seeing in men who weren't the child's father. He had Brandon perched on his hip like he'd done it 1,000 times. And then there was my son, beaming in Jace's arms as if it was the only place he wanted to be.
Captain Brandon?
Jace said with mock seriousness, pointing to the polished teak wheel.
Are you ready to take command?
I laughed at the silliness of it all, watching from where I sat on the cushioned bench near the stern. Beyond the humor of it all, my heart swelled at Brandon's excited reaction, clapping his hands with all the joy of a 1-year-old about to inherit the family business. Jace helped him grip the wheel, guiding his tiny hands across the leather-wrapped rim. Brandon made a high-pitched sound that was half squeal and half roar, like he was sailing into battle and loving every second of it. Jace glanced at me over his shoulder, his smile crooked, his voice soft but sure.
He's a natural.
Clearly. Must be genetic, I teased, leaning back on my palms. All the charm, none of the formal training. He laughed and kissed the top of Brandon's head, and the sight of this strong, complicated man so effortlessly letting my son into his world did something sharp and gentle to my chest. For a moment, it was just the three of us, the wind in the sails and the morning sun on our skin. It was all so beautiful, and yet also a bit terrifying, because even though it was perfect, I had a nagging fear that it could be gone as quickly as it had manifested. I didn't know how to quiet these emotions, which seemed to haunt me whenever I was happy and comfortable. But I would try my damn hardest to ignore them.
37. Jace. Our day out on the boat was perfect, even better than I ever expected. I hadn't gone into this thing looking for something dreamy or romantic. I came in with zero expectations and just let it unfold, and maybe that's why it ended up feeling so damn rewarding. Now here I was, holding her hand while carrying her passed-out son in my other arm. His tiny head rested on my shoulder, his drool beginning to soak through my shirt, and I realized how dangerously beautiful it all was. It was all very foreign to me, of course, but I think that's what I enjoyed most about it. The Jace I knew from a month ago? That guy was gone. He got forced out of existence when this woman came crashing into my life, never leaving my mind since. All the things that should have scared the hell out of me before were exhilarating instead. I couldn't explain how I went from chasing every beautiful woman who'd have me to feeling completely content with this gorgeous one at my side and another man's child fast asleep in my arms like I was his dad. I just had to admit to myself that everything about this was precisely what had been missing from my life. And now that I had it, I wasn't letting it slip through my fingers. "Stay with me tonight," I said, my voice low and earnest. "Both of you." Her eyes shifted from the vibrant, shimmering green they'd held all day out at sea, and the golden flecks that usually lit them up melted into a darker, more serious shade of amber. "I have no clothes here for him," she said, smiling, but her somber eyes told me she wanted to finish what we started on Jake's yacht, and now my boat. "Not a problem," I said. "I'll just take my bike up to your place after you're sound asleep, and I need to get Duke from the sitter before 7 tonight," she said, her expression crossed between stunned and humored. "Not a problem," I smiled as I pulled out my phone. "Hey Siri, call Jake," I said, as we entered the threshold of my house. Andy took Brandon from me as the phone rang. I wasn't going slow anymore. I wanted to push this relationship forward. The days of being intimidated and questioning myself were gone. "What's up, buddy?" Jake said, as I heard the familiar sounds of him walking out of the office. "Perfect timing," I said. "You're just getting off?" "Yeah, I'm on my way to get Kaylee from the sitters and then meet Ash at Jim and Avery's for dinner." "Ash and Andy use the same sitter, right?" "I'm right here, Jace, and yes," Andy chuckled. "What are you doing?" "What do you want, Stone?" Jake questioned. "I'm doing the right thing for once since I met you, gorgeous," I answered her. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Jake asked, confused. "I'm talking to Andy. Hold on," I said, my brain starting to scramble as I watched Andy's face contort into a cute expression that made me want to bring her into my arms right then and there. "Well, excuse the fuck out of me. I'm sorry, but who called who here, dickwad?" Jake bitched on the other side of the line. "You're right. Okay, I'm sorry," I said, laughing. "Forgive my horrible manners, sir. I was calling because I need you to pick up Duke from that sitter's house tonight, too." "That bitch-yapping little prick can walk his cocky ass home. I'm not—" "Listen, you owe me, and I'm fairly confident you're still in your head about our loss yesterday. Duke will snap you right out of that shit. Besides, Ash said Duke loves the kids and they love him. I planned on fucking my wife tonight, and that little bastard isn't going to block my cock again like he did all weekend when we watched him," Jake said. "Lock him up in the pantry or some shit." "Is this little fucker cock-blocking you as well?" he asked. I heard the smile in his voice and couldn't resist laughing. "Sure as fuck is. And if I ever want to get laid properly in this relationship, I need you to watch him. I'm supposed to help you get laid by making it so I can't get laid, eh? What kind of world are we living in?" Jake's humored voice told me he'd get the dog and deal with him for the night, but I would have to pay the piper for this favor. "I just need you to take him until I figure out how to manage the little tyrant and put him in his place. Only because I owe you for taking that second surgery with me will I bring the damn dog home for the night. But he goes right out of the house the next morning. Have the kids sleep with him or something," I said. "Tried that, but I swear that dog matches his yapping to my romantic moves. He's a goddamn menace," Jake said, while I laughed. "You'd better hope I don't block your number after this." "Okay, I hear you loud and clear." "Thanks, dude. I'll talk to you later," I said, hanging up the phone. "Well, that wasn't an ordeal or anything," Andy said, with a confused look. "Are you trying to ensure that everyone hates us as a couple?" I laughed. "I'm not finished with our day," I said, staring into her beautiful eyes. "I want you to stay with me. I have a room that will work perfectly for Brandon as well, if you think he'll be comfortable staying here." She softly exhaled. "He does very well when staying with others," she said, then reached her hand up to my face. "You're acting a little unhinged right now, though." I bent to kiss her lips, rubbed the top of Brandon's sleepy head, and let her observations slide. "Let's get him settled in his room, and then I'm taking your gorgeous ass and running a hot bath for the both of us." I arched a brow at her. "I hope you love baths." "I think I'm starting to love you," she chuckled. "But honestly, I need to get a playpen or something. I can't just have a random sleepover at your house with a 1-year-old and not have extra clothes and diapers." "Follow me," I said, leading her up to the second floor of my place and to the smallest room I had in my home. "You get him settled in here. I'm going to run out and find the closest store with baby paraphernalia because we're going to make this work." "Quite determined tonight, are we?" I brushed the back of my knuckles along her soft cheek. "I'm just sick of wasting time and being constantly interrupted when we have it." "Here's the key to my house. The playpen is in Brandon's closet, and his backpack is hanging on the back of his door. It's already got extra clothes and diapers packed in it." She smiled and sighed. "Let's hope his teething doesn't keep him up all night, or you're really going to get a taste of the life you believe you want." I grinned. I wasn't lying when I said that to you earlier today. I took the keys to her place, kissed her lips, and stepped toward the door. I find something about all of this beautiful and comforting, and I think it's because I've never known anything like it in my entire life. "That's what scares me," she shook her head. "Now go get his stuff while I draw a bath for us to enjoy when you get back." My dick immediately joined the conversation, and the surge of energy that hit me was enough to make me consider skipping Brandon's stuff for now and handling it later. The need to have this woman again was damn near overpowering. "Make yourself at home. I've a feeling you'll be impressed with my bathroom," I grinned. "It's on the 3rd floor." It took about 30 minutes to gather everything, and when I got back, I peeked into Brandon's room. A soft sigh of happiness slipped out of me when I saw him tucked into the low bed on the floor, throw pillows surrounding him like a cozy little nest. The scene was adorable and a bit surreal, knowing I'd helped create this perfect, nautical-themed space just for him. I headed up to the 3rd floor, where my master suite waited, and with it, the image I'd been craving to see. I paused in the doorway of the master bath, leaning against the frame, and let myself take it all in. Fuck, she's goddamn perfect. Andy was soaking in my tub, and suddenly the entire room I designed myself felt different. It was like everything was softer and lit differently. My massive granite basin sat in the corner of the master bath like a sculpture, carved from a single slab of dark stone and polished until it shimmered like wet obsidian. I designed it to mimic the feel of an infinity pool, the way the edge met the windows with no break, so when you sat inside, it felt like you were floating over the ocean. It was unique, and everything I loved about my vision coming to life served as an escape from the world for me. It all looked different now. Andy was half submerged in the steaming water, her damp hair swept back, eyes closed, lips slightly parted, like the warmth of it all, the stone, the water, the silence, had unraveled something deep inside her. I smiled, just watching. The lights were dimmed low, casting a golden sheen over her skin, and letting shadows trace the curve of her collarbone. Beyond the breathtaking woman resting in my tub was the view through the floor-to-ceiling glass, which only amplified the moment. The ocean stretched out in soft silver waves under the moonlight, and the marina below twinkled like a constellation had crashed into the harbor. The glass walls turned it all into a moving canvas behind her, with waves shifting and the night breeze stirring. It created a surreal atmosphere, as if time had finally slowed down for both of us. The third floor had been built to be my sanctuary, with every detail chosen for comfort and solitude. But in this moment, watching her sink deeper into whatever calm had taken over her, it didn't feel like a sanctuary anymore. It felt like peace. I'll be damned if I wasn't thinking this for the millionth time today. It felt like fucking home. A kind of home I'd never had or thought I needed until all of this hit me without warning. I wasn't just falling in love with her. I was falling in love with everything that made her who she was. I quietly stepped closer, seeing Andy's lips curl faintly like she already knew I was there. I wanted to remember this, the way she looked against all that stone and water and sky. The way something I'd built for myself could hold her like that, could move her like that. God, she was more than beautiful. I peeled off my shirt and let it drop to the warm tile floor before taking off the rest. The water lapped softly as I climbed in behind her, careful not to startle her. But the moment my legs brushed hers under the water, she let out a breath and a lovely, relaxed sigh that added to the unraveling I was feeling inside. She leaned back against me instinctively, bare back pressed to my chest, while her head tipped to rest on my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around her without a word, one hand trailing along the curve of her thigh beneath the water, and the other flattening over her stomach, holding her there. I wanted to go further, but I needed to savor this moment first. "Your bathroom looks like a luxurious spa," she said, her voice humored but soft with relaxation. "Thanks," I chuckled. "I designed it myself." "Holy shit, Dr. Stone," she said, with a cute sassiness that I hadn't heard since we first met. "You designed all of this just for yourself?" she asked softly, her voice sleepier now, like she didn't fully want to break the silence. I pressed a kiss to her temple. "I did, but," I said, my voice low, "I didn't know I'd be sharing it with you." Her hand slid over mine under the water, fingers lacing through as she turned just enough to look up at me. Those eyes, those damn eyes that I could get lost in, were now hazy and heavy-lidded. They met my hungry ones with something more profound than want. Fuck, if I was honest, it was something that stripped me clean. She never broke eye contact when she twisted and pulled herself up to straddle me, her hot slit slick against the tip of my cock she'd grabbed and was now teasing with her entrance that was primed and ready for my hard dick. "Your favorite position, gorgeous," I said, bracing my hand on the back of her neck and bringing her face closer to mine. "I was gentle with you that first night." I leaned up to kiss her lips, then my breath caught as she slowly slid down on my erection. "I'm not going to be as gentle with you this time, gorgeous. I've been waiting and fantasizing about this moment for too fucking long." "You'll fuck me the way I want you to, handsome," she said, moving her hips in circles, the inside of her tight pussy grabbing and pulling my dick like it remembered. "Damn, I've been waiting for you," I said, before my lips covered and swallowed her perfect breasts. This is what I was craving, needing, and desperate for since that night, and I wasn't going to stop until this perfect woman begged me to.
38. Andy. I straddled him, rolling my hips in slow circles, feeling his swollen length stretch and fill me, sparking a fire so deep I knew it would shatter me when I came. My hands pressed into his chest as I moved with purpose, the warm water sloshing around us. God, it felt so good to be back here again, having the upper hand during sex. Jace's head tipped back slightly, his eyes still locked on mine, his breath ragged but controlled. I traced the edge of his jaw with my fingers and brushed my lips against his to tease him. All I wanted was to drive him crazy, not just for the power of it, but because it was safer than asking if he still desired me the way he did on our first night. I gave him a flirty smile with a soft moan after I maneuvered the tip of his cock deep inside me to hit that perfect spot. That's when everything changed. Jace's gaze darkened, his hands clamped around my hips, firm and unyielding. His eyes were sharp and focused in a way that made the breath catch in my throat. The only other time I'd seen him look at me like this was when I first showed up at his office to bring him lunch. The Dr. Stone expression. And fuck, it was hot as hell. He was locked on me, and God only knew where this would go now.
"You think you're in control, gorgeous?"
he said, voice low and dangerous.
"Riding me like you own it? Like you did that entire night I let you take over?"
Before I could answer, he gripped me tighter and lifted me off him like I weighed nothing. The water sloshed as he turned me around, pressing me forward so my elbows braced against the granite ledge and my chest dipped toward the view beyond the window. I let out a moan of appreciation when I felt him push into me from behind. He was deep, firmly set inside me, and devastatingly perfect.
"I let you have control that first night,"
he growled into my ear, while his hips began to move in a rhythm that made it impossible to think.
"I let you tease me, ride me, and take what you wanted."
He thrust harder, driving into me with enough force to make my body jolt forward while my moans grew louder.
"But tonight,"
he said, flattening his palm against my lower back and holding me in place as his other hand slid between my thighs with expert precision.
"Tonight, you're mine. Not just your body. All of you."
My mouth fell open, but nothing came out. Jace was raw, dominant as fuck, and I was unraveling under the way he took me.
"You feel it?"
he rasped.
"The way your body gives into mine."
His voice dropped lower, and his thrusts turned brutal, and I wanted more.
"Like it remembers exactly where I'm meant to be."
My legs started to tremble while I absorbed the pleasure Jace was bringing to life in me, all while being mesmerized by the view of the ocean stretched out before me. The moonlight glistened on black waves, and I couldn't stop quaking after each possessive stroke. Jace gently wrapped his hand around my throat, tilting my head back toward him.
"Tonight, you're going to come when I say, Andy. You're going to be begging for it before I let you fall apart."
My heart pounded while every muscle in my body seized with a strong current of electricity that threatened to explode. I had never felt more dominated or more desired. "Damn it," I gasped, feeling the fire inside me searing and ready to burst. "Baby?"
"Let it build, gorgeous,"
he said.
"I want to feel you clenching me when you come."
"Jesus," I moaned, pleasure coiling tight inside me, pulsing like electric flickers.
"Fuck, yes,"
he panted. I felt like cracking glass, slowly breaking apart as the orgasm built, wave after wave of sensation tearing through me. If he touched my aching clit right now, I'd shatter with or without his permission.
"Fuck. Now,"
he growled.
"Come for me, beautiful. Let me feel it."
My body obeyed, shattering completely as my legs gave out. I cried out, pleasure ripping through me, and a heartbeat later, Jace followed with a deep, guttural groan. His hands clamped down on my hips as he spilled inside me, and I pushed back against him, feeling every pulse and jerk of his release. We stayed like that for a breathless moment, both of us frozen in the aftershock, slick with sweat and steam as the ocean roared quietly beyond the window. I felt him exhale against my neck, and without a word, he slid his arms around me and lifted me into his chest. I fell limp in the best way as he carried our dripping bodies from the bathroom and out to his master bedroom, where he lowered me onto the crisp duvet. Without trying, a spark brought me back to life, and I needed more. I barely had time to catch my breath before he joined me on his massive bed. Jace slid into me again, his muscles still tense and raw, his eyes more focused than ever. His hands moved slowly, gliding over my wet stomach, then down to my thighs, where he gently parted them. I sucked in a breath of satisfaction as his lips moved like lava, kissing the inside of my knee, then higher, carrying heat and need with every inch he claimed. I used to hate the idea of a man going down on me, but after that first night on Jake's yacht, the way Jace worshipped me, I craved it. I gasped when he pressed his mouth to me, teasing at first, then deeper, proving he wanted my taste as much as I needed him there. My back arched as his tongue worked my clit, and his fingers slid inside me, stroking exactly where I needed. I opened wider, gripping the soft duvet, bracing for the ecstasy he was about to unleash.
"All night long, gorgeous,"
he whispered between strokes of his tongue, his dark eyes flicking up to meet mine.
"Just like our first night."
"Yeah," I panted, a sharp ripple piercing me as his tongue pressed firmly against my clit. "Jace," I whimpered, his mouth memorizing me while 3 of his fingers pulled hard against my G-spot. His mouth twisted into a wicked smile.
"I'm going to taste you coming for me,"
he said darkly.
"And when I can't hold back, I'm going to fuck you harder than I ever have."
I trembled under his mouth, his hands, and the promise of more. My dripping core throbbed and pulsed under his command. "Fuck," I gasped, knowing it wouldn't take long. I gripped Jace's hair, his sucking forceful and demanding, until I exploded against his tongue with the hardest orgasm I'd ever felt. I thought I might pass out, but he slid his tongue over me one last time before climbing on top of me and driving in with the force of a feral animal. My body accepted every brutal stroke, and while the orgasm was fading, his relentless pace spurred another one to life. He pushed deeper, igniting the coiling sensation inside me. I panted, clutching the rigid muscles of his back as he owned every part of me. His lips crashed into mine, tongues tangling in urgency as the climax built for both of us. My body was pinned beneath his rhythm, and all that did was send me higher as he drove us into another galaxy. I was out of my mind, and just when I thought the orgasm he'd stolen from me moments earlier was the peak, this one detonated through me even stronger. If this was how the night would go, each climax deeper, more powerful than the last, then by morning, I might not even remember the woman I was before he touched me like this. 39. Andy. I woke from a deep sleep, the sunlight casting a soft glow over the messy sheets, which, by the way, felt more comfortable than any cotton I'd ever lain on. Did they make $1,000 sheets? Because these felt like $1,000 sheets. I could have stayed there all day, recovering from a night that not only rivaled our first time together, but absolutely blew it out of the water. I wouldn't have imagined that was even possible, but here I was, destroyed in the best way. The heaviness in my arms and the lingering echo of how he touched me and claimed me all night long were worth every second of the aftermath. I rolled over to find Jace was already up, and I felt more thankful than tired that we'd finally given in to everything we'd been craving for over a month. It was time to follow his lead and get my ass up and head back to my place to get Brandon and me ready for reality. Work and the babysitter. Oh shit, Brandon, I thought. remembering that I had actual responsibilities, and I couldn't just lie in this heavenly bed all day, stretched out like a princess. I sat up and was immediately met with the stunning view framed by the seamless wall of windows. The ocean stretched out before me, its shimmering waves on full display. From the way his house was positioned along Marina del Rey's shoreline, I could easily see the familiar coast of Santa Monica where my condo was. After I got dressed, I wandered through the massive sanctuary that made up the third level of Jace's home. The low-profile furniture and the way potted trees were placed next to weathered wood dressers all came together with effortless intention. Even his bed, which looked big enough to fit 10 people, added to the vibe. The whole space was zen as fuck. I didn't have time to take it all in last night, and I certainly didn't have time to take it in right now, since I felt like a shitty mom who'd forgotten about her kid, leaving her new boyfriend to take on that responsibility. I walked out of the room and down to the steps just beyond the double doors of the Grand Master Suite, jogged down the stairs, ignoring all the sore spots, and my heart leapt in my chest when I heard my son giggling outside with Jace.
You see that, buddy?
Jace said, squatted down to meet Brandon's height. I covered my smile and my heart at the same time, seeing this most beautiful and welcomed image.
Right there,
Jace said, laughing like a little boy himself.
See it?
Pain, pain, Brandon squealed, bouncing on his chubby legs.
Look at it go.
Jace's eyes crinkled with delight.
Thigh pain,
Brandon shouted as the little aircraft dragged its banner lazily across the morning sky.
You already know how to say plane?
Jace teased, half in awe.
pain.
Brandon corrected, giggling so hard he almost tipped over. I see you two have formed a bond over aviation now, eh? I said, walking out and joining the two guys who filled my heart with so much happiness.
Oh, we're best buds now, Mama,
Jace said. You found the way to each other's hearts. I smiled. The way to each other's hearts. And mine, I thought. Jace looked sexy as hell in his board shorts and gray t-shirt. My eyes went straight to my favorite thing about him in a tee, those biceps straining against the sleeves, his chest perfectly defined beneath the soft cotton. Those damn muscles had kept me busy all night, and if I didn't stop thinking about them, I'd probably call in sick just to demand we pick up where we left off. What time did you get up? I asked, shifting gears. I'm so sorry I slept through Brandon waking up. I didn't hear a thing. Jace scooped Brandon up like he'd been doing it his whole life, kissed my cheek as he reached me, then gently transferred Brandon into my arms. Together we headed inside to the chef's kitchen, just left of the sliding doors that opened to the patio where I'd found him earlier.
He's already had breakfast. I made him oatmeal after he saw the box in my pantry and was wiggling and pointing at it. I figured he must have had it before, and I wasn't wrong because he devoured it quicker than I devoured mine.
Jace chuckled.
Are you up for some oatmeal?
I'm just going to grab a power bar or something from the house, I said, smacking his tight ass when he walked by. You gave me the need for protein consumption this morning, I teased. I need to run, though. I've got to get us ready for the day.
We'll change into something light and breezy, baby,
Jace said with a knowing grin.
Because I called your boss, and you got the day off because you're such a good girl.
He winked, then tossed a grape from the bowl on the kitchen counter into his mouth. You what? I asked with a laugh.
You have the day off. Ash is delighted with the plans I've made for the three of us today. And she said the sitter was happy to take my 2-pound nemesis as well.
He chuckled. You even got Duke all set up? I asked in disbelief. You're gonna pull me out of the real world and get my head so stuck in the clouds that I may never come back down to reality again. I sighed. And what about you? Don't you have to work? Or did you call in sick or something? Because if so, Jake will know you're lying.
I go on call for a 72-hour shift tonight at 7,
he said.
This will be the last time I can spend with you for the next couple of days.
He stepped forward, kissed me again, and ruffled Brandon's hair.
I don't want to miss a moment with you if I don't have to. And Ash was thrilled with the idea.
You, Dr. Stone, are blowing my mind. I smiled and stepped forward to hug him with my free arm. I kissed his cheek and looked into his vibrant eyes. Well, now that's all squared away, what unexpected treat do you have planned for us?
That's for you to find out once Jake drops off the Range Rover,
he said, grabbing an apple, chomping into it, smiling and brushing the tip of his finger over my nose. Jake is dropping off Ash's car? I cringed at how inconvenient and imposing we were becoming to our friends these days.
Trust me, Jake makes my sorry, love-struck ass pay for putting him out,
he said, taking another big bite of his apple.
It gives him the perfect excuse to manipulate me into handing over whatever car he wants for my collection. Again.
I shook my head. Oh man, what are they going to do with us?
They're just happy that we managed to get together like they all wanted.
He glanced down at his watch.
That's the gate. Jake's here. You can either leave your car here or give me a minute to transfer toys, then I'll give you a ride to your place, and we'll head out from there.
I'll go now. I need to give Brandon a quick bath and pack some snacks for this fun little day you've planned for us.
You're the most beautiful woman I've ever known,
he said, kissing my cheek before he turned to head toward his garage entry. I was parked near the path that led down to his private marina access, so I'd have to thank Jake and Ash later for everything they'd been doing for Jace and me during these spontaneous adventures that Jace had planned. Within the hour, Jace, Brandon, and I were loaded into Ash's car. Honestly, having friends who went so far out of their way for us felt surreal. And then there was this man beside me, someone I hadn't expected much from, now lowering every wall he had to make this work. He wasn't just interested in me. He was falling for Brandon, too. Part of me was terrified. Because here I was, looking at an insanely attractive man who seemed to be falling too hard, too fast. And everyone knows how that story usually ends. I wanted to tell us both to slow down before this thing derailed completely. But damn it, I was addicted to the rush of riding alongside him. At least he was on call tonight. It would give us space to breathe, to process, to find a steadier pace. I knew what people would say about how I was handling this, that I was uptight, too cautious. But I had to protect my son and myself. Most single moms didn't bring someone new around their child until things were much more serious than Jace and I were. I couldn't afford to lose myself in a fantasy. Brandon needed a mother who stayed grounded, not one swept away in reckless love. Those days were behind me. "Oh, my goodness," I said with intrigue and delight as we pulled into the parking lot of our destination. "You brought us to the Science Museum? What made you think of this?"
After seeing how excited Brandon was with that airplane this morning, I couldn't resist making a couple of calls and bringing him here.
He smiled at me.
I think he'll like the planetarium exhibit, too.
He glanced back at Brandon, sound asleep in his car seat.
If he wakes up, anyway.
"He'll wake right up," I said, leaning over to kiss him. "You're adorable, and thank you for thinking about him instead of just me." I smiled, then turned to step out of the car before I was stopped by Jace's strong hand. My eyes met his.
"I wouldn't have this any other way with you,"
he said.
"The way I see it, you and Brandon are a package deal, and I need to work for the privilege of being with you both."
I smiled. I'm delighted you see it that way. Inside, I watched my son light up under the glowing planets, Jace at his side like it was second nature.
Mo! Mo!
Brandon squealed, clapping when the stars danced across the dome.
You want more stars, huh?
Jace grinned, hitting the button again.
Star!
Brandon babbled, hand reaching for the light. We ended the day at the Santa Monica Pier with hot dogs and sodas.
Doggy!
Brandon pointed at a seagull creeping toward Jace's fries.
That's not a dog, buddy.
Jace laughed.
But I get why you think so.
Doggy!
Brandon insisted, clapping sticky hands. Jace tore off a piece of bun, handed it over, and Brandon lit up.
Mo!
He chirped, bouncing until Jace gave him another bite. I didn't want the day to end. Somehow Jace gave us every second, even with a brutal shift ahead. As much as I wanted to fall asleep in his arms, what mattered more was the way he showed up. For me. For Brandon. For us. Watching my son glow around him made my chest ache in the best way, and for the first time in a long time, I let myself believe this wasn't just another fleeting moment. It felt like the beginning of something real. Something we could hold on to forever.
40. Jace. I was 48 hours into a 72-hour shift, and this damn place still hadn't given me a breather. Since I'd walked through the doors, it had been trauma after trauma, hallways buzzing with urgency and overhead pages firing off like clockwork. Normally, by this point, I'd be running on fumes and autopilot. But tonight was different. I was wired, in the best damn way. Hell, I felt like a rookie again, fired up even while getting my ass handed to me. In the chaos, my mind kept flashing to Andy. I pictured her on her evening walk with that shithead Duke and my new little buddy, Brandon. Or maybe she was on her patio, watching the sunset roll in with the breeze. What I really wanted to imagine was her and Brandon safe and happy at my place, waiting for me to come home. But I knew I was steamrolling things and needed to chill the hell out. As much as I wanted to ask her to move in already, I also knew I had to slow down. Still, I couldn't help it. I was thrilled at the possibilities, and somewhere along the way, my usual patient, steady self had disappeared right along with the man I used to be. "Dr. Stone," a nurse said in a flirty tone. "Sure you don't want me to grab you a coffee? Maybe a neck rub?" I glanced up from finishing a patient's chart and spotted Kayla, one of the new hires. A month ago, I probably would have welcomed the attention. Maybe even flirted back, just to feel something during a long shift. But now? Nothing. Her pretty face, puppy dog eyes, and overly done makeup for an on-call shift barely registered. If anything, it made me cringe. "I'm good, thanks," I said, dismissing her ulterior motive with my tone. "You do look exhausted," Tasha added, another nurse who never seemed to take the damn hint. Her tone made it clear that if I gave them anything else, I'd be stuck in this conversation all night. "Honestly, I'm fine, thanks." I handed off the chart to the receptionist. "Enjoy the quiet while it lasts. Something tells me it won't be long." I forced a polite smile and walked away before they could say anything else. None of it landed the way it once did. I used to eat up the attention. It was a quick way to stay sharp and keep the night moving. But now, my mind was locked onto the only woman who mattered, the one who left me more fulfilled every time I was with her. I needed a power nap, though, because it wasn't a lie when I told them this reprieve wouldn't last. Hell, I was shocked an emergency hadn't been called in the last 5 minutes. The on-call suite Jake and I shared was more like an upscale apartment than a hospital crash pad. Leather couch, blackout curtains, even a rainfall shower. Perks of Jake's brother being the guy who practically owned the place. I kicked off my shoes, lay back on the couch, and 30 seconds after closing my eyes, buzz, pager lit up. Of course. I sat up, scrubbed a hand over my face, and marched down to the cardio ER wing. On the way, I read the page, bracing myself for whatever was about to hit. Male, approximately mid-70s, sudden collapse at private residence. Blood pressure 85/56, heart rate 52 and irregular. Unresponsive on scene for 1 minute. Confused on arrival. Transferred to St. John's ER under cardiac alert. Holy fuck, I thought as I stopped in my tracks. The name hit harder than any trauma page I'd ever received. It was old man Sebastian Astor, one of my dad's good friends, and the father of my childhood friends, Sebastian and John. Jesus Christ. He was practically an uncle to me growing up. My brother had always been closer to him, sure, but I still loved the man. I couldn't believe I was seeing his name on that goddamn page. I changed direction immediately, cutting through the garden corridor and moving fast. My badge beeped me through the trauma access doors, and I rushed into the ER, heart pounding. "Are vitals holding?" I asked. "Barely, doctor," the charge nurse answered, walking at my side. "HR is at 49, his BP is slipping into the 70s systolic. Patient had an irregular rhythm on arrival, no history of heart conditions on file." "He collapsed at a private residence?" "Yes, his son's home. His son, Sebastian, called it in. The paramedics said he was passed out cold." As we waited for the arrival, I grounded myself, forcing my emotions into check and focusing solely on the task at hand. This couldn't be Mr. Astor to me right now. He had just to be the next patient I would bust my ass to save tonight. And I would save him. I sucked in a breath, my control faltering the second the trauma doors burst open and he was wheeled in. A wave of paramedics rushed through, pushing a gurney carrying him, looking pale and drenched in sweat, with an oxygen mask strapped to his face. I swallowed hard, gave a brisk nod, shoved my emotions down, and moved to his side. "You're in good hands, sir. I'll have you feeling great in no time," I said mechanically, feeling only determination to save his heart and life. His eyes fluttered. "Jace," he rasped, "was supposed to be a quiet dinner." My throat locked. For half a second, the boy in me wanted to crumble, but the surgeon didn't let me. "Yeah, well," I forced a smile. "You always did command the attention of every room. This was a bit over the top, though, don't you think?" Then I flipped the switch. The man I loved like an uncle had disappeared, and all that remained was the patient. Male, late 70s, suspected multivessel disease. A heart I was about to save. I turned to the team, ready and waiting to get things moving forward and figure out what was happening with Sebastian's heart. "Get an EKG now," I snapped. "Push fluids, drop troponin," I continued, barking orders and commanding the scene. "I want an echo in Trauma Bay 2, stat." Everyone moved in tandem like a well-oiled machine while I stayed by Sebastian's side. I wasn't going to lose the old bastard, whom I was fighting to dissociate from, and I sure as fuck wasn't going to lose my edge as a brilliant cardiac doctor by letting my emotions get in the way. The moment we stepped into the cath lab, I turned my feelings off like flipping a light switch. Sebastian was no longer one of my father's best friends, or the man who taught me how to play polo, or gave me my first taste of scotch when I was too young. He was simply a male in his late 70s who'd collapsed at a private residence with suspected multivessel coronary artery disease. The next patient in the line of patients I'd been saving since I got on shift, and I was about to save his ass. I locked eyes with the cardio team. "Let's move. We're going femoral and local anesthesia and fluoro live. Someone please notify the cath attending that I'll be leading this." We all moved quickly and precisely, our hands and voices remaining calm. I fell into a sterile rhythm, as if it were second nature, like I always did. His heart didn't care that we had a personal history. His arteries were closing off, and he was minutes away from becoming a ghost in a bespoke suit, and it wasn't my job to feel that shit. "Angiograms shows severe narrowing, LAD and right coronary," the interventionalist confirmed. "Balloon both," I ordered. "We placed 2 drug-eluting stents. We're not waiting for a second hit." I guided the wire in with perfect precision and without so much as a tremor in my fingers. There wasn't a hint of hesitation, and every move was clean, laser-focused, and professional. I watched as blood flow returned and his rhythm steadied while his blood pressure climbed back into the safe zone. 2 stents deployed, my nurse said. Flow restored and rhythm is normalizing, she nodded after eye contact with me. We're clear, doctor. I stood there for a moment, just breathing. This could have been so much fucking worse, but thank God it wasn't. I listened as the monitor settled into a strong, stable rhythm. All vitals looked perfect. This was fucking textbook. Sebastian was still unconscious, lightly sedated, and the post-op nurse would wheel him down to post-op while I met with his family and whoever else was here with them. I walked through the hallway, still keeping all emotion buried, while I spoke with my family's friends and alerted them that Sebastian was alive and recovering. The waiting room came into view. It was quiet and dimly lit, tucked in behind frosted glass doors reserved for the families of high-stakes patient emergencies. I saw them through the glass, first Darcy, Seb's fiancée, who was near the corner with a pale face and arms tightly folded together, but still composed. Seb was pacing in stiff, frantic loops, always commanding, even when fearful. Then there was Margot Astor, who was like a rigid ant to me, standing elegantly with her hands clutched together. She was regal, as I had always known the woman to be, even though I knew she was terrified. I blew out a calming breath, and then walked in. He's stable, I immediately said, sparing dramatics and giving answers first. There were 2 severe blockages, one in the LAD and the other in the coronary artery. We placed 2 drug-eluting stents, and blood flow is fully restored. I smiled at the relief in everyone's expressions. He responded well. Sebastian dropped into a chair as if his knees gave out, and Darcy rushed to support him, but Margot didn't move. Her eyes stayed on me like she didn't know how to respond. He'll be moved to step-down cardiac recovery within the hour, I continued calmly. If all continues smoothly, he'll be up and walking tomorrow and back home by the end of the week. She stepped toward me as Sebastian and Darcy rose, their expressions filled with extreme relief. "And you?" Her voice trembled. "You're the one who operated on him, Jace." I nodded. Yes, ma'am, I was the one on call. Unexpectedly, she reached out and touched my arm. "Oh, dear boy," she said. "You just saved my husband's life." Then, as most life-saving surgeries went, I found myself being hugged with utter gratitude by the patient's spouse. Once I let my emotions return, I fully accepted Margot's embrace and informed everyone that they could see him once he was awake. That's when the unexpected invitation came, and if it had been announced by anyone but Margot, the matriarch of the Astor family, I would have brushed it off as nothing more than the emotional high of relief and celebration. But Margot never said things she didn't mean, especially when it came to invitations. "I'll be hosting a formal dinner in your honor to celebrate you and your skills. Invitations will be sent, and you will be there, young man." She smiled, and I looked at Sebastian with the only look that would make the man go from being severely concerned to humored. He shrugged while Darcy cringed, and just like that, I was facing another damn elite soiree, one that wouldn't just force me to mingle in their circles, but also put me in the spotlight, being acknowledged like I was some kind of celebrity. I would have politely declined, but no one turned down an invitation from Margot Astor. That's why Sebastian wore a sympathetic yet slightly amused look on his face. Oh well. Maybe this was the part where I would blow their fucking minds with my new girlfriend and her son. That should make for some stellar entertainment, especially since, not even a week ago, my girl was at one of these exact events, surrounded by all the assholes Margot would invite, including my parents, and every one of them last saw her on Hawk's arm. This was bound to be a master class in managing world-class awkwardness. Should be fun.
41. Andy. The sunset walks and all the little things. Even being surrounded by the mystical, beautiful paintings in Ash's gallery felt brighter since I finally let go of my fear and hesitation and trusted Jace with my heart. Everything had become more vivid and wistful. I was happy. Honestly, I felt even better than I did after first meeting Jace on the yacht. I had no idea what shifted to align the stars like this, but I wasn't asking questions anymore. "Are you ready for Jace to pick you up and whisk your sexy little butt off into the sunset?" Ash asked, still unfazed by our inconveniencing her with our dog and needing her car a few days ago. "I cannot figure out how you and Jake don't hate us yet," I sighed. "You're too sweet, as always." I smiled and hugged her. Ash laughed into my hug and stepped back. "That's because I absolutely love everything about new love," she said. "When the universe aligns two souls that were meant to be together." She drifted off, floating up into her hippie Ash world. "It's just beautiful. I experienced it with Jacob, and I know the feelings that come along with two perfect halves uniting." "Oh, babe," I said, smiling at her. "We're barely starting to date, and although I can't get the man out of my mind, or this damn smile off my face, we're just getting to know each other. Unfortunately, getting to know each other means banishing the dog who hates love to another room and risking Jake ending up with a case of blue balls so bad he might never speak to us again by the time we even figure out each other's birthdays." She rolled her eyes. "We've managed just fine with Duke. Jake is just being dramatic so he can give Jace shit about it. That's how those men are, trust me. Duke is not a problem. In fact, he sleeps with Kaylee and is becoming quite attached to her." She laughed. "That might be your real problem. Duke never wanting to leave his favorite girl for you." I rubbed my forehead. "What an ordeal, you know?" I laughed. "I mean, I take in a perfect little dog from a guy who was trying to date me. I wind up dating him, and now that dog hates the guy, and I'm about to lose said dog because I can't have him around if I want to be with the guy." "Sounds like a classic crossroads scenario," Ash chirped. "Boyfriend or the dog?" I laughed and shook my head. "There's no better way to put it," I said with honesty. "However, boyfriends come and go, and dogs stay loyal until the end, right? So my choice should be easy here," I teased. "In my opinion, that dog's loyalty is starting to shift to my little girl, and you're about to lose the dog entirely." Our laughter and silly conversation came to a halt the moment Jace walked in. He pulled off his silver Ray-Bans, his hair tousled in that unmistakable, just fucked kind of way, looking like a gift from the gods.
"Hey, gorgeous,"
he said, approaching me, kissing my cheek, and then turning to Ash.
"Hey, Ash. Thanks again for keeping the dog for us tonight."
"I was just telling Andy that soon enough, you both won't have to worry about him," Ash answered.
"How so?"
Jace laughed, his hand sliding to my lower back.
"Does Jake have plans to drop him off at an animal rescue shelter?"
"He wishes, but no. Kaylee and Duke are best buds at home and the sitter's house. They're becoming quite inseparable."
"No shit?"
Jace said, as if his secret prayers had been answered. I nudged him in his side. "We're not dumping the dog you gave me on Jake and Ash," I chuckled.
"I don't see why not,"
Jace said, eyes bright and practically filled with holiday cheer.
"The dog loves their daughter."
He extended his hand out toward Ash.
"Ash loves him too, and I think we should do what's best for everyone, mainly the dog, you know?"
I narrowed my eyes at him while Ash laughed. "You spend way too much time working with my husband," Ash said. "You guys get out of here. We can't wait to see you at our place for dinner tonight." "See you then," I said, taking Jace's hand and leaving work to go wherever this place was he'd been planning to take me since his 72-hour-long shift. "Okay, I'm very curious as to where we're going." You sounded like a little boy who just walked into a room full of Hot Wheels last night when you called to let me know Ash would be taking me to work and you'd be picking me up. I eased my arm around his waist and leaned into him like we'd been a couple for years. His strong, imposing demeanor and commanding masculinity felt like second nature to him and to me.
You'll see, gorgeous.
He kissed my cheek. We got into his sleek Aston Martin and drove up the coast, and I had no clue where we were headed. Ash told me about Sebastian's dad, I said. I don't know much about the Astors, but she said your family is close with them? He nodded, his hand casually gripping the steering wheel.
I've known them my entire life.
He smiled over at me.
Old man Sebastian is like an uncle to me. They're some of our oldest family friends, doing vacations and other extravagant shit together for as long as I can remember.
It's incredible that you saved his life, I said. His lips tightened, and he let out a breath while changing lanes.
I'm thankful I was able to treat him like he was any other patient I'd bust my ass to save in that ER. I just had to bury my emotions pretty deep.
I interlaced my fingers with his, loving the warmth and comfort I felt doing it. I'm happy that you saved him. It appears you're a damn fine doctor, Dr. Stone. He smiled and brought my hand up to his lips for a kiss.
It's always awesome when I save a life, especially a friend's.
He smiled at me.
Which brings me to what we're doing today and why.
This I'm excited to hear about, I said with excitement.
I'm doing this for you with the hope that you easily accept gifts from the heart.
I felt all warm and fuzzy inside, as every woman did who was falling in love. Of course, I laughed, seeing the same excitement I heard on the phone last night.
Just the answer I wanted and needed to hear.
He kissed the back of my hand again.
So, unfortunately,
he sighed.
Lord, how do I present this?
It's just me. Just say it, I urged.
Well, my family and their circle are a lot like what you saw and experienced when you were with Titus.
He paused and waited for my response. Okay. Are you trying to tell me you're going to start acting like them now?
Fuck no,
he stated emphatically.
Okay. After I saved Sebastian's life, his wife, Margot, insisted that a celebration be thrown in my honor. I want you to come with me. And if you can't find a sitter for Brandon...
I cannot ask Jake and Ash to watch him again, I said, chuckling.
No,
he laughed.
I wanted to ask if you'd bring him along. When I introduce you to my family and their friends, I want them to see everything and every reason I want and need you in my life.
Good grief. I leaned my elbow on the door and brought my hand to my forehead. I'm so sorry for this, but I was already introduced to them when I was with Titus.
Don't worry about that,
he said.
Hawk will be there too, and since you both parted ways as friends, that shouldn't be awkward. But if you're worried about what others might say, then don't. Titus would never allow anyone to say anything negative about you. It's just the kind of man he is.
I inhaled deeply and nodded. Okay, then. I'd be delighted to go with you. When is it?
Next weekend when I have Saturday off from work, he answered. Does that work for you?
My parents are taking Brandon next weekend, I said. Ordinarily, they wouldn't mind me shuffling weekends, and I know you said you want everyone to meet him, but maybe it should wait for a less formal setting. It might be easier for me to navigate this for the first time without a 1-year-old hanging on me. He nodded.
I completely understand,
he agreed.
I would love my guy there, but perhaps you're right. It would be much easier on him and you not to force the kid into an exhausting evening of lavish bullshit. He should enjoy his grandparents for the weekend instead of a bunch of strangers.
I love that you are so thoughtful when it comes to him, I said. Really, I do. He grinned.
Well, then you'll love what I have planned for today for him. And you, and of course for me too. Now, I want you to know it's yours if you'll take it. The reason I'm gifting this to you and covering all the extra expenses is to show you what you mean to me. Not just as my girlfriend, but as the person who's transformed me into someone I barely recognize.
He kissed my hand again and smiled.
I used to be stuck in a lonely, empty life, and if, for some reason, I fuck all this up by not living up to your boyfriend's standards, I want you to know there are no strings attached to this gift. It's simply my way of saying thank you. That's all.
Damn, I almost feel like I need to sign a disclaimer from the way you're talking about this gift. What did you do, buy me a new house? I chuckled. Then we turned into the luxury Porsche dealership in Beverly Hills. Oh shit, was my first and only response as I sat suddenly tense and not knowing what the fuck to think about this gift.
Like I was saying before.
He paused, parked, and placed his hand over the seat rest.
There are no strings. I did this so we didn't have to borrow Jake and Ash's Range Rover anymore. We need an extra seat now that you're allowing me to join in on all the fun with you and Brandon.
I didn't know what to say while Jace's eyes roamed my face for something.
It's not an SUV. I didn't think you'd be up for that since you drive a 911 Carrera.
He chuckled while my shock was subsiding. After this little gift you're giving me, Dr. Stone of the Stone Family Old Money Fund, we really need to establish a $10 spending limit for the broke jokers in the relationship. He smiled, leaned over, and kissed my forehead.
What you do for me is worth more than a stupid car.
His lips captured mine in a delicious, consuming kiss I'd been craving since the last time we were together. My God, this man had the pedal to the floor with us now, and in a 4-door Porsche, no less. Hell, I couldn't even imagine what kind of over-the-top gifts Titus would have thrown at me if I'd stayed with him. We walked in, and the air and atmosphere reminded me of when I walked into a dealership like this with my parents, and they bought me my car. It smelled like oiled leather and money. From the white marble floors and glass walls to the sleek espresso area in the corner, everything gleamed in powerful beauty. I froze and instinctively clung to Jace's arm, and it wasn't because I was facing a brand new Porsche with a bow and my name on it. Fucking Jonathan, I thought while my stomach dropped. He leaned on the counter like he owned the goddamn place, wearing a gray button-down shirt, black slacks, and a gold watch gleaming under the lights. His beard was neatly trimmed, hair cut short and styled sleekly. Definitely not the work of your local budget barber. This bastard used to sell used Nissans behind a strip mall in Van Nuys, acting like he was some kind of savior for handing people the keys. He'd come home every night, crack a beer, and talk big about promises that never meant a damn thing. Now the bastard looked like he was swimming in money. But I knew this fucker, and he was just a greasy, used car salesman at best. What are the fucking odds? I whispered.
What's that?
Jace said, a moment before we were interrupted when the bastard walked up to us. My ex, Brandon's dad, I muttered. Before I could say, get me the fuck out of here, the asshole was marching toward us. Fuck.
Andy?
He said with surprise. His smile was the same, at least, perfect and practiced.
Wow, seriously, it's been... I believe the vehicle I ordered should be here.
Jace interrupted, feeling my instant tension in reaction to Jonathan's voice. Jace's voice was low and protective, easily warning off this dickhead. Jonathan brought his attention to Jace, and I watched as Jonathan's sleazy energy changed instantly. Jace stood cool and confident, towering over him. He was dressed like the entire dealership answered to him, wearing dark navy-tailored slacks, a crisp white shirt open at the collar, and a presence that screamed quiet dominance. Jace slid his arm around my waist, ensuring Jonathan knew his place around him and me.
Mr. Stone?
Jonathan greeted him in the respect that Jace's demeanor demanded.
Yes, your Porsche was overnighted from the VIP fleet in Vegas, and it arrived this morning, fully optioned as you requested. We, made sure it was done fast and efficiently, sir. I know. I made some calls,
was all Jace said. Jonathan nodded, but his expression showed how uncomfortable he was. He wasn't used to taking orders, especially in my presence. Of course, in his head he was probably laughing, thinking Jace was just using me, flaunting his wealth by buying a new car in front of me, and I was eating it up like an easily impressed silly girl. Little did this dickhead know.
She's the one driving it,
Jace said, practically answering my thoughts and shutting down whatever bullshit Jonathan might have been thinking.
So if there is anything that doesn't meet her standards, you'll be hearing from her.
Jonathan gave a fake-as-hell laugh.
No, man, it's all good. It's gorgeous. You've got excellent taste. I know,
Jace said, then leaned over and picked up the tablet from the counter.
Is the exclusive driver mode unlocked? Yes, sir. It has been calibrated for optimal performance, and the custom seat memory feature has been installed. Everything is upgraded to your specifications from the motor to the headliner,
Jonathan answered.
Which, might I add, I don't need a sales pitch.
Jace interrupted whatever bullshit Jonathan was about to grease him up with.
Just make sure my lady loves her car and we'll be on our way.
Jace handed the tablet back to a silenced Jonathan.
Run the payment through my holding account at Stone Capital. You've got the wire.
That was all Jonathan needed to hear to realize the man standing next to me wasn't fucking around. And it was probably for the best that the only words that dickhead managed to say to me were the ones he attempted to get out when we walked in right before Jace cut him off mid-sentence. Once we were finally out of Jonathan's sight and walking toward the front, where they had the new car waiting, I nearly collapsed into Jace's arms, the tension and adrenaline from being around that asshole draining out of me all at once. I couldn't even begin to process the phenomenal car Jace had ordered for me, let alone wrap my head around seeing that insufferable bastard again. My head throbbed, and all I wanted was to go home, lie down, and skip dinner entirely.
You okay, baby?
Jace said.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea.
I smiled at him. Of course you didn't. I let out a tired laugh. Hell, I never imagined that asshole selling cars in a place like this.
You'd be surprised at the number of dicks who get cars pushed out of places like this. It's why I use my connections to purchase through them and avoid those snakes.
Well, he's definitely that type, I said.
Are you okay to drive? You honestly look like you've seen a ghost.
A ghost in tailored fucking pants, I sighed. I wish we could just ride up the coast on your motorcycle and shake off these nerves.
We can.
No. We're not backing out on Jake and Ash and leaving them to babysit my son, I said with a smile, my hand cupping his face. Thank you for this beautiful car, and the reason you bought it. But more than that, thank you for showing him exactly what he is. Nothing. Jace's grin was slow, wicked.
Wasn't that hard, so no thanks necessary, gorgeous.
He opened the door with a flourish.
Now get in, and let's see what she's got against the Aston. I'll race you to Jake's. Don't worry. An evening with those two will loosen you up again. And later tonight...
His voice dropped, heat sliding into his tone.
I'll make sure you forget that idiot ever existed. Deal?
Best deal I could ever ask for, handsome, I murmured, my heart swelling with love. His eyes locked on mine, amused and warm all at once.
Great answer, Miller.
42. Jace. Unfortunately, the last time I had any quality time with Andy and Brandon was the evening we spent having dinner with Jake, Ash, and their kids. I was thankful for that night for multiple reasons. Most importantly, it served to unwind Andy's nerves from the run-in with her ex, whom she thought she'd never see or hear from again. But the other reason, which stirred my soul and moved me deeply to my core, was being able to witness what Ash had been talking about. Kaylee forming a beautiful, timeless bond with Duke, which meant there was hope after all to get that fucker off to a better home than Andy's, keeping my nuts perfectly intact. I know it was a horrible thought, but Christ almighty, that dog had dominance issues. He would not let any man around their woman, as if he were protecting her from the heartbreak. He was like a living, breathing chastity belt. I had to admit that Duke's protectiveness was a pretty cool feature when the dog wasn't trying to castrate my ass, but finding his territorial off switch was a whole other puzzle that I wasn't in the mood to solve. The dog was a guy's best friend, and he proved it when Ash and Andy went into the house with the kids, and Duke wanted to remain outside with the men. He chilled with me like my best fucking bud, and so long as he wasn't insisting on love triangle dramatics, I didn't mind the cute little rat. Since that evening was the last time I'd enjoyed Andy's company, thanks to work, I felt fortunate and honored to truly appreciate this night. The night we arrived at Sebastian and Margot's newly purchased estate in Pacific Palisades. The night we were all gathered to honor me for saving Sebastian IV, a man whose second chance at life had prompted all these random one-percenters to fly in from around the globe to celebrate. I still can't believe your parents bought real estate here to call home, I said to their youngest son, John. I swear, something shifted in them after I made it clear I was willing to write their asses off to keep Mickey in my life. And then Mark went wild and free and walked out on his wedding. That softened them up, but Seb falling in love with a failing winery owner's daughter shook them to the core. I think they just gave up trying after that. We both chuckled. Sounds like something out of a damn soap opera, I said, taking a sip of expensive bourbon. Isn't everything in this ridiculous world we decided never to be a part of? John arched an eyebrow at me. I clinked my glass to the tip of his. And never did and never will, my friend. It's just too bad my brother is too tied up in it to let go and have a conscience like Seb did. John nodded and shrugged. We wouldn't have seen Seb become the man he is if life hadn't left him a widower. That loss forced him into the arms of a woman who tamed his arrogant ass and humbled him in a way no one else ever could. I took a deep breath and watched Dorian, who wasn't here to honor me, but, like nearly everyone else, was here to surround himself with silk, suits, and status. Perhaps there's hope for the asshole to be happy beyond empty promises for money, I said, knowing there was really no hope for that asshole. It wasn't just his arrogance that trapped him in this empty life, but his need to kiss everyone's ass to feel like he mattered. Or so I assumed. I couldn't judge him too harshly, though. Until I met Andy, I was just like him, shallow and stuck with the fucked-up idea that every relationship was as broken as my parents. There's always hope, my man. Look at your sorry ass, even mine. I smirked. True. My eyes scanned the area while standing in the group of men who were my closest, trustworthy friends at these bullshit events. The Astors estate rose high above the cliffs of Pacific Palisades, where the hills rolled gently into the Pacific. Honestly, I was shocked that the rumors were true, that they'd settled here just 2 weeks ago. If I hadn't seen the blockages with my own eyes, I'd have blamed that heart attack on Old Man Astor having to sign the deed for a West Coast home. In a million years, I never imagined this day coming, but here I was, standing in their backyard. By backyard, I mean tiered limestone patios and endless infinity pools that seemed to spill seamlessly into the sea beyond, and a terrace expansive enough to host an orchestra, draped in ivy that cascaded over balconies crafted from imported wood. The servers floated around, offering lobster canapes and glasses of chilled cristal. I wasn't built for this world, nor was John, and it's why he and I usually huddled together at these events when forced to attend. Even though I grew up in this lifestyle, it wasn't who I was. My parents immersed themselves in this life and wore it like a tailored suit or evening dress. But my life, just like John's, revolved around the pressure of saving lives and learning how to keep people healthy through medical research. For me, it was about beating death itself in that damn OR, saving my patients, and riding the adrenaline rush whenever the opportunity arose. Margot Astor's gratitude and new appreciation for my field of work and expertise were the reason I was here tonight. I did appreciate someone in this world finally valuing the path I'd chosen in my life. Margot looked like royalty, as usual, standing beside Sebastian as if she were the reason he was alive and kicking. And maybe she was, aside from those few hours when she had to trust his life with my skills and knowledge. She offered me a subtle and elegant smile from across the patio and stepped forward as the music softened. I chuckled under my breath, watching her heels touch the stone but making no sound. The woman was born and bred to maneuver this life with flawless grace.
Friends, thank you all for joining us this evening, and welcome to our new home. We are so grateful to be here and live closer to our children. Now more than ever, Sebastian and I cherish our family and our health. Tonight is not just a celebration of family, health, and Sebastian's life, but it is to honor to the man whose strength and skill is the reason Sebastian stands with us tonight.
I instantly tensed, all eyes on me as if I were being awarded a medal at a yacht race. Shit like this was not my thing. Dorian would have done anything for this kind of acknowledgement, but not me.
Dr. Jace Stone, she smiled at me. You've always been like a nephew to us, but the other night, your skill and talents came to the aid of my husband, saving him and our family from despair. Tonight, we honor you as the gifted physician you are. There aren't words to express our gratitude, so we can only come together and acknowledge your wonderful deeds.
In proper form and fashion, the crowd, invited exclusively to honor Sebastian's survival, responded with a low, resounding, and almost reverent applause. I gave a single nod, desperate for this part to be over, and felt relief when the low hum of the orchestra returned, signaling the end of the introductions. Then, as if God himself had offered me a gift, my eyes fell on Andy. I smiled when the tension inside me faded, and voices around me were muted. She stood near the edge of the pool in a dress that made every man glance twice. She was angelic, the twilight sky highlighting her perfect body in that damn dress that appeared to be poured onto her like honey. The front plunged into a low V, with tiny straps covering her sun-bronzed shoulders, and her back bare, except for where the silk of the dress gently draped over her lower back. Fuck, I was a lucky man. As I took another sip of bourbon, I realized everything I'd been questioning since meeting her and falling head over heels for her son. Tonight, they were honoring me for saving a man's life, but the woman whose beauty I was drinking in was the reason I wanted more than just a selfish fling, more than just the operating room. Andy changed everything. I was no different from anyone else in this room, except they chased money and status, while I chased that damn OR and the achievements I earned there. Until her, St. John's was my obsession and my addiction. I smiled. She changed me. And though I knew there was no hope for Dorian, John might just be right. If his brother could change, and if I could change, maybe all it took was letting someone with meaning and purpose into our lives to change our damaged ways of thinking. Perhaps it took the stars to align, allowing us to let our guards down. I smiled while tipping the rim of my glass for one last sip before walking over to my lady and proudly introducing her to my parents. We may have been here to honor the man who saved Sebastian Astor IV, but the only person on this terrace of the Astors' luxurious estate who deserved recognition was my lady, the one who saved my life.
43. Andy. The sun had slipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow over the magnificent Astor estate. I could never have imagined myself living in a sanctuary like this, one that rivaled every multi-million-dollar home in the city, let alone owning a place in the Hamptons and a historic family winery overseas. It was hard to wrap my head around the idea that people lived like this as if it were normal. I wasn't judging. I was just standing there, quietly awed by it all. "How are you holding up, kid?" Mickey, John Astor's wife, asked. I smiled. Sort of mesmerized, I guess. Avery chuckled. "Mesmerized by your lover boy's accomplishments? Or by this atmosphere where, if we're not draped in velvet or silk, we might as well go fuck ourselves and head home?" "Don't let it intimidate you," Darcy said with a smile, laughing along with us at Avery's comment. "It's all just a tax write-off," she added with a wink. "Not that your handsome Jace isn't worthy of it," she clarified quickly. "But this is just what these people do. It's how they—" She paused, searching for the right words. "Well, I guess it's their version of trading office memos," she said, lifting her champagne for a sip. "You really did do your research on them, huh?" I asked. I remembered what I'd learned on the yacht, that the Astor's oldest son had fallen hard for her, while she was only after her next headline story on him. "Oh boy," she chuckled, while the other women exchanged humored expressions. "I have every insider's dream about these elites and how they are. Every hug, smile, flute of champagne, and nibble of caviar is a business transaction or a tax write-off. There's almost nothing genuine behind the charm. Most of the families flown here from around the world on the Astor's fleet of jets care about little more than their personal gain." "Holy shit. They flew everyone in on their fleet of jets?" I asked.
"Tax write-off," I heard Jace say in a humorous voice, his hand sliding over my lower back. "Hey, gorgeous." He kissed my cheek, then addressed the women I stood with while waiting for him to become free for the night. "If you ladies don't mind," he said with a smile, "I'm gonna steal this lovely woman away for a moment." He looked at Mickey and added, "I told John we'd rejoin you all where the husbands are already summoning their wives with those broody stares." Jace lifted his half-finished bourbon glass and gestured toward the spot where the men had gathered, tucked slightly away from the crowds. "Jesus, that lawn furniture would make Martha Stewart jealous," Mickey said with a laugh. Then she looked at Darcy. "Can you and Sebastian get your plans in gear and get married so I don't have to deal with your future mother-in-law like this alone?" "We'll see you guys in just a few," Avery said, then turned to the women. "Let's go pacify our drooling husbands, shall we?" The ladies walked off, and I laughed to myself, struck by the thought that they were all in this life but not of it. Even though Jace's family clearly expected a few appearances, it was obvious he felt the same way. And just like that, I found myself more at ease being here on his arm than I ever expected. What I loved most was how natural it all felt, the way he and I moved through this together, like we'd been doing it our whole lives. Jace's hand remained firmly in place on my lower back. "Let's get the whole meeting my parents part out of the way so we can actually enjoy the night," he said, pressing a kiss to my temple. "Let's hope it goes smoothly," I murmured, leaning into him. "And by the way, congratulations on tonight." I drew in a little closer. "You deserved the recognition, whether or not you wanted to be here." "The whole damn night makes a lot more sense now that you said that." He smirked as we approached the Stones. They were mid-conversation with a small group, but quickly excused themselves the moment they spotted their son. "Son?" His dad shook Jace's hand. "It's an honor to be here tonight. I'm very proud of you and have been since I heard the news," he said with a distinguished nod. Only since he heard the news? I thought, hearing the weight of that implication loud and clear. "Thank you," Jace acknowledged. "And if I remember correctly," the sharply dressed man brought his gaze to me. "We've already met?" "Yes," Jace's mom, who'd been quietly examining the woman at Jace's side, said in an elegant tone that matched the guests. "Andy, right?" "Yes." I smiled, then quickly closed my eyes, realizing I'd completely forgotten their names while, of course, they hadn't forgotten mine. "I'm so sorry." "Never apologize, dear." She cut me off like a strict teacher who couldn't stand the class clown. "This is my mother, Victoria."
Jace finally killed the awkward exchange.
And my father, Everett Stone.
He smiled, while holding onto my back as if he were anchoring us in place.
Titus mentioned that you all met for a brief moment in Costa Rica.
Yes. Victoria's stare was on me now like she was scrutinizing a dossier. You made quite an entrance being there on Titus's arm. Titus had exquisite taste in, well, everything that night. Everett nodded and glanced toward his son.
It is indeed an interesting turn of events,
he said with a measured tone. He wasn't unkind. He was probably more ambivalent than anything else, merely acknowledging my place in his son's life.
It is,
Jace said.
I understand this might seem confusing, but Andy is not with Titus. She's with me, should either of you be reeling with judgment or curiosity.
Jace wasn't being rude, merely setting the tone, making it clear that any assumptions or stories about me, him, and Titus needed to stop before they even started. I remained as calm as I could, still embarrassed that I couldn't recall their names and that any of this needed to be made clear in the first place. Looking around at the people in attendance, thinking about how many of the people at this event quite literally ran the world in one aspect or another, it made me wonder if his parents thought both Jace and Titus had lost their minds by associating with me in the first place. I'm glad that is cleared up, Victoria said, drawing an end to the conversation. It felt like there should have been so much more conversation, but honestly, what were we supposed to say? That I was a one-night stand that Jace couldn't get out of his head? Then I started seeing Titus and enjoying the fact that both men wanted me, all while being a single mom and leaving my child with a babysitter while I wore rare jewels and tailored gowns. Jesus Christ. I'm glad I didn't say that out loud, because just thinking about it made me feel a little disgusted with myself.
Good evening,
Titus said, practically manifesting into the conversation as if the Spaniard god had been summoned.
Evening, Titus,
Everett acknowledged.
Hey, man,
Jace said, his voice now tense. I suddenly felt like shit that my games had put him in this position on a night when his parents should have been focused on being proud of him for saving a life. Titus, darling, Victoria smiled. We were just being reintroduced to the lovely Andy, whom we met in Costa Rica. I assume you remember.
Of course I do.
He turned and winked as if to say, calm the fuck down, I've got this.
And I'll say to you now, Miss Miller, just as I did that evening when you so humbly offered to support my efforts in my mother's memory.
He took my hand and kissed the air above it.
I'm honored to be in your company again.
Then he looked over at Jace.
In fact, that's why I'm here. I look forward to catching up with you and your lovely woman once you're finished here. I'll be with the Mitchells and Astors where they're seated, having drinks with their wives.
He stepped back, and all I could do was smile in amazement that he'd somehow instantly cleared the stain on my name from that whole play-dating thing.
Thanks, buddy. We'll be over in a minute,
Jace said, his voice seemingly humored, as if these guys frequently bailed each other out of trouble within this circle of peers.
As I told you before,
Titus said, his Spanish accent thick with seduction and authority.
You are truly a lucky man. If she wasn't yours before I brought her to Costa Rica, I might have changed my ways, especially after she sparkled there with a reverent beauty that outshone every other woman in attendance.
Jace chuckled.
I'm just thankful you stuck to your word,
he said, as his parents remained silent, studying the exchange.
That I did, and I will still stick to the same word I gave when I returned her safely to you, untouched and unharmed.
He took a sip of his untouched bourbon.
Break her heart, and I will ensure it will never happen again.
His brows lifted in subtle humor before he vanished into the crowd as effortlessly as he had appeared. Well, now that's all cleared up, I'm quite confident you have guests to attend to, Victoria said.
Thank you,
Jace said.
Lovely to see you again, my dear,
Everett said, his expression that of a man entirely at ease in a world I clearly did not belong in. After leaving them, we turned down a stone path, and I inhaled sharply, trying not to overthink what was said, how it was said, or what conclusions they might draw about the piece of trash I felt like in that moment.
Relax, gorgeous,
Jace said, lacing his fingers tightly through mine, securing me to him.
Nothing about their opinion should ever concern you. My opinion, and those of the people who know and love you, are the only ones that matter.
I exhaled in relief. That makes me feel a bit better, but damn. I shook my head. I don't even know how to explain how that conversation makes me feel, talking about dating Titus, and now here I am meeting them again while I'm with their son. Honestly, I feel like a piece—
No way in hell am I allowing you to go there,
he interrupted as we walked under a canopy of twinkling lights.
Think of how Titus put it. You were mine when Hawk swept you off to Costa Rica, correct?
I was. I just didn't know it yet. I nudged him, loosening up a little more.
Hawk knew it, or he wouldn't have defended your honor like that,
Jace said.
Titus might be a great white shark in business, but he's salt of the earth. His heart's bigger than his ego, and he doesn't lie or play games.
But I kissed him. I cringed. Or rather, he kissed me and I let him.
I know.
His mouth curved into a smirk.
That was right before you became the first woman in history to break things off with him.
Wait, how do you know that?
Titus is a childhood friend of mine, gorgeous. That man would never go behind my back. I let him believe you were just like any other woman I'd been with, so he enjoyed the chase and the win. But once he saw what you really meant to me, he called and apologized for even thinking he might have stolen my girl.
Lord, I groaned. I'm just glad it all ended well.
Me too,
he said softly.
Hawk's a good man. I appreciated the call, though I gave him hell for it.
I laughed. That charming devil will make some woman very happy one day. Jace chuckled.
And I'd pay money to meet the woman who finally spins his head and sets him straight.
We descended through the split-level garden, lights woven through the olive trees overhead. The clink of glasses and low hum of laughter grew louder with each step. I smiled as I spotted our group of friends casually chatting. Suddenly, the event felt smaller, more intimate. They sat in a circle like the powerhouses they were, just your average group of friends who could buy empires with their weekend budgets. The group was tucked into a sunken lounge surrounded by fire bowls and sleek, curved couches set below a canopy of eucalyptus. It was apparent they'd sought this out for privacy, not to mingle, but most likely to talk business.
They all look like fucking titans, kicking back with their drinks, forgetting that they rule the world,
Jace snickered.
Except for John. His ass and mine are just around to save theirs when their workaholism catches up to them.
He grinned. There's the couple of the night, Mickey said, sitting up and waving over at us. Finally. Avery smiled. Hey, babe. I waved and smiled back at the rich group of powerful men and their stunning wives, each radiating extravagant wealth, yet wearing smiles that said you were welcome to join, so long as you had a damn good sense of humor and a great personality.
This is one hell of a group,
Jace said, guiding me to sit beside him directly across from Titus. Titus sat casually, one leg crossed over his knee, arm draped over the sofa, engaged in what was most likely a business conversation with Seb Astor.
A group that is honored that the man of the hour chose to join,
John Astor said.
Congratulations, though, big guy. Saving someone's life in this line of old money codgers definitely puts a notch on your belt.
He chuckled.
If nothing else, it's an absolute rarity for Sebastian Astor IV to owe you one. No shit,
Jace said, plucking 2 glasses of rosé from the tray a server brought over as soon as we arrived.
I mean, I love what I do, and it doesn't demand gratitude like this, but at least it gets us all together, right? So what was more terrifying when you saw them roll the old man in?
Seb said, smirking at Jace after finishing his chat with Jim and Titus.
Was it the thought of losing him or saving him? Because you know saving him means Margot's gonna pull something like this in your honor.
His grin stretched wide, lighting up his features and the sharp angles of his face, making his features even more commanding.
Jesus.
Jace looked out at the wave of Italian silk flowing throughout the area like a dream.
That's a damn hard question to answer.
I saw you introducing your lovely lady to your parents, Avery said, smiling over at us.
How'd that go?
Jim taunted.
Well, you know my parents are people of few words,
Jace said, rolling his eyes. He couldn't have been more right about that, in my opinion.
I honestly think they're more in shock that I'm with someone right now than anything else, but really, it doesn't fucking matter what they think. What's the worst they can do, stop inviting me to these ridiculous parties?
The group laughed, and then I felt Jace stiffen when the man I remembered being introduced to in Costa Rica approached the area. I spotted him before I heard him, seeing the glint of a watch that probably cost more than a sports car, and dark hair swept just enough to look effortless. Dorian Stone. Jace's younger brother walked like a man who believed the air moved for him. Each stride was smooth confidence wrapped in polished charm. His walk reminded me of Jace's, but where Jace carried an air of authority, Dorian had a harder edge.
Don't tell me you started without me,
Dorian said as he slid into the circle with a smirk and no invitation.
I had to endure a glass of flat champagne and 2 conversations about market volatility just to get down here.
The tragedy, Mickey said, arching an eyebrow teasingly at him. Being married into the Astor family, I wasn't surprised she knew what kind of man he was. We were all just wondering where the real party was.
I aim to deliver,
Dorian replied, flashing her a grin before his gaze landed on me.
If it isn't the woman who managed to teach my brother what a real relationship is,
he said with a wink to me and a daring grin to Jace. I'd say he's teaching me. I smiled at Jace's handsome expression, my mind drifting back to us being on the sailboat and spending the next day in the museum with my son. Damn, Darcy cut in, interrupting Dorian's attempt to steer the conversation. You two look like you're lost in love, she grinned. I blushed and leaned into Jace, while Jim chuckled.
Sure, you might have it all in that Tom Ford suit, buddy, but you've got nothing on your brother when it comes to being in his position.
Dorian chuckled, leaned back, and crossed a leg over his knee.
Relationships do nothing but slow a man down and force his ass into submission. I'm not the type.
Oh, God, Avery said. You bastards and your cockiness about women. Newsflash, in the end, we always bring your arrogant asses to your knees and leave you begging for more. She shook her head. I swear, every time one of you chumps talk like this, you end up with a shattered heart, wishing you'd never fucked up the best thing that ever happened to you.
Oh, sister.
Dorian raised his glass to her.
That last part is why no one in this group will catch me allowing another woman to get her hooks in me again. Something I said.
Jim smirked, looking at Avery.
And now look at me. That's because you're a big teddy bear lover, man.
Titus finally joined in with a laugh. Dorian leaned back.
At any rate, it's a pleasure to see you again, Andy. For the record, I haven't seen my brother's smile light up like that in years, so it appears you were to thank for that. How's Madrid treating you, hermano?
Titus asked.
It's been a while since I visited your cocky ass.
Dorian raised a brow.
Same shit, different continent. How's that yacht treating you? Is she still running smoothly?
Titus raised his eyebrow.
Oh, hell, man. Are you talking about the one I refitted because your broker oversold the interiors?
He took a sip of his drink, a tiny smile playing on the corner of his mouth.
That lady is fine now. I only had to rework the galley and crew quarters, but we made it.
He dramatically sighed, then said,
Tolerable.
Mickey laughed. Of course you, Titus Hawk, would spend $300 million and call that bullshit tolerable. Dorian chuckled with a bit of edginess.
Well, I'm glad you made her work for your tastes, my friend. There are not many people who appreciate European design. Meh, not everyone needs to, Titus replied coolly. But some of us, myself included, like things to respond when I push hard.
Sebastian laughed softly and raised his glass to Titus.
There's nothing better than watching you two bicker like a couple debating what to order at a drive-thru on a Friday night.
Avery leaned in toward me. I give Dorian 7 more seconds, then his ass is going to be competing for top spot again. Wasn't that what he was trying to do before Titus just knocked him down a couple of notches? I whispered back. Jace stayed quiet, a faint smile playing on his lips, content simply having me by his side. Though the conversation seemed like one he'd usually dive into, tonight he chose to sit it out.
Aside from my company not meeting my best guy's standards, Dorian said, it's good to see my big brother and be among his friends and achievements. Damn, I thought that hospital would swallow him whole before he ever made it to an event like this.
He glanced at the group, thumb pointing in Jace's direction.
I keep telling him to get into yachting with the rest of us and broaden his tastes, but my big brother just likes to sail little boats. You don't feel the ocean in your soul on a super yacht,
Jace said, meeting Dorian's gaze.
That just feels like standing in a palace on the water. Sailing is different. You feel the pull of the wind, the current beneath you, the shift of the boat when the sails catch right. It's not about luxury.
He lifted his glass toward his brother.
It's about letting the boat and the ocean into your soul.
Well, damn, I said, unable to stop smiling at him. That's the perfect way to describe it. His words pulled me in, reminding me of everything I loved about sailing, the raw beauty, the intimacy of it. All I wanted in that moment was to be out on the water with him, feeling it all, just the two of us.
You're perfect, gorgeous,
he whispered, his eyes softening before the conversation drifted towards some acquisition Jim's company was making. This world was overwhelming, yes, but with Jace at my side, it felt strangely natural. He navigated it with ease, never letting it define him, never letting it overshadow who he was. That was what mattered to me, not the money or the names, but him. The man who saw the world in a way that mirrored mine, who made everything feel right. I leaned into him, letting the warmth of the fire bowls and the low hum of laughter wrap around me. For the first time all night, I stopped thinking about appearances or expectations. The only thing I cared about was the way I was falling for this man, harder with every glance, every touch, every word.
44. Jace. Some days, I loved being in my office and conducting patient consultations, and other days, I preferred the adrenaline rush and high of the OR. Today, I was content to be in my office, seeing my patients. I was fully booked, which explained why the day was flying. By 2 o'clock, I'd already seen 4 patients, 2 post-op follow-ups, one who needed imaging reviewed, the other discussing recovery after bypass surgery. The other 2 were pre-op clearances, walking families through surgical risks, consent forms, logistics, and every anxious question they could throw at me. My last patient, Mrs. Bethany Combs, had been more complicated. We'd moved to the family consult room, big enough for her 7 adult children and their spouses, all armed with questions. I didn't use that space often, but in cases like hers, it was necessary. I was relieved once that marathon ended, but the consult in front of me wasn't much easier, just demanding in a different way. Mrs. Lucinda Houghton sat with her husband and their 2 daughters, nerves tight in every glance. First-time surgery consults were always the hardest. These were the draining ones. Still, this was my job, to calm fears and guide them through what lay ahead. Her heart valve repair wasn't just about surgery. It was about giving a mother the chance to keep showing up for her twin daughters. They might be wrapped up in crowns and pageants, but my focus was keeping their mom alive to see all of it. "Girls," Mr. Houghton said, in a steady yet somewhat fearful tone, "now is not the time or place for this." He sighed. "Forgive us, Doctor. It's just that we weren't expecting this kind of surgery." Easily understandable reactions, Mr. Houghton, I said. Allow me to help set you all at ease as best I can.
Thank you, Mrs. Houghton said, with a somber nod.
I won't dance around the seriousness of this surgery, or pretend it's just another day in the OR. Every procedure I perform carries weight, and I take each of them very seriously. With that in mind, our Chief of Cardiology, Dr. Jacob Mitchell, and I will go in with precision and focus, committed to delivering the best possible outcome. Dr. Mitchell and I routinely perform these operations together. In addition to being chief, he's one of the most experienced cardiologists in the country, which is why you've placed your trust in us. I looked directly at the more shaken of the two daughters. We will treat your mother as if she were our own. She exhaled, but it was shaky and still riddled with nervousness. I went on. This surgery gives her the chance to keep showing up for both of you. One day, when you start families of your own, she'll be there for that too. I held the gaze of both identical twin daughters. We will do everything in our power to bring your mother safely through this. There was a soft knock on my office door before Jake peeked in. Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Stone. I'm just here to let you know I'll be taking Mr. Jacobson's consultation in my office. I'll get him started. His eyes scanned the room, and he instantly understood why my special case was running long and why he was stepping in to take my next surgery consult. We'd already been in here for an hour, and like Jake, I wasn't about to let my patients leave my office still losing sleep over a surgery they had every reason to fear. I nodded, silently grateful Jake was keeping me from getting backed up. Take your time. We'll go over the details of what is discussed later, he said, referring to our patient who was scheduled for an open-heart bypass tomorrow. The door closed, and I went back to work, doing everything I could to reassure the Houghton family that Jake and I were the best team they could have for their mom's surgery. A half hour later, I was walking them out to my receptionist, everyone now relieved and hopeful about the operation that would keep Mrs. Houghton around a lot longer. I felt accomplished, but having not eaten a damn thing all day, I was starving. I hadn't stopped all day, and I was grateful Jake had taken my 3 o'clock so I could finally inhale a granola bar before seeing my last patient at 5. After that, I was out of here and heading out to get things packed and prepped to take Andy on the boat to spend the night anchored out in Catalina tonight. My plans were to have the boat ready to sail by the time she dropped Brandon off at her parents' place in Santa Barbara and returned back home. I was excited as hell to see my lady, though a little bummed we wouldn't have the little tyke with us out on the boat tomorrow night. Still, the plans I was already making for a moonlit, sexually charged serenade with her on my boat would more than make up for missing out on chasing dolphins and hearing Brandon's excited squeals the moment he spotted one. I peeled open my granola bar and set up my espresso machine to make an espresso for me. After I'd finished the granola in 3 bites, I took my freshly made espresso and sank into my sofa, viewing the trees that shaded the gardens beyond my wall of windows. I heard a knock at the door and glanced over as it slowly opened, wondering why Jake was suddenly so damn bashful about barging into my office. I stood up, and my eyes instantly caught the golden blonde of Andy's ponytail and the dark curls of Brandon's hair. My heart damn near leapt out of my chest with the excitement of her stopping by, going out of her way for me to hug my little stooge goodbye. I knew it was still a new relationship, but I didn't think I could ever grow tired of this shit. "Oh my God," I said, locking eyes with her green ones. "This is the best damn surprise yet." I smiled, seeing those golden flecks turn so brilliant that her eyes shifted into their hazel color. "I'm happy to hear that," she smiled, while Brandon reached for me. I reached under both his arms and tucked him into my side. "Hey, buddy," I said. "I love your boat." I smiled at his giddy expression and poked my finger softly into the embroidered boat on his shirt. I laughed when he bounced in my arms, his eyes wide and shining like he wanted to spill every thought in his little head. But all he had were 2 words, at least what he thought were words. "My beau." Anyone else might have missed it, but I knew exactly what he meant. My boat. That's right, it is, little man, I said, and reached for Andy's face. You're off early today, gorgeous?
We usually close the gallery early on Fridays, and Brandon and I were just on our way to my mom and dad's, she said, leaning into my free side.
Fuck, I could get too used to this so easily. I felt like some champion dad whose wife just dropped by with their kid to break up the grind of a long day stuck indoors. I'm happy you stopped by. I've been meaning to tell the receptionist to send you straight back if you ever came by and I wasn't with a patient, so you can imagine how thrilled I am that she did it without me asking.
I'm even happier I brought Brandon. You seemed a little bummed he'd be gone again this weekend, but my mom has that 4th of July church event, and the fireworks over the ocean are Brandon's favorite.
Damn, I wish I didn't have to work on Sunday, or I'd sail your cute little ass up there tomorrow. And if you've got the guts, you could introduce me to your family. She chuckled.
My parents would adore you, especially with how you treat Brandon.
That's good to know. Hey, I glanced at Brandon as my watch buzzed, signaling 30 minutes before my last consult. You want to see something cool, little man? I paused, then turned to Andy. Can he be trusted not to throw a tantrum if he has to leave behind something really overstimulating and cool?
Depends on what that is, she laughed, and how much time he gets to enjoy it.
Well, I've got 30 minutes before my next patient, and down in Brandt's pediatric wing, they just added a whole tech area where you can sit in the cockpit of an airplane. It seriously feels like you're flying. Some next-level simulation stuff. I was thinking we could take a quick flight, if Brandt's kids aren't using it right now.
An airplane simulator?
Her eyes widened.
This hospital is insane. Brandon will be more than excited. He was already squealing at the holographic wall when it showed a real-life beachscape with planes flying through as we walked up here.
Ah, you took the fun route to get here, huh?
I just tried to remember how I got here the first time, but I took a wrong turn at one of the fountains and wound up in that area. It took running into Colin and him pitying my ass to help me get on the right trail to find you.
The entrance to the neuro wing is pretty fucking astounding, I said. Everything is placed strategically to enhance the brain's stimulation. Colin played a significant role in designing many aspects of it after Elena had difficulty recovering from her coma. It's made to keep the brain calm, even when certain triggers are activated in trauma patients.
Unbelievable,
was all she said. One day, I'll give you a tour of this whole place.
I'd love that.
Give me a second to call Brandt, I said, dialing his number. Stone, how goes it, buddy? Cam said when he answered my call. Hey, dude, all good over here, but I'm curious, is the airplane hangar empty? Sure is, why? Are you and Jake planning to take another flight and get into one of your imaginary dogfights like you're in jets instead of a tiny Cessna? We still need to get more points on the scoreboard for that. You know you loved it. I laughed. But no dogfights today. Andy's here, and I wanted to show her little boy the simulator. Oh, he's going to love it. How's the little guy doing anyway? Great. You know, just stealing my heart and all. Never thought the day would come when I'd hear you say those words, he chuckled. That's great, man. Well, I have rounds, so I won't be able to meet you guys down there, but go hard and have fun with it. Thanks, Cam, I said before ending the call. Let's get this boy in a flight simulator. The moment the sliding glass doors opened to admit us into the simulation hangar, Brandon let out a soft, "Whoa."
Holy shit,
Andy said, her fingers interlaced with mine while I held Brandon. Right? This shit is unhinged, I said. This entire pediatric hospital sits in a world of its own.
Who came up with all of this?
Some Silicon Valley genius backed by Mitchell & Associates funding, I chuckled. This newest section, though, is unparalleled to anything here so far.
It doesn't even feel like we're in a hospital anymore, she said. I suppose that's the point for the sick kids who are forced to live here.
That's exactly the point. Of course, we also want to give the kids something extra, especially those less fortunate than others their age who are healthier and able to live life on their terms.
Amazing, she said.
We walked on shimmering floors coated with blue and silver gloss, the entire space designed to mimic a luxury aircraft hangar. Ambient lighting set the mood, and at the center stood 5 full-scale Cessna simulators. "They just finished this 2 months ago," I said. "It's probably been more of a hit with us overworked doctors on our lunch breaks than with the kids."
"Jesus, this is like a Pixar version of a NASA training center," Andy said as we approached the simulator.
"Are you ready to fly an airplane?" I asked Brandon.
"Yes!"
he squealed, having been silently in awe on our entire walk through the hangar. We approached, and the plane's door automatically opened for us. Once inside, the doors to the unit closed behind us as we settled into the captain and co-pilot seats. "Looks like we got the captain's chair since," I pointed at Brandon, sitting on my lap, reaching for the steering mechanisms. "It's this guy's flight."
"Hell yeah, it is,"
Andy said, with a laugh of disbelief. As soon as we clicked our seatbelts, the lights dimmed, and a soft light above our heads in the cockpit flickered on.
"Welcome to your dream flight experience. Please select your destination,"
a futuristic woman's voice alerted us after all the touchscreen panels came to life. A huge holographic map was displayed before us in the air and above the console of the plane. I reached out to the shimmering coastline that stretched from Santa Monica to Santa Barbara and selected that as the location we'd take our first flight. "No better first flight for our little captain," I said, matching Brandon's quiet, curious expression with my own excitement. "Especially along the coastline where he watches planes fly overhead every day."
"Now it's your turn, buddy,"
Andy said with a giggle that proved she was just as excited as the rest of us. The simulator hummed to life, a gentle breeze swirling around us as the view outside each window shifted to a private runway just beyond Santa Monica. I caught Andy's amazed gaze and squeezed Brandon, his body tense with excitement, as the airplane's ceiling vanished, revealing the bright, clear California sky above. Our seats rumbled beneath us after I placed my hands on the controls and drove us out on the runway. And once the airplane left the ground, you could feel the gravity pinning you to your seat, as if you were really taking off in the damn thing.
"This is so fucking awesome,"
Andy said, while Brandon clapped his hands and bounced in his seat. "No shit," I said, loving this as much as I would if I were flying my own damn Cessna. The plane soared above the Santa Monica Pier, and everything in sight transformed through the windows, making it feel like we were flying over the coastline in real time. The white foam of the waves crashed ashore, beachgoers, surfers. Everything happening on the shoreline was right there beneath us. Hell, you could even feel the warmth of the sun shining through the cockpit windows.
"This is beyond me,"
Andy said, as the plane smoothly rushed through the air and over the coast, dipping just enough to allow you to feel everything you would in a real-life flight.
"What an amazing thing they've done for these children by giving them this," she said with the most beautiful smile.
"Keep looking at me like that, and I'll be sure to tear your cute little ass up on the ocean tonight." She chuckled.
"Don't make promises you can't keep."
The joy I felt in that moment, having this sweet little family visit me at work and sharing the incredible things I was fortunate to be surrounded by, was simply indescribable. Rather than trying to put words to why I'd been so drawn to this woman since that first night, I chose to accept it as a blessing, something even more remarkable than the simulator itself. Tonight, I couldn't wait to spend the evening anchored out at Catalina Island. I'd planned a lovely dinner on the island, and for the rest of tomorrow, we'd just let the wind take us wherever it wanted. I couldn't wait to get home, get the boat ready, and have my lady back from her parents so we could make this sailing trip even more exciting than the amazing simulator flight we'd just experienced over the West Coast. This was what it was all about, just being with her and making the most of every moment we had together.
45. Andy. The drive up to my parents' place was supercharged, both Brandon and I riding the high from our visit with Jace. The bond those two formed felt natural, with Jace effortlessly stepping into the role of a solid presence in Brandon's life. But after today, with Jace practically giving Brandon his first flying lesson, my son couldn't stop saying his name. Every few minutes, Brandon would giggle from the back seat and shout,
Bye, bye.
and I'd echo back, "Yes, you did fly a plane with Dr. Jace," matching his excitement, still in awe that a simple office visit had turned into such an unforgettable moment for my little boy. I pulled into Mom and Dad's driveway, knowing I didn't have much time before I had to head back so Jace and I could sail his boat out to Catalina. Stepping out of the new Porsche, something I plan to thank Jace for later properly, I unbuckled Brandon's seatbelt and lifted my son out of the car, his little body practically buzzing with excitement. "You ready to go see Papa and Gamma?" I asked, repeating the names he'd given them as he learned to talk.
Papa, Gams.
He smiled, punching an excited fist in the air.
Yes, I fine, Mama.
"I know you did, baby," I said, my heart thudding with excitement while I kissed his perfect head and walked up to the charming entrance of my parents' home. To my surprise, my mom opened it before I got there. And from the look on her face, I guessed the church must have canceled their 4th of July fireworks extravaganza or something. "Is everything okay?" I asked, as she pulled Brandon from my arms after he reached out to her. "Hey, sweetheart." A smile finally reached her lips, but her eyes were severe. "I need to speak with you, honey. Just follow me." I frowned, not knowing what to think. My mom was not one for hysterics or dramatics, so I had no idea what to make of any of this, and it was starting to scare me. "What's going on, Mom? Is something wrong with Dad?" "Your father is fine," she said, turning toward me. For a split second, she looked like the devil himself had taken up residence as an unwelcome guest in their home. "Jonathan was here in Santa Barbara, and he showed up unannounced at your daddy's office this morning, sniffing around, I presume," she said. "Speaking of the goddamn devil, why the hell was that man anywhere near here?" I said, my voice matching her darkened expression. "He told your father he wanted to check on us after seeing you last week at his dealership. I guess some gentleman was there to purchase you a car?" "Yeah, a guy I recently started seeing," I said with a small laugh. "It's kind of a long story why I suddenly have a $100,000 car and why you and Dad hadn't heard about him until now. But I was hoping to plan a fun dinner next weekend to introduce you to since, well, it's starting to feel like this might really go somewhere. This wasn't how I planned to break the news of my new relationship to my parents. But then again, I never imagined I'd be forced to. Especially not because my ex, who had practically vanished from existence, decided to rise from the dead and start lurking around my life again. "Don't you worry about that, sweetheart. I just want you to be on alert," she said, trying not to sound menacing and scare Brandon. "I don't like how he's suddenly interested in your dad and me. And if he didn't already know about Brandon, he does now." "What?" I nearly shouted, feeling like I'd been kicked in the stomach. "How? Why would you guys tell him?" "He saw the pictures in your dad's office when he walked in," she said. "So you just be on guard. I don't want to be dramatic, but I don't want you getting blindsided by that man either. He was horrible to you and extremely controlling during your relationship. And now, with even a hint of jealousy over this new guy in your life, there's no telling what he's capable of. Just when my life is going in a direction better than I thought possible, a damn nightmare has to show up," I said. Sorry about the curse word, I apologized, knowing how much she despised swearing. "Don't apologize. I almost said the A word about him when your father called me about the surprise visit." "Oh dear." I smiled and hugged her. "If that man dares to force you to say ass, I'm going to have to kick his." I chuckled. "Let's get Brandon settled. I have to get back down to Marina del Rey to meet the man I've been meaning to tell you guys about." This guy is one Dad will approve of. He sails." "Is that so?" Mom said, her expression becoming lighter. "Yeah, I'll give you a quick rundown while we get Brandon's bed and things set up. Where is Dad, anyway? I never see him when I'm here these days." "Your father is down getting our boat ready. We're going to watch the fireworks and the boat parade for Brandon this year. It's too bad you and this new friend of yours couldn't join the parade in his boat. He's got to work, or he said he'd love to sail his boat up to meet you and Dad this weekend." "Well, from the expression on your face and those pretty little eyes lighting up like that, I'd say this young man must be quite something. You look absolutely smitten." "He's fantastic," I said. "And he's perfect with Brandon in ways I never expected. Honestly, it feels like we were meant to be together because everything just fits. And the best part is that none of it feels forced. It's all been so natural." "The Lord works in mysterious ways," Mom said, her face glowing with adoration as she took in my happiness. "When your father and I first met, it was the same way. Everything just clicked, even before we really knew each other. The relationship blossomed overnight, and the best part was how easy it all felt. Because it was meant to be," I said, smiling. Then, more to myself than to her, I added, "And don't worry about Jonathan. I'll handle that idiot. I've gotten a lot stronger lately by moving forward and living my life again." "Just be on guard," she warned. I used the rest of the short time we had to catch her up on as much of my whirlwind romance with Jace as I could, and by the time I had to go, my mom and I were both excited about making plans for them to meet my new man. 2 hours later, about 30 minutes before I was supposed to meet Jace at his place, I swung by my place to grab my overnight bag and a few extra snacks for our sail to Catalina. My excitement was off the charts just thinking about how incredible this night was going to be, sailing beneath that stunning full moon. Something was intoxicating about a full moon over the sea, something that everyone deserved to experience. And sailing under one? After tonight, I'd probably be telling everyone they had to do it at least once in their life. As I made my way around the path to my condo, fumbling for my keys to unlock my door, I froze when I saw a man standing on my front porch. "What the fuck? Jonathan!" I practically growled his name when I saw him leaning on the wall next to my front door.
"Hello, Andrea," he said. "We meet again."
"Andrea? The only people to ever call me Andrea are my dead grandparents, so save the drama," I snarled.
"Why are you on my porch? Why didn't you tell me you went through with the pregnancy?"
I stared into his dark, demanding eyes, part of me itching to knee him in the balls and let all my anger loose, while the other, stronger part reminded me I'd be out with Jace tonight, leaving this bastard behind until morning. Well, let me think about that. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Oh, yeah. Perhaps it's because you walked out on me that night about 2 seconds after I told you I was pregnant?"
"Why didn't you tell me I had a son?"
His voice was sharp, dragging up every memory of the fights we'd had. My whole body tensed, emotions spiraling, unsure how to react, not only to seeing him again, but also to the anger I suddenly felt aimed at me. It gave me the old, nasty, familiar feeling of being in trouble with him, and it was a feeling I hated almost more than anything else. I forced myself to stay steady and break free from the old, weak, apologetic Andy who used to crumble around him. I kept telling myself internally that I had nothing to apologize for.
"Your silence and the look on your face tell me everything."
He smirked.
"Is it because you didn't think I would care about the boy?"
To be clear, I'm pretty sure any normal man would have followed up to find out whether or not the child they fathered was going to be born, but I suppose running away like you were on fire was more important to you. I started, trying my hardest to keep my voice down when all I wanted to do was scream at this son of a bitch. "But let's play your game and presume it was my responsibility to inform you beyond what I told you the night you bailed,"
How the hell was I supposed to find you after you vanished? You know what? Just get off my porch and don't ever show your face around me, my parents, or my son again. I mean it. Stay the fuck away.
You've turned into quite the lioness.
He chuckled, his expression and demeanor predatorial and nauseating.
Would that have anything to do with the playboy you've been fucking?
None of your business. Leave. My voice was sharp and laced with adrenaline as this menacing bastard smiled like he owned my entire life again.
I'll leave, sweetheart,
he said darkly.
But first, I want you to know I've been digging into some things ever since I saw you with that boy toy.
I closed my eyes, knowing where this was going. Of course he'd slither back into my life like the snake he was, hell-bent on wrecking whatever happiness I dared to find without him. He wasn't just jealous. He was a cruel asshole who fed on breaking my spirit. Seeing me with Jace, who'd made him feel inferior, and now finding out I kept a son from him? This fucker wasn't just going to be a mere problem. He was going to make a lifestyle out of wrecking my new, happy life.
Allow me to tell you this once,
he said, handing me an envelope.
Inside that envelope are all the scandals that would cost your lover boy his medical license. You know, scandals like fucking his interns, nurses, an occasional patient's daughter or two.
He paused, watching me no doubt go pale from the nausea twisting in my gut, not just from hearing that Jace's past might risk his license to practice, but from knowing my goddamn ex was the one who dug up the dirt and now held the evidence that could destroy everything Jace had built. I watched the smile of achievement cross his features.
And the relationship? I don't want my kid around that sick fuck, and I don't want him to see his mother whoring herself out like a cheap trick.
My anger flashed so brightly inside me that it nearly made me go blind with rage, but I knew an unhinged reaction was what he wanted from me, and I would never give him the satisfaction. You don't get to call the shots on me anymore, asshole. Get off my porch.
I might never have wanted it, but that kid is mine, and I'll fight for custody just to make you miserable. A court won't hesitate to call you negligent parading my son around a man like Jace Stone. And let's not pretend your reputation is spotless either.
Good luck proving that in court since you're considered an abandoning parent. Your case is weak at best. I was trembling inside, but trying not to break apart.
The case won't be weak, he sneered. Not when the court and those elite circles you've been pretending to fit in with see what kind of reckless mother you are. Jetting off to Mexico, Costa Rica, Catalina, clinging to Titus Hawk's money, then coming home to screw the playboy doctor. Because once the tabloids get wind of it, or more importantly, once that hospital board sees the scandal he's tied up in, they'll toss his golden boy ass out faster than he can lose his license. One headline is all it takes to ruin a man like him, and I've got plenty of them to write.
I was frozen. I had no way of predicting that any of this would happen. What the hell do you want? I growled, desperate for him to leave so I could think.
Stay away from that predator, he said, voice low and venomous. And if you even think about running to him or any of his preppy little friends for help, I'll use my contacts and leak every piece of it. While I destroy that man for thinking he could ever be a father to my son, I'll be dragging your whore ass through the courts.
Tears pooled in my eyes while he cocked his head to the side and smiled triumphantly.
You don't want that, do you? Even your rich daddy and mommy's lawyers couldn't save the stress and trauma that would cause our precious son.
He stepped to leave.
Do the right thing, gorgeous, he whispered, mocking the pet name Jace called me as he bent to kiss my cheek while I stood there paralyzed with fear. I already have PIs watching you. You can understand, yes? I need my son, our son, to be safe.
You're a monster, I croaked, my voice breaking even as I tried to steady it. Jonathan's lips curved, slow and cold, like he'd been waiting for me to say it. He stepped closer, eyes glinting with sick satisfaction.
Funny, he murmured, tilting his head as though I were something fragile in his hands.
You've never looked more beautiful than when you finally remember your place. Don't make me teach you the lesson again.
With what little strength I had left after he walked away, I barely managed to open my front door, step inside, and lock it behind me. I stumbled down the hallway and almost didn't make it to the bathroom before everything in my stomach came up in violent waves. I couldn't think. I couldn't process. I couldn't do anything but collapse onto the cold tile floor, a place I hadn't been since the last time that man walked out of my life and left me shattered in this very house.
46. Jace. I was stepping onto the boat after stopping by a coffee shop to get my lady a piping hot cup of coffee when Andy called. "Hey, gorgeous," I said, smiling into the phone.
"Hey, handsome,"
she responded in a weak, hoarse voice that instantly troubled me.
"I'm so sorry to do this, but I don't think I can make it."
"Don't be sorry," I said. "Is everything okay?" I heard her sigh.
"I think I have a pretty bad case of food poisoning."
She paused, and her breathing was heavy. I could tell it was a struggle to get through the call. Oh no, not food poisoning. I feel that pain. How do you think you got it?
It must have been the crab dip I was snacking on at my parents' house. I took a few bites after I got there, and I started to feel a bit sick after I left the house. I barely made it to my place before it hit me hard.
Oh, baby, I'm so sorry, I said, feeling awful for her. Let me come over and take care of you. Last time I got food poisoning was during my fellowship in Boston, and I was on death's door for 3 days.
That's exactly where I feel I am, she said. I'm sorry for the last-minute cancellation, but don't worry about me. I'm just going to go to bed.
Are you sure? If I'm there, I can get you anything you need while you suffer through this. I have to study for a major surgery scheduled the day after tomorrow, so I can do that while you sleep all day tomorrow.
God, you really are perfect. The best, actually.
I furrowed my eyebrows, the unease settling deep in my gut like a weight I couldn't shake. She wasn't just sick. Something was off, and my mind ran through every possibility, each worse than the last. Was she pulling away? Was I losing her before I even had the chance to hold on? I feel the same about you. Let me come over and help you out.
Honestly, I just need to lie down. If I need anything, I'll call you.
Yes, please do, I said earnestly, not wanting to push her when she didn't feel well. Go rest, gorgeous. I'll leave the ringer on tonight, just in case.
Thanks.
We ended the call, and I glanced down at the coffee I bought her, seeing it still steaming, and frowned. I wish I'd found the right words to get her to trust me enough to let me help, but I didn't want to push her. So instead of heading home, I decided to spend the night on the sailboat, figuring I'd cover it up and pack it away in the morning, maybe get back out on it in a couple of weeks if I was lucky. The evening was nice, but for the first time since meeting Andy, it didn't feel like the escape it usually did for me. I felt unsettled, not knowing what I should do to help my sick lady. Fuck. This was the part where I felt like I was about to fuck things up, wondering if showing up would be too much, but then if I didn't, would she think I didn't care? The next morning, after putting the boat away, I pulled out my phone and checked for a text. Nothing. It was 9 a.m. She should be up by now. Fuck. Maybe she was still sleeping. When I got food poisoning, I was laid out for 3 days. What if she'd been up all night and hadn't slept at all? I just decided to make the damn call. I was not a man who sat around overthinking shit. When I needed answers, I got them. More importantly, perhaps just calling and leaving a message would be enough for her to know I was here for her if she needed anything, and I was thinking about her. Hey, gorgeous, I said, after her voicemail picked up the call. I hope you're feeling better today. I'm just checking in on you. I'll be at my house all day studying for that surgery, so if you need anything, call. I ended the call, feeling a bit more at ease, but hating this feeling of helplessness. Something wasn't sitting right with my black and white way of processing things. Thank God I was excellent at compartmentalizing things and throwing myself into work, though, because that would be the only thing to keep this off my mind. By 7 that night, after hours of diagrams and valve replacement data, I couldn't pretend anymore. If I didn't see her, I wouldn't be able to breathe. I stopped at the store, grabbed ginger ale, crackers, anything that might help, and drove straight to her place. I left her a voicemail on the way, heading over to check on you. Andy opened the door in sweatpants and an oversized hoodie. Her hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail, but her beautiful face had no color, and her stunning eyes were dull with dark circles under them. "Hey," she whispered. I cupped her cheek, thumb brushing the dark circle under her eye. "That's the last time I let you push me away when you're sick," I murmured, kissing her forehead. Her smile was weak. "Thank you." "I brought you a few remedies." I lifted the bag. "Mind if I come in?" "If you stay, I'll probably just fall asleep on you." "That would be a dream," I teased, following her inside. Andy curled up on the couch, pulling her chenille throw over her as she tucked herself into the pillow like it was her safe place. I stood there for a moment, watching her, my chest aching with the helpless urge to take away her pain. "Let me put this shit in the pantry, and I'll join you." She mumbled something as I rushed to get everything put away in record time so I could join her on the couch. I settled in so she could rest her head and pillow on my lap, and then I gently stroked her forehead. "That feels wonderful," she said, letting out a breath it seemed she'd been holding in the entire time I'd been here. "That crab dip nailed your ass," I said. "I'm so sorry." She softly chuckled in my lap. "How did your studying go today?" "I think I've got enough down to march in there with Jake and help pull off a damn miracle tomorrow. At least I hope so." "Wow, is it a hard one?" "It's a monster. It'll be 12 hours minimum on a kid who has a congenital valve defect. Jake and I are leading it." "You'll save him," she whispered, drifting off. I stared at her, taking in the shape of her mouth and the way her body rested against me, like it instinctively trusted I'd keep her safe. But there was something more, something I hadn't felt since those first enamored thoughts about her took hold. It was the overwhelming urge to protect her, to scoop her up, take her back to my place, and let her sleep soundly with me holding her until I had to leave for work in the morning. As unfamiliar as these feelings were, they felt damn good, like they woke something up in me. Something that made me feel more alive than I already did, just being near her. I leaned over, kissed the top of her head, and whispered, "Get better, sunshine." I pulled out my phone, opened the downloaded version of my medical journal, and finally settled into it. It was easier to focus now that Andy was safe, resting, and right here where I could watch over her for the next few hours. The following week flew by, mostly because work kept my confused and increasingly frustrated ass consumed. I barely had time to think, let alone process why I wasn't getting real responses to the texts I'd sent Andy since I last saw her at her place when she was sick. The few replies I did get throughout the week were vague and sporadic. The last normal text I received from her came the night after she was sick, when she said she was feeling better. After that, it was like I was talking to an entirely different person. I texted her asking to come over, but she didn't respond to that text until the next day in the afternoon with, "Sorry, I had to go get Brandon. Text you tomorrow." Tomorrow came and went, and so did the next. Between being slammed at work and Andy suddenly acting distant as fuck, I needed answers. Today was my only day off before back-to-back surgeries tomorrow, and I couldn't keep sitting in the dark like some lovesick idiot. She hadn't even returned my call last night. Just a simple, "Hey, you want to do something after work?" Nothing heavy, nothing that should have been hard to answer, and still Silence. I wasn't angry, not yet, just confused as hell, and holding on, clinging, if I was honest, to the last night I knew without a doubt that she was mine. The night she'd been curled on her couch, pale and shaky, tucked into my arms like I was the only place she felt safe. That memory was starting to feel like a dream, and I hated how badly I needed it not to be. Ring, ring, ring. Hi, you've reached Andy Miller. Please leave a message or send a text, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Straight to voicemail. Shocking, I thought, hating every minute of this unexpected estrangement. Hey, Andy, I said, leaving her a message. Listen, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like you're avoiding me. If you're not okay, please tell me. If you need some space, say the word, and I'll give it to you, but I can't continue to make assumptions about what's happening on your end or where that leaves us. I paused, trying to get my inner surgeon to take over so I could leave my emotions out of this. Please call me back. A minute later, my text alert dinged. Andy, can I come over after work? Jace. I would like that. I stared at the screen, everything in me tensing with more confusion than ever. What the fuck happened to create any of this shit? 20 minutes later, Andy was at my private gate, and I was walking out to greet her at her car. She stepped out, looking exhausted and worn down, but not sick like the last time I saw her. She stood beside the car, staring at the house and the view around us in silence, like this would be the last time she'd ever be here. You look much better. I'm glad you're feeling well. I've been worried about you, I said honestly. She stepped toward me, but stopped just out of my reach. I ached to pull her into my arms, bury my face in her perfect neck, and breathe in that mango shampoo she always used. How was it possible to miss someone who's standing right in front of you? I love that you came over the other night to take care of me without me asking, she started, sounding like she didn't want this rehearsed statement to be interrupted or she'd crack. And I love how amazing you've been to me and Brandon every time you're with us. She smiled, but her eyes filled with tears, and I watched every flicker of pain move across her face as she spoke to me like I was a stranger. I do need to tell you something, she said, closing her eyes and exhaling before pulling it together. This isn't easy, and I'm trying my hardest to get this out, so you understand that none of this is about you. It's all me. I remained silent, staring at her red-rimmed eyes. I just needed her to be direct as fuck with the blow she was about to deliver to me. You're everything a woman could want in a man, everything I want in a man. But right now, I'm not okay. Her voice cracked, then steadied with a breath. I haven't been okay in a long time. I sucked in a breath, waiting, bracing, every nerve on edge. I'm not in a place where I can give you what you deserve, she said finally. Her voice wavered, but the words cut sharp. Not fully, anyway. Even though I thought I was. Maybe things moved too fast between us, and I don't even know why. Why, a little over a month into this, we're... She trailed off. My frown deepened. It's all just moving too fast for me, she whispered, eyes flicking away like she couldn't bear to hold mine. I love how you make everything feel like life could be beautiful again, but I'm not ready for that, not right now. I thought I could keep up, but I can't. I have serious baggage I need to sort out, things I need to work through, and if I stay, you'll just end up in the crossfire. I'll ruin everything before it has a chance to become what it should be. Why don't you let me be the judge of whether you can hurt me? I asked. My voice came out rough, unsteady. I didn't plan to say it. It just ripped out of me, raw and honest. Her chin trembled as she shook her head. I have to do this, she said firmly, forcing the words out like armor. There aren't any other options. I stood there, silent, trying to make sense of the wreckage she'd just dropped at my feet. Finally, all I could manage was, "So, is this goodbye?" Her lips parted, trembling, and then she nodded. A single tear slid down her cheek before she swiped it away like she could erase the damage. "It's not because of you. You've been everything. More than I imagined." "You've been the same to me," I said, and it was the truest thing I'd ever spoken. My chest felt numb, hollowed out, like the words were carved from bone. "I have to go," she whispered, her voice breaking even as she forced herself to hold it together. "Andy." I stepped toward her, desperate to say something, anything that might keep her from walking out of my life. But she shook her head quickly, cutting me off before I could get another word out. "Please, don't. If you say anything, I won't be able to leave. Just let me go." Her eyes shimmered with tears as she turned, her body trembling like the weight of every step was crushing her. She climbed into her car, shutting the door with a finality that made my chest seize. I stood there, frozen, watching as she pulled away, her taillights disappearing into the night. The red glow burned itself into my vision until the gate slowly closed behind her, locking me out of every possibility I'd let myself hope for. Only when the silence swallowed the driveway whole did I finally move. I turned back toward the house, each step heavier than the last, the place that once felt like it could hold a future with her and Brandon, now nothing more than a hollow box, echoing with everything I'd lost. 47. Jace. 2 days had passed since Andy said she needed space from me, from us, and I was surviving on autopilot. I'd stitched hearts and repaired vessels with the same precision I always did, but inside, everything felt off-kilter, like I was holding my breath underwater, waiting for the ache in my chest to pass. Spoiler, it hadn't. The worst part wasn't the silence. It was the fact that everything in my life, every high-end success, every hour logged in the OR, it all meant absolutely nothing now without her. I'd gone from saving lives to losing the only one that mattered to mine. I watched Mitchell toss his scrub cap onto the counter, rubbing his shoulder with a soft groan. He popped open a protein drink, took a long sip, and nodded toward me. "You almost forgot to check the graft tension this morning," he said, being the chief he was and missing nothing, lightning quick to call out even the slightest slip-up. I swallowed the second bite of my apple and wiped the juice from my lips with the back of my hand. "Still got it done," I said, forcing a shrug I didn't feel. The problem wasn't that I'd missed the graft tension. I hadn't. It was that I didn't feel anything when I did catch it. Not the pride, not the high. Just this blank emptiness I couldn't shake. And Jake? He'd never let something like that slide. "You did, that's a fact," he said, his eyes examining me with question. "But you perform better than that, and you know it. You're off today, and in all the times we've worked together, you've never—" My soft exhale and another bite of the nearly flavorless apple stopped Jake from saying anything else. I simply just nodded at Jake's concern like it was just another Monday, but something in me cracked wide open, and I was bleeding where no scalpel could ever reach. "This is about Andy, isn't it?" he questioned somberly. "She came over and ended it." I kept my voice flat, but it burned coming out. Said it was moving too fast, that she had baggage to handle, that she didn't want to hurt me. I stared at the half-eaten apple in my hand like it held the answers. Jake walked over to where I sat slumped on a chair with my ankle crossed over one leg, just trying to focus on eating a fucking apple. Anything to keep my mind from focusing on her. "That doesn't sound like the woman who had her feet curled up under your ass while we were out by my pool when Ash and I hosted you two for dinner the other night." "No shit," I shrugged. "I have no idea what the fuck happened that made her change. Maybe it was her parents? Maybe she told them about us, and they put something in her head about her being a single mom and dating a man who has a reputation. Knock it off, Jake said, spinning a chair around and straddling it. His voice had that low, steady edge he used when I was spiraling. Andy wouldn't run to her parents and blurt out your history. You're not giving her enough credit. Nothing else makes sense. Unless there's another man? I don't know. Maybe the food poisoning she got the night she dropped Brandon off was worse than I thought. I shook my head. I'm lost, man. She just hasn't been the same since that night. Ash said something about Andy not acting like herself at work, Jake said. I just figured she was distracted by love. How's she acting? I asked, surprised at how numb I felt during this conversation. I was detached, but desperate for some clarity, answers, anything. I don't know. I'll talk to Ash about it tonight. She mentioned something about her being a bit off, nervous or something. He seemed to shuffle his thoughts. Andy would confide in Ash if it were about your relationship, though, right? All I know is that Andy has canceled on a bunch of lunches with the girls. Oh, and she's driving her old Porsche, not the new one. I didn't think any of those things were red flags, but you know Ash and her intuition. I guess she was right. She's doing all that just because our relationship was moving too fast? I asked, grasping at straws to make sense of it all. Nothing added up in my mind. Everything had been going so well, and suddenly calling it off felt, I don't know, forced, or like something else was going on. It just seemed like a drastic response, so there had to be more to it, right? Jake nodded his head. Could be, but Ash said she's acting nervous, like she's paranoid, looking over her shoulder and shit. Paranoid about what? What the hell is going on? No clue, Jake said. Now, you're telling me she dumped your ass like you gave her the food poisoning, but I've got to be honest here. I don't think this has anything to do with you. Fucking hell, man, I said, my heart racing because I knew something was messing with her and she wasn't telling me anything. What the hell could scare her this much? She breaks up with me, then shuts herself off from her friends. She even gave Kaylee the fucking bitch yapper, Jake said. I was going to give you hell about it today, but now that you're single and alone, you can happily let that asshole move in and keep you company while we try to get to the bottom of this shit. Well, I'm not going to force that damn dog into your family. However, why don't I take the fucker on the nights I'm not working? Sounds like a fucking plan, Jake chuckled. Don't worry, buddy. We're going to figure this shit out, but it's going to take the girls getting her to talk. Once they do, we have our in. Christ, I said. If someone or something is scaring her, why wouldn't she tell me? It's the price we all paid for running full steam ahead and not stopping to ask questions in the relationship early days, Jake shrugged. None of us bastards knew what we were getting into or what to do with what he had when we finally got it. Yeah, well, I chucked my apple core into the trash across the room and stood. I'm done talking about all of it. Jake stood, eyeing me. We'll see about that. Jake's voice carried genuine concern, but I didn't give a damn, and I didn't want to talk about it anymore. The facts were clear in this situation. Andy didn't trust me enough to open up or let me slow things down to a place where she'd feel comfortable. We'd barely started building that trust before, out of nowhere, I managed to scare her off. That was the part that hurt the most, and I didn't want to feel it. So just like I trained myself to do when I lost patience in the damn OR, I would flip off the goddamn emotion switch and block it out. I wasn't going to let myself feel any of this. Not now, not fucking ever. The following month, I canceled dinner plans with my parents, still keeping quiet about losing Andy to anyone but Jake. I avoided everyone and everything outside of work, and sticking to shop talk with my doctor friends shut down any talk about my messed-up love life. If I kept my mouth shut, maybe that meant none of it ever happened. And if it never happened, not meeting her, not falling for her, then I couldn't have been the one who fucked it all up and lost her. I knew I was fucked the morning I stood under the shower until the water ran cold, praying it would numb the goddamn ache in my chest. It didn't. Her laugh lived louder than silence, her scent still clung to my sheets, and I couldn't tell where she ended and I began. Now she was gone, and there wasn't a scalpel sharp enough to carve her out of me. That was the moment I knew I had to bust my balls and dig myself out of this pit of despair I'd blindly fallen into and get my shit together. So I buried myself in work, forcing every damn memory of her out of my mind. The weirdest part was that I had no interest in taking out anyone else, which was probably for the best. If this was karma's way of serving me some revenge, well, I was getting it served up my ass sideways. But sometimes she would creep back into my mind. On the days off, of course. And that's why I decided to seek refuge on my sailboat, get the fuck off dry land, and immerse myself in the ocean. Come on, bitch yapper. I smirked at the little guy who was acting like he owned the entire marina as he trotted on his leash at my side. I can probably start calling you Duke again, since apparently I'm not into dating anymore, I said, picking him up and stepping onto the one lady who wouldn't leave my ass. It's fucking strange, I said to Duke, because honestly, this was my life now outside of work. The heart, physically, I know how it works inside and out. Medical science has given us the tools to fix almost everyone I've opened up on the table. Duke yawned, unimpressed with my monologue as I continued to coil the ropes. But all that science, all the skill and study, doesn't mean shit when it comes to what that damn organ tries to tell my brain. I laughed to myself and slid Duke into the custom life jacket I had made for him, not long after Kaylee cheerfully handed him over, saying, "I promise he'll make you happy." Such a sweet kid. Even though I told Kaylee I'd just take Duke on my off days and some nights, I made it clear he was still hers, but we'd share custody. That was mostly because, I felt like a piece of shit about the dog. I got the little guy for the girl who dumped me, but from what Ash told me, Andy had completely shut down, closed off from everyone and everything. Said she didn't want to hurt the dog by not being around enough to take care of him. Fucking weird as hell, the way she suddenly flipped toward me, toward Ash, and toward just about everything. One day we're good, the next she's checked out. And it wasn't just me she walked out on, she left the cutest damn dog on the planet behind too. You don't just walk away from people and a dog like Duke unless something deeper is going on. But shit, if she wasn't even talking to her best friend about it, why would she ever open up to me? I glanced over at Duke once the boat started picking up speed coming out of the marina. The damn dog sucked as part of a family unit, but he was man's best friend while sailing on a boat. I felt my nerves tightening from all the emotions I was still carrying, but the boat was doing her job, slowly unraveling that tension. And out here on this beauty, on the water, I felt no pain. That afternoon, I split a turkey sandwich with Duke, anchored about 30 minutes offshore near Catalina Island, the one place I had no memories of Andy. Out here, I could escape her. I picked a secluded spot to anchor, away from other boats and people, because the last thing I needed was this damn dog losing his mind barking at every little thing. I tossed a chip over to my pal, watching him with amusement as he sniffed it. "It's horrible for us, but who gives a fuck," I said, crunching into a plain potato chip and savoring everything about the unhealthy snack. If it weren't for a sailboat moving in our direction like they knew me, I would have wondered why the dog started barking like a motherfucker. "Duke, shut the fuck up," I said, trying to see who was sailing directly towards me. The closer the boat came, the more insane Duke got. "I can't deal with your ass right now," I muttered, scooping Duke up and setting him on his bed below deck. When I came back up, I blinked in disbelief. The approaching boat was Jake's, and riding shotgun was his clown in crime, Colin. Jake swung his sailboat in like he was pulling into a frat party, not 30 minutes off Catalina. Colin stood on the bow, shirtless, beer in hand, grinning like spring break came early. "Ahoy, bitch!" Jake saluted me with a smug smile. I squinted. What the hell? You trade in the yacht for this midlife crisis? "Permission to come aboard, Captain Pathetic," Colin bellowed, already wobbling like he was auditioning for community theater. Before I could say no, he leapt across with the grace of a drunk gymnast. Jake followed, tossing me a line. "You two are like herpes," I snapped, catching it. "Unwanted, impossible to get rid of, and always showing up at the worst time." "Aw, see? He missed us." Colin clapped me on the back. "That's basically a hug in Jace speak." Jake gripped my shoulder like he was either about to give me bad news or drag me to Vegas. "We come bearing gifts." He ducked below deck, then reappeared with Duke tucked under his arm like a football and 2 beers in the other hand. "Poor dog locked up while Daddy cries into his IPA?" Jake tisked, handing me one. "You're gonna need this. Maybe both." Suspicion prickled. For what? Colin raised his bottle in a toast. "For Operation Fix Your Pathetic Love Life." I snorted. Christ. Jake cracked his beer. "It's about your girl, and the mess she didn't tell you about." My pulse spiked. "What, she wants me back? Sent you 2 clowns as messengers?" "Not exactly," Jake said, calm in a way that set me on edge. "If this was a reunion call, we'd have brought champagne," Colin added, pointing his bottle at me. "And maybe a defibrillator for your dumb ass." The bottom dropped out of my gut. Jake leaned on the rail. "Ash came home yesterday, said Andy finally cracked. Everything she's been carrying spilled out." Colin nodded. "So you can let go of that whole 'it's all my fault' routine. It wasn't you." "Well," Jake tilted his head, "in a way it was." "Yeah, technically," Colin agreed. "Your Playboy past? Coming back to bite you." Jake's tone cut sharper. "It's not just that. There's a bastard threatening to blow up your career with those old scandals." My chest seized. Who the hell is threatening her and me with my past? Colin leaned back against the rail. "Who else? Her jealous little bitch of an ex. The same one you bought her car from." You've got to be fucking kidding me. The anger that surged through me nearly leveled me. Threatening her. Threatening Brandon. Using my past as ammo? The rage coiled so tight in my chest, I swore my ribs would snap. "Don't worry," Jake said quickly. "Jim and I are already talking to the board. From what we've seen, this isn't enough to touch your license." The worst I did was sleep with a patient's 25-year-old daughter. Her family was practically planning the wedding, I shot back. Colin barked a laugh. "Damn, you really did get around." I ignored him. "Why the fuck wouldn't she tell me?" Jake's face hardened. "Because he threatened to drag her through a brutal custody battle if she didn't cut you off. She stayed away to protect you. And her son." Colin lifted his beer in a mock toast. "Now here's the kicker. The bastard's already digging his own grave. He got drunk and asked Hawk what it was like to screw his ex-whore of a girlfriend." "Oh shit," I said, almost smiling. "Titus doesn't let that kind of trash slide." Jake smirked. "From what Jim heard, Titus stayed quiet, which means he's already got PIs on the guy." "Once Hawk's people find even a scrap of dirt," Colin added, "he'll be annihilated. And that's before he learns what this prick did to you and Andy." I dragged a hand over my face. "I need to talk to her." Jake shook his head. "She's gone for the weekend. Girls' retreat. Ash, Avery, Nat, they've got her." "Meanwhile," Colin said, "we'll do what we do best. Drink, eat, and map out exactly how to bury the son of a bitch." Jake pointed at Duke. "You guard the boats while we're gone." "Yeah, about him," I said. "He probably should come ashore with us." Colin snorted. 3 grown men carrying a Yorkie? Tabloids would eat us alive. Jake barked a laugh. Shit, I want that headline. Newest scandal. Billionaires caught co-parenting a Yorkie off Catalina. For once, his humor didn't touch me. His last words hit harder than I wanted to admit. She'd taken Jonathan's threats seriously because that's what abuse does. It sinks hooks deep. And if he'd ever laid a hand on her, God help him. What gutted me most wasn't the threat. It was knowing that if she hadn't finally cracked to Ash, she might have carried that fear forever. Not anymore. Now, all I wanted was to know exactly what he had on me, and make him regret ever saying my name.
48. Andy. The grocery store wasn't where I expected to break down and completely fall apart, but that's always how it happens, isn't it? It never hits when you're braced for it. Not when you're alone in the dark trying to bury the ache into your pillow. No, it happens in the paper towel aisle between an overexcited toddler and a promotional sign for cartoon-shaped mac and cheese. Brandon reached both arms up from the cart seat and pointed toward the ceiling, eyes bright.
Jace, Mama.
He chirped, grinning.
Jace! Pain! See? Mama! Mama! Mama!
It took me a second to realize he was looking at the small plastic airplane display hanging from the rafters as part of the store's summer travel theme. And then he did it again.
Mama! Look! Look! Jace! Pain!
My throat closed. He still said Jace's name every time he saw a plane. Every single damn time. It didn't matter if it was in the sky, on TV, in a toy store, or printed on a cereal box. Somewhere in his tiny, perfect heart, he'd paired the joy of flight with Jace after the last time he'd seen him, sitting on his lap in that flight simulator. I forced myself to stand there and smile through it, like I wasn't crumbling. God damn it. Sometimes I'd do great, burying all this shit under the logic that Jace and I barely had time to get to know each other. So why did I feel this broken? We didn't have years together. We didn't build a whole life, and yet the void he left felt like a black hole inside me. Some days were good and I managed fine, but other days were jarring, especially when Brandon missed him, which made everything so much more painful. That's right, baby, I managed, brushing his hair from his forehead. Jace took you on the fun airplane ride. He nodded so hard I thought his neck might snap.
Yes,
he said, squishing his face up and balling his tiny little fists with excitement. There it was. I had to look away to compose myself before I was forced into the tissue paper aisle, sitting on the floor in a pile of used Kleenex that I desperately ripped from their sealed packages.
Where Jace?
Brandon asked.
Mama!
Jace is at work, sweetheart, I whispered, pressing a kiss to his temple. Let's go get some goldfish, I said, hoping to get his attention off the man I prematurely allowed to steal my son's heart, too. I wasn't lying to Brandon. Jace probably was at work, but I'd hoped my son would forget about him before I needed to start making up stories like Jace went out to get milk 5 years ago. The hardest part was that I was the reason Jace was gone, not Jace, not fate, not distance. It was all me and the threats my son's father handed down. That was shit I never wanted to have to tell my son. The only thing good about this was that Brandon would be too young to remember Jace in the future, even though I'm sure my heart would still be holding on to what could have been. Knowing I'd torn out my own heart to protect Jace's reputation, to keep the press and board and vultures from feeding on his past, I chose to end things. Now all I had were lonely nights, echoes of his laughter, and a son who still believed Jace would walk through the door again and point out planes in the sky. Son of a bitch, this hurt like hell.
I swallowed the sob clawing at my throat, reached for a roll of paper towels, and walked toward the snack aisle to get Brandon his goldfish. I would just have to push this all down again and press the fuck on. There was nothing else to do about it. After breaking down in the grocery store the other day, it didn't surprise me that I cracked again 2 days later. And this time I shattered wide open. I finally let Ash in and told her about that bastard and the threats he made. I mentioned how he said he'd come for my son, drag me through a brutal custody battle, and destroy Jace's reputation as a renowned expert surgeon at St. John's. And of course there was my life, my name and reputation on the line too, being threatened with public humiliation for dating 2 billionaire playboys at once, like I was some groupie party girl. I was in utter shock that the man was willing to go to all the trouble, and for what? To keep me from being happy in the life he chose to sprint away from? I hadn't realized what an evil, wicked man he was until that night. He'd shown me a side of himself I didn't want to believe existed. But deep down, I probably always knew he was capable of it. He scared the hell out of me that night, and I completely shut down. I went numb. My mind took over, forcing me to look past what my heart wanted. That's why I robotically started pulling away from Jace and from all my friends, not knowing who Jonathan might come after next. As unhinged as he was that night, I honestly had no idea what he was capable of, and the fear of what might happen if I said anything to anyone kept me silent. Like the victim I now realized I was, I followed his demands, terrified someone else might get hurt. It wasn't until I hit my breaking point, when I was this close to resigning from the gallery and moving back in with my parents, that I finally cracked wide open and spilled all my messy baggage onto Ash. Ash was, as always, wonderful. She didn't ask questions and didn't pass judgment. She just understood. I was so relieved to get it off my chest finally, but part of me still held on to the fear that Jonathan's threat about hiring private investigators was real. I just hoped that telling Ash wouldn't somehow get back to Jonathan, and I wouldn't wake up tomorrow to see Jace plastered all over the gossip pages on social media. So, with all of that finally off my chest, I woke up to a text from Ash saying she, Nat, Darcy, and Avery were on their way to whisk me off to a luxury spa retreat out on the cliffs by the coast. I didn't even hesitate to say yes. I needed to get the hell away, breathe again, and figure out how I was supposed to keep living this life, especially without Jace in it. From the moment we pulled into the private resort tucked high above the cliffs, I felt a change in my energy. The tension in my chest didn't vanish, but thankfully it softened. We stepped out of Ash's Range Rover and were greeted by the ocean's fresh, salty air that seemed to cleanse me from the inside out. The rooms at this place were gorgeous. Each one had its own private pool. The bed felt like a damn cloud, and I was welcomed with fresh-pressed juice and champagne cocktails. Fresh lilies added to the soft, calming vibe, and I could live in the complimentary fluffy robe forever. Any of you ever have a moment where you realize you weren't as okay as you thought you were? I asked, my voice quiet, as the wind blew around the chiffon that hung outside of the cabana where we sat after having facials. "Why else did we bring you here?" Ash laughed. "No," I said, setting down my untouched drink. I looked past the girls and out to the ocean, the sickening feeling of what I did to Jace still haunting me. "We're here because I lied to Jace. I was never honest with him about any of this. I just thought I was being a good person by protecting him." Nat slowly lowered her sunglasses. "Oh, honey, you're going to have to dig deeper than that. What exactly do you think you're protecting him from that he can't handle himself?" She gave me a knowing smile. "Jace might be a hot snack, but don't let that soft side you fell in love with fool you. He's more than fierce enough to take on any bastard who thinks they can touch his reputation or the Stone family name. You know how those old money boys grow up, don't you? No one fucks with their family legacy and gets away with it.
Why do you feel you're in a position to protect him? Avery questioned.
Jace has had a reputation long before you waltzed into his life and stole his heart, and he's always done a stellar job of protecting himself, no matter the circumstance. He knows the score and how to handle things.
I took a deep breath, ready to confess the demon I'd been carrying all this time. I raised my eyebrows and exhaled slowly. The bastard who is my son's biological father, he just showed up out of nowhere. I glanced at the three of them, seeing the concern in their eyes. He threatened not only me, but Jace, too. He said he'd dig up everything from Jace's past, all the flings, stuff that could make headlines, and things supposedly buried by his family. The asshole claims he has pictures, documents, and screenshots. He's got a whole damn folder. And what was he going to do with that? Darcy questioned, seemingly annoyed by what she considered to be a mild threat, but it was real as hell to me.
Shove it up his ass?
He was going to send it to the hospital board and to the media, papers like you used to write for. I answered her, my voice trembling at the thought of it all. He said he'd destroy him. Ash's jaw tightened.
It still pisses me off you endured this fear for a whole fucking month by yourself, she said,
her eyes filled with sadness. That wasn't the only threat that kept me quiet, I whispered. He called me a billionaire-chasing whore, and said if I told anyone or didn't break things off with Jace, he'd drag me through a custody battle for years. He promised to take my son away. There's no fucking way I'd let Jonathan do that. I would rather lose my own happiness than put my son's life and joy at risk by a man who left the night he found out I was pregnant. Avery sat up straighter. Her eyes narrowed, fury crackling beneath her calm. That's not a threat. That's fucking psychological warfare. What a motherfucking dickhead. There aren't words for a monster like that.
Oh, sure there are, honey, Nat said, keeping her usual cool but her eyes fiery. That man is diabolical as fuck to come back into your life after he didn't want your child in the first place. Then he sees you being treated well in a relationship and goes and does research? Fuck no. That man needs to be put away.
I believe he'll follow through. I was even nervous after telling Ash, since he said he'd have people watching my every move, I said.
Oh, fuck that shit, Darcy said. Is this guy even from a family like Jace's? Because if he's not in those circles, he doesn't have a whisper of a chance at smearing someone like him. The name Stone carries serious weight. He'd be eaten alive. I'm talking blood in the water level shark attack.
Ash nodded and asked,
And what about the PIs? Do you think he has that kind of money?
Probably not, but I have no idea, and that's why I believed him. I shook my head, feeling more and more foolish as the ladies made their observations and comments. I think what scares me the most is that I didn't even question it. I didn't even realize I was still afraid of that dick until I looked Jace in the eyes and lied to his face to keep him safe.
Nat slammed her drink down like it personally offended her. Well, I wish you had said something. That bastard would have been pissing his pants in his used car dealership after I was done with his cowardly ass.
For the first time in a month, I smiled in humor. He works at a Porsche dealership.
Nat arched an eyebrow. Honey, he could be out there selling rocket ships to NASA and I'd still mop the floor with him, she said with a wink. But listen to me when I say this. The next time someone threatens you, you don't carry that hell alone. That's why you've got us. Every single one of us has wrangled an alpha male and brought him to his damn knees. You did it with Jace, too. You don't give yourself enough credit. And with those credentials, your little snitch of an ex wouldn't stand a chance. He'd be checking himself into a psych ward by the time we were done with him.
Yeah, babe, you should have said something earlier so we could have been there for you, Avery said. I was embarrassed, I admitted, shame leaking out with the truth.
I didn't realize how much control he still had over me. I still flinched when I heard his voice, and I just let it all dismantle me. Avery reached over and took my hand in hers. Her voice was soft, but the fire in her eyes never wavered. That fear you felt, and the way you instantly believed his threats, that's trauma, sweetheart. And it's real as hell. I know because I've lived it. I run a women's center because of what I went through, a place where we share our stories and help each other heal. You're not a coward for hiding from everyone or for being scared of that asshole. The women at my center aren't broken. They're just finally unpacking the damage caused by some man whose mommy or daddy screwed him up so badly that he ended up destroying the woman who only wanted to love him. But now, those women don't live in fear anymore, pretending it was love. They're taking back their power, and so will you. My throat tightened. I should sit in on one of your sessions. Ash talks about them all the time. I just never believed I had that sort of life. No one does. Avery grinned. But yes, I would love to have you in there, so you can see that you're not alone and you're not to blame for any of this. You haven't done anything wrong. Do you understand that? I feel like I should have been stronger, I said honestly. You don't think it shows strength to break up with a man you were falling in love with to save his reputation and protect your son? Darcy questioned. I didn't see it that way, I said. I just felt like a chicken shit. Most people would take that fight head on, like Nat said. That's not strength, honey, Nat chuckled. That's just wild determination to do all but castrate a motherfucker for threatening a woman. That's just Nat, Ash laughed. You are a brave woman, and I will gladly sit with you in these meetings when we get off work on Tuesdays. I should probably go as well, Nat said, smirking. Perhaps I might learn something about my internal burning desire for violence. She laughed with the rest of us. In all seriousness, Ash leaned in, that same quiet steadiness in her voice. You've carried so much alone, even before this asshole came back and tried to destroy your life. It's okay to let other people carry some of it too, especially your friends and the ones who love you. So? Darcy dragged the word out slowly and dramatically, like she was gearing up to drop something big. Her eyes scanned everyone around us, then landed back on me, like they were all in on some secret I was about to find out. I couldn't help but smile, wondering if maybe they knew something about Jace. Some part of me hoped there was something, anything, that could fix this mess, even though I knew deep down the weight of my ex's bullshit still hung over him. I guess my heart was holding out for something my mind already knew wasn't possible. So? I mirrored her response with a laugh, feeling much lighter after speaking with these wonderful women. You have the next 2 weeks off, Ash said with her usual cheerfulness. So you need to talk to your mom and dad about babysitting Brandon for that amount of time. If they can't do it, my dad and Carmen have already agreed to since they adore that boy. For what? Why? My hopes were starting to lift, hoping by some miracle that maybe everything was fixed. Well, Darcy said cutely, I'm sure you're aware that mine and Seb's wedding is in 2 weeks. Not only are you invited to it, but Seb, being the adorable man he is these days, has his yacht crew scheduled to host a bachelorette party for me on it. She smiled at me. I want you to come join us if you're up to getting the hell out of this bullshit for a couple of weeks. I placed a hand over my heart at the generous offer, something I honestly didn't expect from someone I wasn't even that close to. I don't know how to thank you for such kindness, but... And there it was again. The guilt. Leaving my son. Acting like I didn't have an ex-psycho hellbent on ruining the man I loved while smearing me for dating Jason Titus. It all crashed in at once, and suddenly I felt like that shitty, unreliable mom again. I just don't think it's a good idea for me to be gone that long, especially with all the crap he's already piled on my plate. Ash cocked her head, eyes narrowing like she'd been waiting for me to say that. Do you think we're bad moms because we leave our kids sometimes? The words punched straight through my chest. What? No, of course not. My throat went tight. I'd never think that about you. You're amazing mothers. I blew out a shaky breath. I feel guilty. Like if I step away for even a second, I'm failing him. Ash softened, but her voice was firm. Then stop treating yourself differently than you'd treat us. That guilt you're drowning in, that's not your voice. It's his. Jonathan planted it there. He wanted you to believe you're failing because that's the easiest way to control you. You're a fabulous mother, she added, leaning forward. I see it in every sacrifice you make for your son. Don't let him steal that from you. You're allowed to live a little, Avery said gently. Then her lips quirked, and she looked at Darcy. Even if it means going to a lavish bachelorette party on a super yacht before attending a wedding in Croatia. You're one hell of a spoiled little bitch, you know that? Darcy rolled her eyes. Tell me about it, she said, then smiled at me. And let me tell you that this man, Mr. Sebastian Astor V, was more than I wanted or needed when I met him. We had a hell of a journey to figure out that we couldn't live without each other, and an even longer journey to finally set a fucking wedding date. She reached for my hand. What made the journey so long and tiresome, and almost the reason none of this was going to happen in 2 weeks, was that we both did exactly what you're doing now. Beating yourselves up every time something good comes your way, feeling like you're wrong for embracing it. I laughed dryly. Exactly that, she said. Both of us nearly ruined what was destined for us because we chose to believe we didn't deserve happiness. And knowing how close I came to missing out on the best thing in my life tears me up. We wasted valuable time being stubborn and stuck in our ways. You're doing the same thing, Ash said, while the girls nodded and stared at me with sympathy. You're telling yourself you don't deserve to live a happy life, whether it's playing with a beach ball on the shore or going to a bachelorette party on a $600 million yacht. It's not about how lavish it is or what it costs. You're holding yourself back because deep down, you don't believe you deserve it. I know, it's just... Allow me to add something here, Nat said. That piece of shit reinforced all those negative thoughts with the garbage he spewed in his ridiculous threats. So now those shitty, untrue beliefs coming from an insecure man-child are riding shotgun in your mind. I guess, I answered. I know they are. I can see the guilt all over your goddess of a face, Nat said. So here's how I want you to accept this invitation, which your boss, she nodded at Ash, then back at me, is shutting down her gallery to attend. You don't need an excuse or rationalization. You deserve this, and anyone who dares to judge you is just jealous they can't go. She leaned in slightly. We only get so much time on this damn planet, my darling. So why the hell would you throw away something amazing just because you're scared that living your life and being happy somehow makes you a bad person? I exhaled and pinched the bridge of my nose. I know where you're coming from. I really do understand. Good, Nat said. Guilt is for suckers and Catholic grandmothers. If you can't believe that you deserve the best this life has to offer, Darcy said, you lose everything great that is placed in front of you, so don't waste it. I exhaled and nodded. 2 weeks in Croatia? I forced myself to get out of this pitiful mentality. I'd been drowning in the shallow end of the victim pool for so long that I was seriously starting to annoy myself. So it was time I put both feet on the ground and stand up. The men are joining us after we have a week to ourselves on the yacht, Darcy said. And trust me, I know this is over the top, but what the hell? The man that fate chose for me happens to have more money than an oil sheik and relishes this over-the-top extravagance. So... She took a sip of champagne, offered a cute shrug, and smiled. I plan to enjoy the hell out of it and not care what anyone has to say about me or my guy. I shook my head and smiled at the girls. I'm so grateful to have friends like you. You'd better believe it, too, Nat said. Now, you're joining us on the Astor's private jet tomorrow night. Mark my words, honey. You're going to be just fine.
49. Jace. Since the day I met Colin and Jake on my boat, I'd been working angles. Jim at the hospital board to shut down any dirt, Titus for leverage on Jonathan. He was foolish enough to insult Hawk and stupid enough to threaten Andy. Now it was just a waiting game until the call came. So when Seb hit me up leaving work, I didn't hesitate to join the guys at his place. After cracking open a much-needed beer on Seb and Darcy's newly remodeled patio, I leaned back and smirked at him. 2 more weeks and your little lover will be living here. Endless nights of passion in this charming beach house you two managed to snag. Seb chuckled, giddy as hell to finally be staring down his wedding day. This wedding's going to be grand scale, you know. Margot Astor wouldn't have it any other way. When do you leave? I asked. Tomorrow. Darcy's already there. I surprised her by having the yacht anchored offshore. He smirked into his bottle. I tipped mine toward him. Bringing in the vanguard for the vows. Nothing like sealing the deal on open seas, my friend, I teased. Well, the wedding will be on land, he said, taking a sip. The yacht is for my lady's bachelorette party for the time leading up to the wedding. He arched a knowing eyebrow at me. I still can't believe you're not coming. My sorry ass isn't flying across the world just to mingle with everyone our families think has to be in attendance for special occasions. You know it's nothing against you and Darcy. I'm really happy for you two. Thanks, man, he said, clinking his bottle against mine. No offense taken, good friend. You and John are one and the same, except he is being forced to attend, whether he likes it or not, he added with a laugh. Then he looked past me. The gang's all here, including baby brother, D. Stone. Looks like we might actually have some good shit to bury this fucker. Let's hope, I said, looking over and seeing Titus and Dorian both at Jim's side, knowing Dorian was probably involved in my personal shit because he and Hawk had been overseas together for the past couple of weeks. I heard a bit about what's going on. How are you doing? Dorian asked me. I'm hanging in there, I said. I wasn't used to my brother acting concerned for me. It didn't happen often, so I wasn't sure what to say. I wasn't aware of how serious your feelings were for your girlfriend. And I'm sorry to hear what happened, he said, clearly as unaccustomed to feeling pity for me as I was to be receiving it. I just can't believe some rabid little weasel had the nerve to try to mess around with my brother. It's fucking bullshit. Thanks, Dorian. I nodded, letting both of us off the hook of this awkward yet genuine exchange. Now tell me you guys have what I need to bury this prick, I said to Jim and Titus, taking a seat around the circular couch. The salty, cool air blowing in from the Pacific helped keep my nerves at bay, but God, I needed some answers. Titus leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Looks like we have enough shit on this fucker to have him pack his bags and leave this state, he said in a low, clipped tone. What happens when you fuck an heiress, knock her up, and then threaten her with a scandal if she doesn't get rid of the child? Dorian asked, his expression cunning but dark. What? I said, incredulous that this asshole had the nerve to pull that move on a woman not only once but twice. This motherfucker is one hell of a psychotic fuck, threatening women the way he does. How did he manage to get around anyone who associates with people in our family circles? Who knows, Dorian said. He probably met someone who knew someone's kid at that fucking Porsche dealership. Which heiress? I questioned. Jillian Ward, Titus said. She told me something a few nights ago when I hooked her up with a gallery contact in Paris. She was drunk and trying to hit on your brother." He rolled his eyes. "But she mentioned that some guy named Jonathan got her pregnant, and now she's convinced Dorian will never date her because of it. The name Jonathan rang a bell since that piece of shit had the audacity to insult me and Andy, too. So I pressed her for more info, hoping to dig up something that'd let me bury him just for the satisfaction." "Pregnant and drunk, eh? Seems to be the Ward family way." I shook my head at the disregard the Wards typically showed anyone who'd give them the time of day. They were new money, after all. "Well, I figured you'd be shuffling through your private investigators to nail his ass, but you found dirt without even looking. I guess that says it all." "No shit," Dorian said. "I guess she ended the pregnancy because he threatened to ruin her if she made it public. I suppose she drunkenly wanted me to be aware of all her innermost secrets in case I wanted to date her one day. Sloppy drunk dramatics, of course." Dorian smirked. "The start to every promising marriage," I answered. "You've always landed the good ones, haven't you?" "Wait, which Ward family are we talking about here?" Seb asked as Dorian and I laughed. "From Cambridge Steel, or—" "No, the shipping magnates," Dorian finished. "She's not innocent by any means, but that family's reputation is built on legacy and control. If they knew Jonathan blackmailed their daughter," he shook his head, "they'd erase him, quietly and permanently." "Does she have proof?" I asked. Dorian nodded. "She didn't say, but I could tell she's holding something. I think she's scared, but if you needed her, I could push. She's obviously interested in a date, so I could make it happen if need be." "It's all the info I need," I answered. "Knowing how these families work, all he needs to know is that it takes one phone call from me, and then he'll know what it feels like to be publicly crucified. He won't be able to get a job at Wiener Schnitzel when I'm done with him. That predator fucked around in the wrong circles." I turned to Jim. "And I need to thank you for having your teams dig into whatever dirt that asshole tried to use against me. You helped protect my career and my life from his bullshit." Jim nodded and smirked. "It appears it's now my job to get the backs of all you playboy doctors who waltz into my hospital with all your baggage," he said, taking a sip of his beer. I shrugged and sighed. "What would you do all day without our dumb asses to keep you busy?" "I could think of plenty more important things," Jim chuckled. "Seriously, though, your scandalous ass is all clear. That man can't fuck with your medical license or your reputation." Thank God. I took another sip of beer, the fire of rage burning hotter inside of me, knowing this shithead thought he could fuck with my life. "So he has nothing on me?" "Not a thing. There's nothing to have," Jim said. "The board reviewed everything this morning and confirmed it. The picture Jonathan tried to use to make his bullshit stick never even made it past the ethics chair." I nodded. "I still can't believe this piece of shit went to the board anyway," I exhaled. "I guess he thought he'd make a point." "They also know about your patient's daughter, but you didn't break any codes, Jace. Not as a doctor and not as a civilian," Jim finished. "It's not a crime to be a player." Titus smirked cunningly. "So now that you've gotten immunity from your past and a scandal that could ruin Jonathan, not Jillian, what's your plan to bury this piece of shit?" I took a sip of beer, completely relieved that all I had to focus on now was nailing this fucker to the goddamn wall. "I'm simply going to return this bastard's favor." 2 days later, I walked into the Porsche dealership with one goal: make Jonathan Gilbert feel the same gut-churning fear he'd forced on Andy. I wasn't alone. Beside me in the waiting area sat my attorney, a man so sharply dressed in a charcoal Tom Ford suit he could have been stepping out of a Wall Street boardroom. He hadn't spoken since we arrived. He didn't need to. Clients like his didn't win in court. They made sure the other side never stepped foot in one. Jonathan emerged from his office 20 minutes later, still grinning from the 6-figure deal he'd just closed. His smirk faltered when he saw me, then flicked to the man at my side. "Let me guess," he said, sliding his hands into his pockets. "Here to buy a Porsche, Doc? Finally trading that scalpel in for something that actually gets women wet?" I stood, buttoning my jacket. The cars in my garage are worth more than this entire dealership, and none of them are Porsches. I don't buy toys to impress strangers. I buy machines that perform. I let it hang a beat, my gaze pinning him. Unfortunately for you, I'm not here to talk cars. His eyes cut to my attorney. "What is this? Some hospital board scare tactic? You think a lawyer's going to rattle me over a little gossip?" "You don't need to worry about him," I said, stepping in close enough to lower my voice. "What you should worry about is feeling exactly what Andy felt the day you threatened her. That sick knot in her stomach, that panic her whole life could be ripped away. You're about to choke on every ounce of it, unless you sign the papers in his briefcase and disappear." He stiffened. "What papers?" "Custody," I said flatly. "Every shred of legal and physical rights to Brandon, gone. Permanently. You sign and you walk away. For good." "Why the hell should I?" His gaze darted between us. "Because you have some big-shot attorney here?" "Because of what I have on you," I said, my voice dropping. "That could bury you with one phone call." "You've got nothing," he shot back, but there was a flicker in his eyes. I smiled without warmth. "Does the name Jillian Ward ring a bell?" He inhaled sharply. "Perhaps." "You have no idea what that family will do when they find out what you did to their daughter with your threats." His silence told me I had him. The Wards don't just ruin people. They erase them. His voice cracked. "What can they do to me?" "People like them? They take your job, your name, your home, your future, and you'll thank them for letting you breathe afterward." He swallowed, the first real crack in his boldness. "How would you know anything that happened between me and Jillian?" "I know exactly what you did with Jillian because I live in that world, dumb fuck. Drunk heiresses talk, secrets slip, and those secrets land in the wrong ears. So far, I'm the only one holding that knowledge back from her family. The only thing that keeps it buried is you signing over full custody and leaving the state. Forever." He tried for a smirk, but it didn't stick. "You're bluffing." "You really want to test that?" I let the corner of my mouth lift. "Because I wish you fucking would." My attorney, still silent, opened his briefcase and slid the paperwork across the counter. A Mont Blanc pen appeared in front of Jonathan like the barrel of a gun. "This is bullshit," he muttered. "This," I said, nodding to the pages, "is mercy. Sign them, and you leave with what's left of your life. Refuse?" I let the pause stretch until he shifted. "And I'll have eyes on you until you're erased from this world." His hand trembled as he signed, page after page. When he was done, I folded the papers neatly and slid them into my attorney's case. Jonathan Gilbert's glare followed me, but I saw it, the flicker of unease behind his bravado. He'd signed, but he knew exactly what I'd just done, and what I could still do. I paused in the doorway, looking back just long enough to lock eyes with him. "You like threatening people, Gilbert? Here's mine. If you so much as breathe in Andy's direction again, I'll make sure the only thing you own is regret." The sun hit my face as I stepped outside, the weight of the signed custody papers heavy and satisfying in my hand. Andy had no idea what was coming, but soon she'd have the one thing no one could ever take from her again. I'd never been the guy who flaunted my family's name, status, or the fortune that came with it. I'd built my life on my own terms, far from their shadow. But taking down Jonathan Gilbert, that was different. This wasn't business, this was personal. And for once, I didn't give a damn about playing fair. If it meant protecting Andy, I'd weaponize every ounce of power, every connection, and every last dollar in my reach, until Gilbert was nothing but a cautionary tale whispered in rooms he'd never step foot in again. And damn, it felt good to be the ruthless son of privilege, because this time I wasn't doing it for me. I was doing it for her. 50. Jace. Unfortunately, I had to wait until tonight after work to see Andy, as her spa weekend with the girls had kept her tied up until this morning. And yeah, it sucked knowing she was just a short jog down the beach from me, but I had to be patient, even though I was crawling out of my damn skin with the need to just get this over with. I'd never been in a real relationship before, which meant I'd never gone through a real breakup either. So how exactly does someone go about getting another person back? Flowers? That felt like a slap in the face. A text or phone call? Even worse, in my opinion. None of that shit felt sincere to me. It just felt like avoiding the risk of getting kicked in the balls for fucking things up. So after overthinking every possible angle, I knew there was only one way to handle this, and that was to show up in person and hope like hell that there was still a chance. Still, the nerves were brutal. I didn't know what she was feeling, or if she just needed more time to heal. Maybe that asshole had completely wrecked her trust in me after revealing my obnoxious past, and she decided I wasn't worth the risk. I had no idea, but whatever doubts or insecurities were bubbling up in my head, I wasn't going to let them stop me. I was going to see her face to face tonight, and hoped there was still a chance at reconciliation. A knock on my door alerted me to Jake. "Are you up for drinks tonight?" I closed the chart of the patient I was reading stats on before I left the office for the day to do my final rounds. "Nah, man, I'm going to see Andy after I finish my patient rounds," I said, standing and stretching my back. "You didn't text her?" Jake questioned, with a concerned expression. "That's a cheap way to re-enter her life, dude, so no," I said. "I'm just going to swing by her place after I'm done here. Drinks can wait for another time." I smiled, still nervous but confident. "You dumbass." He glanced at his Rolex, then shook his head at me. "Why wouldn't you text or call her? I told you I think it's too impersonal. I need to see her. After everything she's been through alone because of the mess from my past being used to manipulate her, I owe her more than a text or some bullshit phone call." "Well, can you move patients around to clear your schedule for next week?" "Huh?" I stared at him as if he'd grown two heads. "Probably, but why would I do that?" I stared at his expectant expression. "And no, I'm not going to the wedding. Seb and I already talked about it. He knows I'm happy for him and Darcy, and he also knows that I don't do events like that unless I'm forced to." "What if Andy is wheels up on the Astor's private jet as of 30 minutes ago to celebrate the upcoming nuptials of Mr. and Mrs. Sebastian Astor V?" "You're fucking with me, right?" I said, shocked that she would be heading to Croatia. "What are the fucking odds?" "The odds are forever in your fucking favor if you reschedule patients and show up on that damn yacht next week with me and the guys to join our women. And your woman." I sighed, then gave Jake a tired smile. "So this is my future now, having a woman I apparently can't live without?" Jake smirked. "Worse," he said with a chuckle. "Wait until you come home from one of those long days at the hospital, and she's standing in the kitchen wearing nothing but chocolate sauce in some swirly edible design, telling you that if you miss dinner, at least dessert is waiting for you." He grinned wider, eyes drifting off like he was reliving a memory. "Let me guess," I said. That was Ash's thank you present to you for bankrolling their lavish spa day, after which my lady was kidnapped and whisked off to Croatia? My bankroll is her bankroll, of course. But you're right, and that chocolate sauce will not be soon forgotten, he said, licking his lips absently and shaking his head. Oh, and she's not your lady just yet, my friend. You still have to prove your desperate fool-in-love worth and show up like the Prince Charming you think you are by coming on that yacht with us. I sat back down at my desk and opened my calendar, making sure I could move my patients around to travel the fucking world and get the girl back. I've got one I might have trouble moving on Monday, but other than that, I don't see any issues, I said, already thinking of ways to work around my tricky appointment. Well, I suppose my parents aren't going to have any problems accepting Andy now, especially since she's the only reason I'll be giving in to their nagging about showing up to this event in the first place. Are you booking a flight? Jake asked. I mean, I don't want to sound like a spoiled little rich boy about this, but a private jet is the only way I'll fly all the way over there. You don't need to worry about sounding like one, you are one. And so am I, apparently, because I completely agree with you. No matter how hard we try to fight it, being spoiled little rich boys is exactly why we end up stuck having to do shit like this. I chuckled. I'll hit up my parents. They're flying out Tuesday. If you could have gone a day earlier, you could have flown on Jim's party jet, he chuckled. Oh well, lover boy. It's a kill two birds with one stone situation this time, I shrugged. I'll get my parents to understand how serious I am about this woman, and that I'm not going to allow any family drama at all. If they have a problem with her, then it'll be a problem with me. Jake nodded. At least they'll have one of their playboy sons settled down and not actively threatening to ruin the family name with scandals, he teased, with wide, humored eyes. No shit, I laughed. Perhaps that is how I should lead into this with them. I swear to God, I'm not about to listen to any shit from them. Look at our brave, young, and newly converted to love soldier, so bold and energized and ready to take on the family name, he taunted. Careful, Stone. You're kind of turning me on. I'll see you guys on Tuesday when we land, I answered. And I'll get Sebastian's information for the chopper to retrieve me from the airport and bring me to wherever the fuck he's got the yacht. With that rapid change of plans, and my ass still stunned that Andy was already on her way to Croatia with the ladies, I decided that after my rounds, I'd start moving pieces on the board. It was time to call my parents, loop in Sebastian, and finally put together a real plan to see Andy again. Now I just had to hope crashing this yacht party was enough to snatch her sexy ass back up. If nothing else, it was at least a hell of a lot better than sending her flowers or texting, right? All right, little stooge, I said to Duke with a laugh. Time to meet your grandparents. I couldn't help but wonder what Mom and Dad would say about this unexpected plot twist in my life, but it was as good an intro into telling them what was happening with Andy as anything else. And why, you might ask, was I stuck bringing Duke with me on this trip? Easy, because Duke is a dick. Even Ash's dad wouldn't watch him with a house full of grandkids. Sebastian had to check if someone on his crew could dog sit. On a $600 million yacht, you'd be surprised what they pull off. A dog sitter was nothing compared to the support ship offshore, staffed like a floating hotel and commuting by chopper. So yeah, finding someone to watch a 2-pound dog wasn't the problem. Making sure it wasn't some dude too busy trying to get laid, that was the issue. Otherwise, Duke was a good boy. I opened the SUV door my parents sent and was hit with a wall of jet engines and hot tarmac air. Stepping out with sunglasses on, bag over my shoulder, leash in hand, Duke strutted across the pavement like he owned it. I smirked at him, all 2 pounds of attitude, tail flicking, head high like he was giving the paparazzi a runway walk. We look like we should be on some Lonely Heart Bachelor reality show, Duke, I muttered as his paws tapped with purpose. Slow your roll, homeboy. He stopped to sniff the back tire of a fuel truck. Not a great idea to claim territory you can't defend. Ignored me, of course. 6'3", ex-college athlete, cardiac surgeon, and here I was, crossing a runway with a Yorkie on a leash that probably cost more than my watch. Worst part? He didn't just tolerate the attention, he thrived on it. That's why he drove me nuts, and why lately he'd been cracking me up. I adjusted my grip on the leash as he pranced up to the jet stairs, where Captain Reiner, my parents' longtime pilot, waited with an iPad and an unmistakable smirk. He stepped down as we approached, tall, silver-haired, and sharp in his uniform like always. The man had flown my family across continents for 20 years and had seen me in every phase of my life, hungover, injured, annoyed with this lifestyle, emotionally shut down, and completely indifferent. What he had never seen until now was me walking a rhinestone-trimmed, attitude-filled teacup Yorkie. "Afternoon, Jace," he said, voice polite but laced with amusement. His eyes dropped to the dog. "New crew member?" I arched an eyebrow. "We're not going there, Cap. You've seen me in worse situations." Reiner chuckled. "True. At least this little guy isn't underage and sneaking vodka on board." "Nah, he's just waiting to slide into your left seat," I said, clapping him on the shoulder. Reiner grinned. "Now you know what it's like flying with you." "Yeah, but he's easier to train," I smirked. "Good to see you again, Captain." I glanced down at Duke, who was watching me expectantly. "You've got legs, you know." He looked up the stairs, then back at me, blinked once, and sat. I didn't bother looking at Reiner. The last time he'd seen me, he was flying me, my friends, and a handful of gorgeous women to St. Moritz with enough champagne to flood a chalet. Now here I was, toting a purse pooch like a woman auditioning for a Real Housewives spin-off. I sighed, scooped Duke up, and trotted up the stairs with him tucked under one arm like I was hauling royalty into first class. Once inside the jet, I saw that my parents were already settled. My father was reading something on his tablet, while my mother looked up from her drink just in time to see us enter. Her gaze shifted from me to the dog and back to me again. "Well," she said, her voice clipped and amused. "This is new?" My father raised an eyebrow without looking up. "What the hell is that, and why do you, of all people, have it?" I dropped into the seat across from them, Duke hopping onto my lap with practiced ease, like this was his jet, his seat, and his afternoon itinerary, not my parents'. "This," I said dryly, pointing at the dog, "is Duke. He's a Yorkie with a superiority complex, and he believes he outranks everyone on this plane." I looked at my dad, "Including your ass." Duke gave a tiny sneeze and settled in like I'd just confirmed his royal lineage. My mother's lips twitched. "And why, son, are you traveling with a Yorkie? Is it yours?" For the first time in my life, I witnessed both my parents trying not to laugh. I understood why, and God only knew what I looked like as a bachelor with this bark-sized Birkin accessory. "He's not mine," I said. "Technically. He belongs to Andy, though he's decided I'm his property now, so here we are." "Is this the same woman from the celebration?" my father asked, still watching Duke, as if trying to determine whether he was a biter. "Yes, and the same woman you met in Costa Rica," I said, leveling my gaze at him. "The one you assumed was with Titus." "And now she's with you," my mother said, drawing the connection. "Was with me. That's the reason I'm traveling to this wedding." I looked down at Duke. "And also why I'm bringing this rat along with me." My mother leaned forward slightly. "She ended things with you?" I gave a short laugh at the insinuation that I was some treasure because of my station in life. The truth was that if I hadn't become a changed man, Andy should have run away from me long ago like she was on fire. Yeah, she did. Silence settled between us like cabin pressure shifting, while Duke added to the drama by sighing theatrically. Interesting, my father said, seemingly bored with the relationship talk. His reaction was everything I had always feared about being in a relationship, feeling absolutely nothing, even when I had everything. It wasn't like my mom was unattractive or difficult. There just didn't seem to be any chemistry between them. They were so emotionally distant. Both were ambivalent to the point that they didn't even have anything to say, either to each other or, evidently, even to me about what felt like the biggest thing in my life. The idea of ending up like that baffled me. They lived like strangers who happened to share a house, a bank account, kids, and nice things. But I honestly don't know if they ever loved each other. Their marriage had always seemed more like a merger of two powerful families than anything built on love. Whatever they felt, if anything, didn't come close to what I felt with Andy. She made my heart race with something I hadn't had in years. Hope. The possibility of a future with her and her son lit me up from the inside out. That's why I wasn't afraid to bring her up to my parents. I didn't care if they approved. But I did care enough to draw the line. I wouldn't tolerate them disrespecting her just because she didn't grow up the way I did. If I were going to pursue her, then I was damn sure not going to let my family hurt her the way her ex did. Let me clarify, I said, my voice low and steady. She didn't walk away because she didn't care. She walked away because she was trying to protect me. Protect you? My father asked skeptically. What the hell would you need protection from that you or your family couldn't provide? She was protecting me from a man who threatened to take away her son and destroy my career if she didn't cut ties with me, I answered, locked on his gaze. She didn't tell me because she thought walking away from our relationship would keep both of us safe. My mother's expression shifted, concern overtaking her curiosity. This was my mother's arena. She understood what it meant to be a woman protecting her man and her family. In her mind, there was nothing more important.
"That is very admirable of her," she said. "So it seems serious."
"Yeah, it is," I said. Or it was.
"And you're on your way to—"
"Show up at the wedding party yacht celebration Seb is hosting and get her back." Then I smirked. Hopefully she'll let me be her +1 at the wedding since I declined my RSVP. My father's brow lifted. "Do you think it's a good idea to pursue her now, after knowing why she distanced herself in the first place?" "No," I said. "I think it's a necessary one." They were silent for a moment. Duke shifted in my lap, one paw stretching dramatically across my leg as if claiming territory, while I absently scratched the top of his head, patiently waiting for my parents to process this. "She means more to me than any deal, any hospital board, any clean-cut reputation people expect me to uphold," I said. "She's not just some girl. Every day I spend with her, and especially now that I'm with her, I realize more and more that she's the one for me. She walked away thinking she was protecting me, and now I'm flying across the world to show her she doesn't have to." My mother tilted her head.
"And what about her son?"
"His name is Brandon, and he's a year old," I nodded. "And in the short time I've spent with him, we really bonded. It already feels like he's mine." "Well, I'd love to challenge your motivations here, but you never did listen to me when I told you what to do," my father said, letting out a low breath as he looked out the window. "I will admit, however, that it seems evident you've changed." Then he glanced back at me, shifting his gaze to Duke and back again. "Bringing a dog like this on board the jet, after telling us you are flying to Croatia to attend the kind of event you despise, all just to chase a girl." He shook his head in disbelief and exhaled, as if he knew it wasn't worth the fight. "She must be something special, if she's gotten through to you." "Trust me, I know. And don't ask me to explain it because it would make less sense if I did."
"I know one thing to be true. My mother gave a coy smile. "And that is that you wouldn't have done this a year ago."
You're damn right about that. I wouldn't have even let a woman close enough to do this a year ago. She nodded, eyes softening.
"Then let's hope we see you at the wedding as her +1, and not ours."
My mother offered a smile that I know I'd never seen her wear before. My father finally looked back at me. "And if this little dog is proof of anything, it's that you've already lost the upper hand." I glanced down at Duke, now asleep with one paw over his nose like he couldn't be bothered with any of our senseless human drama. "Yeah," I muttered. "I'm painfully aware of that." Duke was something I really needed to figure out, especially if I were ever going to move in with or marry the woman my heart was set on. What the hell was I going to do to help this little turkey find his place once I got the lady back? He was the best pal a dumped fucker like me could ask for, but when a woman showed up, his whole personality flipped. Those were problems for another day. At this point, I needed to focus on ensuring that those problems would even exist in the future. Now that I was certain my parents wouldn't be an issue, my next hurdle was figuring out exactly what I'd say or do when I saw Andy again.
51. Andy. Nothing could have prepared me for Croatia, not even the stunning photos I'd obsessively zoomed in on after Ash sent me the link to where we'd be staying. During the flight, I even watched drone videos of the Dalmatian coast on YouTube, but none of that came close to the reality. The water here was the clearest, most dazzling blue I'd ever seen. No picture or video could have captured the magic of this place. Nothing like being here in person. But instead of feeling giddy like I should have, I felt hollow. I was surrounded by billion-dollar views, the kind of lavish escape most people only saw in magazines. And yet all I could think about was how I'd ruined the one thing that ever felt real. No ocean could drown that. From the moment we stepped off the Astor's private jet into the private airport, I was struck silent. The Astor's helicopter was sleek and silent as it carried us over terracotta rooftops, olive groves, and cliffs that dropped into diamond blue coves. Then the yacht appeared, and holy shit, these people knew exactly how to take advantage of their fortunes. Sebastian's, and soon-to-be Darcy's, $600 million worth of floating architecture, the Vanguard, was stretched across the water like it had been summoned by a goddamn Bond villain with impeccable taste. And we'd spent the past week enjoying the hell out of it. Our time aboard the vessel had felt surreal, like a fever dream where you are best friends with billionaires and someone casually hands you a mimosa before your morning swim. It was something you woke up from, questioning if it was real, only to be smacked back into reality where the real people lived. We ladies had spent the past week lounging on sun decks, paddleboarding into quiet coves, soaking in various open-air spas on different decks, and laughing our asses off over stupid shit while enjoying charming dinners beneath fairy lights and the Croatian stars. Of course, as expected, Ash organized morning yoga sessions on the bow of this floating palace, and Darcy let us watch as she was fitted in her breathtaking wedding gown like the princess she was. Every night, after the laughter softened and the music faded, my thoughts always drifted back to Jace. I should have been like the other women, buzzing with anticipation, hearts fluttering at the thought of being wrapped up in their men's arms again. But my arms were empty, and I'd been the one to make sure they stayed that way. When the men finally arrived and joined the fun last night, it brought a burst of fun-filled chaos that seemed to light up every corner, like their arrival brightened every ambient light on the yacht. Watching Jake, Jim, Spencer, Alex, John, and Titus with his brothers walk onto the deck was like seeing a lineup of glossy magazine models, and all I could think was how perfectly Jace would have fit right in. As anyone could have guessed, the men quickly paired off with their wives, leaving me to either dive into business talk with Titus and his equally attractive brothers,
or explore the parts of the yacht I hadn't yet seen during the week. Though Titus, Colton, and Wyatt graciously and happily invited me to stay on the top deck for cocktails, I just wasn't feeling it. Damn it, I fucking missed Jace, and not even a group of attractive Spaniards with golden eyes and flirty grins could take away that ache. Tonight, we all spent the evening at the aft deck bar beneath a sky streaked with fiery reds and golds. The air was euphoric, filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses, the kind of warm, effortless energy that only comes from friends who genuinely love each other. And, of course, have the freedom and luxury to live well. As everyone started to settle into chill mode, I wandered over to the rail. Ash nestled against Jake's side, her cheeks glowing with their usual radiance after a touch of champagne. Sebastian had Darcy wrapped in his arms, whispering something that made her laugh and swat his chest. Natalia was telling a story about Spencer nearly throwing them both off their jet ski while Colton and Wyatt argued over which onboard toy was faster. Then there was Titus. I liked this fun, lively, almost boyish version of him better than the stiff, royal man I'd been on a few dates with. Even amid all the beauty and laughter, my mind couldn't shake the fact that Jace wasn't here with everyone. With me. I understood he probably had to work, but still. While I stood off on my own, trying not to stare at the sea like some lovesick idiot, Brienne approached. "Andy?" Bree said, leaning over with a grin that made both of her cute dimples pop. "You look way too serious for someone on a billionaire's boat in paradise." Damn, I knew walking over here would make me look like a pathetic case. I smiled, trying to recover whatever I may have looked like. "Oh, no, I'm not serious. I'm just soaking this place in. Are you sure you're not waiting for someone to come walking on that water to rescue your depressed little ass?" Bree teased, making me cringe that I'd drawn this attention to myself. I tilted my head, playing it cool. "Unfortunately, the man I'm looking for can't walk on water." I laughed. "No, he can't," she hummed. "So stop staring at the water and turn around." I turned, and time paused right along with my heart. Holy shit! I unexpectedly laughed with disbelief. Things like this did not happen in real life, especially not to me. I watched as Jace walked up the stairs from the deck below, like the ocean itself had delivered him to me. His hair was windblown, and his white linen shirt, always rolled up at the sleeves, fluttered in the breeze. His sun-kissed skin, effortless GQ model presence, and his sunglasses hooked in his front pocket made my heart skip. Then, dear God, the perfect touch to the scene. He had Duke tucked under one arm, his eyes locked only on me, silently telling me that the two men I'd pushed away to make them happy were coming back into my life. My heart raced as emotions I'd never felt before consumed me in that moment.
"Well, hell, Stone, why don't you just make a fucking entrance?"
someone said. The voices around me faded as Jace walked toward me, and all I could hear was my heart pounding wildly, my eyes transfixed on him in this moment. I couldn't even move. Can people get paralyzed by love? Because that's exactly how I felt. Jace set Duke down, and I chuckled when he strutted out like the deck was his runway, and the rest of us were lucky to be in his orbit. He gave a low yap, and with one glance, my cute little man forgave me for giving him to a better pup mom, and trotted over to me. "My goodness, little man, I have missed you," I said, picking the little guy up, and smiling at the one man I didn't want to take my eyes off.
"Hey,"
Jace said in his smooth and desirably familiar voice. "Hi," I managed to breathe out.
"You brought the fucking bitch-yapping dog?" Jake said with a laugh. "Interesting play considering the circumstances."
That joke was all it took to cut through the tension. The nerves of seeing each other again, and the awkward uncertainty of whether to hug or not. And suddenly I was in Jace's strong arms, feeling him exhale softly, a wave of relief washing over both of us.
"Fuck, I've missed you,"
he said, then kissed my forehead. He took my free hand in his.
"Let's ditch the crowd, gorgeous. You and I have a little catching up to do. Congratulations on the upcoming wedding, Aster,"
Jace told Sebastian.
"I knew you'd find a way to make me attend this event, coordinated by the one and only Margot Aster. But taking my girl on your yacht in Croatia was a bit much, don't you think?"
I grinned, starting to relax because for Jace to show up like this, something had to have happened. Considering this was the first time he was seeing me since I lied to end things between us, and the way our group of friends were all grinning, it told me they had a hand in this surprise reunion. But what did they do? And what did Jace know to be acting so casually?
"Well, when the opportunity presented itself in a package that was too hard to resist, I knew I'd be a fool to pass on it. Now you get to reunite with all the East Coast families you've been avoiding for your whole life."
Jace chuckled.
"And you were okay to bring the future Mrs. Aster into this life with this massive and overly extravagant parade?"
Sebastian smirked, the handsome and usually serious man appearing more smitten by the hour.
"This,"
he looked at Darcy,
"is all for her and her alone. And the wedding venue? You bought an entire island to fit us all?"
John teased.
"No, it's a simple affair, just close friends and family. My future wife won't be paraded around in those circles,"
Sebastian said, then looked directly at me.
"Even if everything looks over the top, you can trust that you won't be thrown to the wolves, Andy."
He nodded toward Jace.
"This man right here, who boarded this yacht with his pocket-sized puppy like the desperate fool he never thought he'd become, he'll protect you from the bullshit. If there's anyone who can tell a room full of elites to go fuck themselves and still get invited to the next gala, it's him."
He smiled.
"Enjoy your reunion."
We turned and walked through the glass doors that whispered open, bringing us to the other side of the yacht, where the ambiance was the same, except that no one was over here but a bartender and a waitress who greeted us as we walked out. "Hold up," Ash said, just before we walked toward the bar area. "Give me the dog, or you two aren't going to get anywhere without him terrorizing Jace." She plucked the dog out of my hands and said, "Have fun."
"Thanks, Ash,"
Jace said.
"Sebastian will call the person staff to watch him until we're ready for him. Let Jake know he's not stuck with him this time."
"Don't worry about us. Go and catch up." Jace led me over to the bar lounge seating and smirked.
"Well, here we are again. You, me, and a fucking billionaire super yacht. Except this time, we're starting off the right way."
He looked over at the bartender.
"She'll have a Cosmo. Was that the drink?"
He glanced at me with a smile. "It was," I said, my heart racing as he ordered what I was drinking the night we met. "So, what are we doing differently this time?" I asked. "Sharing my room with Duke?"
"Absolutely not."
He took a sip as soon as his drink was set on a napkin in front of him. Then he looked at the man.
"We'll be fine with this for now. I'll notify the staff if we need anything else."
"Looks like you know how it goes on these yachts." I laughed as the bartender nodded and excused himself.
"I grew up on these things. My brother sold him this one."
He smiled as he shifted and looked at me earnestly. "Jace," I said, "I need to apologize."
"No."
He cut me off.
"I know everything that happened. The only thing I don't know at the moment is if you'll still have me in your life or not."
"Of course I'll have you." My chest ached, swelling with relief and love.
"Don't ever apologize to me, gorgeous,"
he said, his voice steady.
"It's my job to protect you, not the other way around. I know why you did it. I know everything, actually. And I'm not just here tonight with Duke to get my girl back."
His eyes held mine, unwavering.
"I'm here with the signed custody papers." Jonathan gave up every right to your son.
I sucked in a breath, my head spinning. What? Tears blurred my vision, relief crashing so hard it knocked the breath out of me. How? Don't attorneys and courts? He grinned, sharp and dangerous.
Let's just say being Everett Stone's son comes with perks. With my family's name and attorneys, things can move a hell of a lot faster than you'd believe.
A sharp exhale burst from me, half sob, half laugh. How did you get Jonathan to sign everything over? Jace leaned back, sipping his drink, his eyes darkening.
By beating him at his own childish game. The difference is, he plays, I don't. My threats were grounded in facts. His were built on lies.
His jaw flexed, his voice dropping low.
He understood when I told him to leave the state. And if I ever hear his name tied to yours again...
His gaze locked on mine, fierce enough to steal my breath.
Let's just say he won't get that luxury twice.
I don't even know what to say. How to thank you.
No need. And as for gratitude, you taking me back, giving me another chance, that's more than I could ever ask for.
No, but...
Andy?
He cut me off gently, a smirk tugging at his mouth, humor sliding back into his expression.
You hurt yourself, me, even the fucking dog, all because you didn't know me well enough to realize I'd protect you from anything that tried to touch you. And if I'd known just how selfless you were, I never would have let you walk away so easily.
He lifted his glass, tapping it lightly against mine.
So right now, we start over. By actually talking about who the fuck we are. I'll go first.
His eyes locked on mine, intense.
My favorite color is gold, because of those flecks in your eyes. The way they melt into green and turn them into the most stunning hazel.
He leaned in slightly, playful.
And damn it, it only happens when you're excited, climaxing.
He raised a brow, teasing.
Or smiling at me.
His grin softened, sweet.
Your turn. Favorite color. Go.
How am I supposed to follow that? I laughed.
Just tell me your favorite color, Miller. No speeches required. I just thought you should know mine. Overcomplicating shit is half the reason we're in this mess.
He chuckled.
Favorite color?
Yellow. It's happy.
I love it.
His grin softened.
I love you. Okay, next. Favorite sport?
I'm not into sports, I admitted. Yours?
Football. Which, apparently, I'll be watching alone once you and I start living our happily ever after.
His gaze deepened, pulling me in.
Your eyes do something to me, you know? The first time I saw you come, watching your face, those eyes, fuck. I've never wanted anything so bad in my life. And now I get the chance to make you mine for real.
So much for cute first date questions. His mouth was on mine before I could breathe, his arms locking me in as he steered me toward the elevators like a man on a mission. The kiss was possessive, all-consuming, and I was seconds from unraveling. If he didn't have me against a wall and inside me the second those doors closed, I was going to come undone right here in the damn elevator. 52. Andy. Breathlessly, between long, possessive kisses, I managed to tell Jace where my room was. Yet somehow we still ended up in a much grander suite. And all I could do was pray this wasn't Sebastian and Darcy's master suite we'd just impulsively kissed our way into. Jace carried me inside, his mouth now at my neck, possessive and unrelenting as we moved through the opulent living space. Floor-to-ceiling windows wrapped around the suite, revealing a private balcony that spanned the entire length of the room. It was gorgeous, but I barely registered it. Without warning, Jace pulled back, leaving me breathless and confused.
Before we go any further, Before I worship your gorgeous body all night long, I have something for you.
He kissed the tip of my nose, then guided me over to where a sleek briefcase sat waiting on a desk. He flipped it open, slid out a folder, and pressed it into my hands.
Open it.
Better than any gift this man could ever give me, I flipped open the folder and carefully turned through the pages. At first it was nothing but lines of legal jargon, black ink that meant nothing to my racing heart. Until it did. My eyes landed on the bottom of the last page, and there it was. Jonathan's signature. Bold, final, and binding. A sharp gasp escaped me as the words blurred. My hand flew to my mouth, my other trembling so hard I could barely hold the paper steady. Page after page, I searched again just to be sure I wasn't imagining it. He'd signed everything over. All custody, all rights, every ounce of control he'd ever had. Relief slammed into me so hard I thought my knees might give. Tears welled fast, spilling before I could blink them back. No more threats, no more abuse, no more of that bastard. My son was mine, completely mine. Oh my God, I finally spoke. He's really gone.
And he'll never hurt you again,
Jace said firmly. I love you. It was all I could get out, my chest swelling, relief surging through me so intensely it left me trembling.
I love you more.
He smiled, easing the folder from my fingers and setting it back on the desk.
I just wanted you to see it, to know that man is truly out of your life.
Before I could answer, his mouth was back on mine, dominant, claiming, just as it had been that very first night. I melted against him, consumed by the fire I'd been starving for. The world narrowed to his lips, his touch, his scent. I didn't even realize how we made it to the bed. One second we were tangled in the kiss, the next my sundress was gone, his shirt discarded, and I was unraveling beneath him, high on him, on this moment, on the impossible miracle of being his again. In the middle of knowing exactly where this was headed, because that's how Jace and I had always fucked, he stopped. Just stopped. And now his eyes were locked on mine.
Now that I've felt what it's like to lose you, to lose a future with you, I can't take a single second for granted. I've been given a second chance, and I'm not wasting it.
His mouth brushed along my jaw, each kiss making my body burn hotter, ache deeper, until I was trembling with urgency. His gaze caught mine again, steady and sure.
Tonight is going to be different, gorgeous. Instead of just fucking you until sunrise.
His hand swept gently across my forehead, and his smirk curved into a tender kiss.
Tonight I'm going to memorize every inch of your body. Worship every part of the woman who stole my heart without even trying.
His lips found the hollow between my collarbones, and the jolt that shot through me nearly unraveled me on the spot.
We went too hard too fast from the start.
His voice lowered, eyes burning into mine like he could see every unspoken thought I was too afraid to admit.
But not tonight. Tonight I take it slow. I unravel you piece by piece. I prove to you that you're mine, and that I'll be yours, forever.
His tone dropped even lower, rough and raw.
Because the time I spent not knowing if I'd ever get you back made one thing clear. You already have my heart. And there's not a damn thing I can do about it.
Something shifted then. The air around him changed, pulling me with it. This was the real Jace, the man who loved me fiercely and without needing a reason. My body and soul bowed to that truth, desperate for more. And when his final gaze pinned me in place after telling me he'd be mine forever, God, it didn't feel like being trapped. It felt like being chosen. Words failed me. Even if I tried, I couldn't have spoken. And like he promised, he went slow as fiery hell, igniting everything and more than I'd ever felt before. He kissed the center of my chest through the lace of my bra, then down along the curve of my waist. I melted beneath him as his palms slid up my thighs, slow and commanding, until they framed my hips like he was anchoring himself there, demanding in a gentle way that I would be going nowhere. Unlike the wild and untamed Jace that I craved in bed, this version of him didn't rush, not even a little, and it had me dripping with heated desire and shattering inside already. I fell under a trance of euphoria as he explored me with the kind of patience that told me he'd been imagining this, craving this, every night he'd lain in silence while we were separated, wondering if he'd ever get to feel me again. And now that he had me beneath him, he wasn't wasting a second of being on this treasured moment we'd been gifted. I moaned, a current of pleasure rippling from my aching clit and surging through my belly as he kissed me where the energy coiled, then moved to my hip, pressing his perfect lips into the tender skin of my inner thigh. Each kiss from him felt like a promise, and each breath seemed to prove that pledge. My entire body shuddered as his fingers traced over my panties, teasing but not yet sliding them down, right where I was aching and burning for him. Instead, he leaned back up and kissed me once, soft and reverently slow, his hand cradling my jaw.
"Do you have any idea what you've done to me, gorgeous?"
he whispered, brushing his thumb over my cheek.
"You've undone every wall I've spent a lifetime building without even trying."
I didn't speak. I couldn't. This was a different man, more beautiful than I ever imagined he could be. With this new hunger and passion radiating from him, my heart pounded so hard I felt it in my fingertips. And just when I thought I'd managed to contain the way I was coming undone beneath him, he began to undress me with a slow, reverent care that shattered whatever control I had left. I thought I might explode as he slid my panties down, unhooked my bra, and laid each piece aside. It was almost like he was memorizing what I looked like as I watched him strip me bare, making me feel worshipped in a way I didn't even know I needed. And when he finally saw all of me again after all this time, he didn't say a word. He just exhaled and looked at me like I'd unraveled something inside of him.
"You're so goddamn beautiful,"
he said, almost to himself.
"God, you're everything. And I've missed you so much."
I arched into him when his lips found my hard nipple, my skin burning everywhere his lips touched. I was near combusting, overwhelmed by the sensation of his body hovering just above mine, like he couldn't bear not to press fully into me. Jace moved with fervent desire, his clothes eventually gone, and then he was with me again, settling over me and bracing his strong hands on either side of my head. His length pressed between my thighs, thick and hot against my soaked slit, letting me feel the tension coiled in every muscle of his body.
"I want to prove to you how much I love you."
His voice was gravelly yet soft near my ear.
"I want you to fully understand what you mean to me."
When he gently and slowly pushed inside of me, moving as deeply as my body could take him, he let out a deep groan of satisfaction. It sounded like something torn from the chest of a man who hadn't let himself feel anything in his entire lifetime until now. He was damn right that this was going to be different than before. He was proving that with every move he made. It was almost as if he were a man who finally allowed himself to find peace in love instead of fearing it. He paused once he was fully inside me, his forehead pressed to mine, like the intensity of allowing himself to feel all these emotions and experiencing the pleasure simultaneously was too much for him. My entire being melted into him at that moment. This was real. This was raw. This was more than just hot, desirous sex. This was the two hearts surging to become one.
You are, home to me,"
he whispered.
"And I haven't had one in a very long time."
I wrapped my arms around him, my legs curled tight around his waist, and that's when he found his slow, controlled rhythm, moving deep enough that every thrust made me tremble beneath him. The way we kissed, the way he moved inside me with our mouths never far apart, his fingers working slow, deliberate circles over where I ached most. He practically shattered me the moment he touched me like that. His grip? Hell. Everything about this moment was earth-shattering. There were no dirty words and nothing was rushed. There was nothing but his devotion to me and mine to him. It was deeper than I imagined sex with a man could be. Jace was making love like someone who'd known loss, who'd lived without touch, without connection, without softness. And now that he had it, he was clinging to it fiercely, determined that neither of us would ever feel separation or heartbreak again. My arousal built by the second, and I knew I couldn't hold on to this edge much longer. Jace's rhythm quickened, matching the surge that forced my hips to respond to every thrust.
I need to watch you come, baby.
He exhaled, his eyes liquid in their trance.
That's it.
He exhaled and smiled.
Give me all of you.
The coiled-up orgasm that had been waiting for this man's permission to release decimated every other orgasm I'd ever had. I couldn't stop crying out his name as the pleasure burned and radiated through every inch of me, more powerful and intense than anything I'd ever fucking felt before. Jace arched into my release, a low growl escaping him as his body tensed with one final thrust, perfectly syncing with the pleasure I was still riding. And unlike the other times, the breathless talking, the urgent desire to keep building on back-to-back orgasms, this time we let ourselves linger in the moment. We soaked in the stillness, grateful for the rare gift of being fully present together. Jace buried his face in my neck, then whispered the words that made my chest ache more than any other.
I'm yours forever.
In that moment, I didn't care what tomorrow looked like, because I was his and he was mine. Thank God it didn't take a year of heartbreak and devastation for us to get exactly where we belonged. Here. Just him and me together, where no one could ever threaten to tear us apart again. That night, Jace fell asleep with his arm still wrapped around my waist, his face buried in the side of my neck as if he couldn't let go, not even in his sleep. And I didn't want him to. It was different. He was different, because this was real. Our souls had been urging our hearts and bodies forward from the very beginning, pushing us into something so intense, so fast, we couldn't tell if it was real at the time. But now it was undeniable, like our souls had known the truth all along, as if they'd met in another lifetime and were finally finding their way back to each other, precisely as they were meant to. I lay there quietly, too happy and fulfilled to sleep, and too intoxicated on this man's sudden devotion to move. The sheets tangled around our legs, my skin still tingling from every place he'd touched. Not just touched, but rediscovered, as if he'd never truly paid attention before. It was like he'd studied me, like he needed to remember how I felt wrapped around him, and the way I sounded when I whispered his name. But now he was still and peaceful. He looked so damn attractive and young like this, like he was softer, but still so deeply him. His jaw, which had been clenched for most of the time since I'd first met him, was finally relaxed. His breathing was slow, steady, and warm against my bare shoulder. I let my eyes trace every inch of him, fully absorbing this new way I was seeing his perfect soul. His broad shoulders, the small scar across his chest, and the subtle twitch of his hand, like even in sleep he was ready to protect. He was so damn beautiful, strong, and controlled. I could now easily see the surgeon in him, and why he was amazing in his field of work. Everything about him screamed power and discipline and intensity, but here with me right now, with nothing between us but breath and skin and trust, he looked like a man who had finally let himself rest. And my heart ached for him.
because I didn't know how often he allowed himself to do that, or if he had ever done so until tonight. How often did he get to just be? No surgical scrubs or patients whose lives depended on his skilled mind and steady hands. There was no weight on his shoulders, and no expectations, just him. My fingers drifted over his wrist, lightly tracing the veins beneath his skin. His grip on me tightened instinctively, even in sleep, pulling me closer with a quiet groan as he buried his face a little deeper into my neck. "Still here," I whispered, brushing my lips against his temple. "I'm not going anywhere ever again, baby," I said, curling into him more and kissing his chest. I lay there with his heartbeat steady against my back, knowing deep down, no matter what happened next, this night was carved into me forever.
Jace. I woke up more satisfied than I'd been in my entire damn life, and I glanced over at the woman who was the reason for that, seeing that she was still asleep. The silk sheets were tangled around her hips, while her bare back rose and fell with each soft breath she peacefully took. Her hair was a mess of curls across the pillow, her perfect mouth slightly open, while one arm reached toward the side of the bed where I'd been before I slipped out from under her. God, she looked so damn beautiful, being ravished, satiated, and more than all that, safe with me again. I stood at the edge of the bed for a moment, just watching her, memorizing her. And then it hit me. That strange, quiet calm I'd only ever found in operating rooms right before cutting into a beating heart. Only this time, mine was the one laid bare. Last night, I didn't just make love to her. I vowed something with my hands, with my mouth, and with every part of me that had once forgotten how to feel. I memorized her like I memorized complicated anatomy with slow, reverent obsession. But it was even deeper than that, because it wasn't out of need, it was out of want. Every kiss was a promise, and every touch was a reckoning. I wasn't trying to win her over like in a normal relationship, because God have mercy, nothing about us or this pull between us was normal. It was something bigger, something more profound. So last night, all I did was prove what I'd known in silence for months, and it took nearly losing all hope of a future with her to show it finally. And that was that this woman, this impossibly strong, soft, guarded woman, was mine. She was always meant to be mine. Before the first night we even met, fate already knew, and now I did too. I saw it clearly, like I'd known it my entire fucking life. Nothing about what happened last night felt casual. God only knew I'd had plenty of sex before, all of which was fast, forgettable, and necessary in the heat of those fleeting moments. But last night wasn't about release. It was about surrendering to all of her without question. The grand suite I'd asked Sebastian to prepare for us opened onto a luxurious, expansive private deck, one of his personal luxuries that most guests never got to see aboard Vanguard. And true to form, my good friend wasted no time in making sure Andy and I could enjoy it exactly as it was meant to be. As much as I wanted to stay here and never leave this moment I was cherishing, I had to check on Duke. Once on deck, I glanced outside, seeing the Adriatic sparkling like molten sapphire, while the sun gently rose over this majestic sea. The yacht's engines were quiet, anchored just off the coast of Havar, while the sunlight spilled across the polished teak deck. I inhaled deeply, letting the warm, salty air fill my lungs as a light breeze greeted me the moment I stepped outside, coffee in hand, already scanning the deck for where the rascal was likely bossing the dog-sitter around. I nodded at the steward as he stepped out of a private passageway onto the deck where I was having a quick cup of coffee, and watched as he went about setting things in place to prepare for Sebastian and Darcy's guests. Somewhere below, I heard Sebastian laughing with Jake and Darcy, And then I spotted the pup of the hour. Mr. Duke was being walked by one of the staff on the lower deck, his tail wagging, and his goofy head turning like he expected to see Andy at any minute. Little shit's already being spoiled by the staff, I thought, watching 2 more staff members walk up to greet him. Looks like I didn't even need to check on the con artist. I looked up and spotted the Hawk brothers on the deck where the helipad was. I decided to give Andy a few more minutes of sound sleep and joined the men, since it had been a minute since I'd seen Titus's younger brothers, Colton and Wyatt. When I stepped out onto the helipad deck, I smirked as I saw Titus leaning against the rail in a gray linen button-down, holding court with his usual cool dominance. His next youngest brother, Colton, had a leather-bound portfolio open on a teak table, while Wyatt, the youngest of the 3 Spanish Casanovas, was sipping his espresso and wearing aviators as if he were ready for a Black Ops mission. Catching a bit of the conversation as I approached, and hearing the word Amalfi, I knew what it was about. The 3 brothers, who worked more than they slept, and loved their women whenever they could spare the time, were discussing the launch of their new resort on the famous Italian coast. Last I heard about it from Titus, Colton had spearheaded this one: cliffside suites, underwater wine cellars, and the kind of infinity pool that made these billionaires feel like gods. "Buenos dias, hermano," Titus said without looking up. "You sleep?" he questioned, with humor in his voice. I smirked. Eventually. Wyatt grinned over his cup. "That explains why she's not here." "Or does it?" Colton added with a soft laugh. "It's been a while," I said, reaching out to shake Wyatt's hand while I clapped Colton on his shoulder. "How's the hotel coming along? I think that's the last I'd heard from you both." "Oh, you know how this goes with us," Wyatt said. "We think we have things nailed down until Colton comes in with his fucking stiff budgets, and while that shit's happening—" "My stiff budgets are the problem, eh?" Colton interjected humorously. "Titus is the one who comes in with the goddamn underwater wine cellar, sending my ass back to the drawing board because someone around here needs to ensure we're still profitable on day 1. "Stop whining," Titus laughed, then looked at me. "Speaking of little bitches, I haven't talked to you since you were planning to handle that ex of Andy's." He eyed me speculatively, saying without words that he would be more than happy to handle the son of a bitch if I hadn't yet. I met his eyes. That fucker's gone, and I'm pretty sure it's permanent. I gave him a strong recommendation to leave the state. I brought my attorney to his dealership, where he signed over full custody to Andy. Titus raised a brow. "That is all?" "I didn't put a hit on him, if that's what you are getting at." I chuckled and took another sip of coffee. "You know that's exactly what Titus would want," Wyatt smirked. I sighed and looked at Titus. "If it helps you to refrain from performing a legit disappearing act, I also made sure he won't open his mouth again about her or anyone else. Let's say his little deal with the heiress isn't as buried as he thought." Titus smiled faintly. "He's lucky it was you, man." "Why's that?" "Because if it had been me," Titus said, lifting his espresso, "the man wouldn't be able to walk again after I got done ensuring his mouth stayed shut." He nodded. "Is everything okay with Andy?" "Yeah, we're all good." I smiled at him. Titus grinned. "Excellent. Now promise you'll take care of her this time before I make sure she's perfectly taken care of." "Done. Now you boys enjoy your business dealings," I said, already turning away. "I've got a woman to get back to so I can keep my promise." "Good to see you, man. I suppose we probably won't see you again until the wedding?" Colton chuckled. "Probably not," I smiled, and then left to get back to Andy. When I returned to the suite, I found her exactly where I expected her to be, looking like an angel as she leaned on the teak railing of the private deck. Her hair was loose and windswept, and she was wearing nothing but the button-down shirt I had worn the night before. The Adriatic glittered beyond her, and the world grew quiet around us. She hadn't heard me come in, and I didn't say a word. I just stepped in behind her and wrapped myself around her like I'd always belonged there. She didn't flinch or stiffen. She only exhaled like her lungs finally remembered how to breathe now that we were together again.
"You up early to check on the havoc Duke's most likely causing everyone?" she asked, her voice humored.
"Duke's a celebrity downstairs," I muttered. 3 crew members and the chef were feeding him breakfast sausages like he's the damn king of Croatia. I gently placed my lips against her neck. "I'm only late getting back because I ran into Titus and his brothers on the way back."
"Ah, how are the fabulous Hawk brothers this fine morning?" she asked in a cute voice.
"2 are great, and one of them is begrudgingly happy that you're back in my arms," I teased, while she turned in my arms with a dazzling smile. "Oh, I also informed Hawk that he doesn't need to put a hit on your ex," I chuckled. "He's still a bit protective of you," I kissed her nose, "but he is happy that man will not be a problem for you again." Now I was lost in her eyes, the ones I'd dreamt about for months, the ones I memorized in silence while she was gone, the ones that broke my heart when she walked away to protect me. I cradled her face gently, letting my thumb brush her cheek.
"You didn't have to go through all of that for me," she said.
"Why wouldn't I? You did that for me," I said quietly. "You left when you didn't want to, and you carried all that fear and pain alone." Her eyes welled, but she didn't look away.
"I thought it was the only way to protect you. I knew what he had on you, and I couldn't be the reason they took it all from you because I had a psycho ex. I wouldn't risk your license, the life you built, or the good man you are."
"You don't protect a man like me by leaving him," I said, my voice rough now. "You stand with him. You fight beside him. You love him anyway. And God help me, you did. Even when you left." She started to cry, but I shook my head, wiping her tears. "You never let me down, Andy. Not once."
"I let you believe I wouldn't survive it. I let you think I couldn't handle being yours in the mess of it. But I would have walked through hell for you. I did. And I'd do it again."
I took her hands, placed one over my heart. "I fix other people's hearts for a living," I whispered. "But you're the only one who's ever managed to fix mine." She laughed through a sob, and I kissed her, slow and deep, like I had all the time in the world, because I did. Because from now on, we did. I rested my forehead against hers and said what I'd been waiting to say. "From this day forward, I'm yours, gorgeous." My thumb brushed her cheek. "I'll protect your heart like I protect lives in my hands." I kissed her, slow, certain. "I'll love Brandon like he's mine, and I'll never walk away. Never let you do it again either."
"Jace," she whispered, trembling.
"You're the love of my life, Andy Miller, and I will spend the rest of mine proving that every single day." I kissed her forehead. "Everything changes now, just like I told you last night when I brought your cute ass into this room and proved it to you." The sea shimmered around us. The yacht rocked gently beneath our bare feet, and the woman I waited a lifetime for finally wrapped her arms around me. It didn't matter where we were, on a yacht in Croatia or in Southern California. I was home with her. Epilogue. Jace. 4 months into loving her right this time. After everything we'd been through since the night we met, the perfect first night of fucking, the constant gnawing need for more of her, rushing into something without real communication, the wasted time of watching her date Titus, the threats, the heartache, and helping her finally close the door on a psychotic ex, I was finally in a place where the woman I loved was letting me stay. This morning it was just us men. Me, a toddler clutching goldfish in both fists, and the man who helped raise the woman I could never get enough of. Andy's dad, Harry, had been cool with me from the start, probably because Jake was up there clearing my name after he'd bought a goddamn sailboat from him. Even though we hit it off the first time Andy introduced me to her dad, and I'd seen him and his wife, Marcia, a few times during drop-offs and pickups with Brandon, we'd never really had the chance to get to know each other well. But today I planned to change all that. Today was going to be the first time he and I would spend quality time together, just the two of us. Well, three of us, actually, out on my sailboat, gliding across the Pacific like it was made for this exact moment. I had Brandon tucked into the seat beside me, and I smiled down at him, holding onto the wheel like it might fly him to the damn moon. He still wasn't talking in complete sentences yet, just a mix of clear words and a whole symphony of baby babble. But this always happy boy didn't need words to show me how excited he was. My cute little buddy wrapped one chubby hand around my thumb the second Andy passed him off, and hadn't let go since. Harry leaned back in the passenger seat with a half smile, watching me juggle a toddler, the tiller, and a bottle of juice like it was any other day, sailing up Southern California's coastline. "You're sweating," he said, grinning behind aviators. "That little man got you working." "Feels a little like I'm being hazed," I muttered, catching the bottle mid-spill. "Welcome to the club, kid," he said with a soft laugh. "He reminds me a lot of Andy." He gave Brandon a playful smile. "She was the same way with me. Wild, stubborn, full of questions, and 10 steps ahead of the world by the time she was 5. Most of all, she was always happy and in love with the life God blessed her with." I grinned. "Did she get that from you?" "Hell no. That's all her mother. The no bullshit and sarcasm is what she gets from me," he exhaled. "It's good to see all of that coming back in her after all this time. That asshole hurt her in so many ways, even long before the stunt he pulled when you came around." I felt the fire of rage burn in me again, and was fucking grateful that bastard was out of her life. Last I heard from my friend Titus, that prick was living in Vegas, dealing cards in a rundown casino off the Strip, I said, trying to refrain from sounding pissed off at the thought of the fucker. "He won't ever be a problem for her or this boy again." "You're a good man for watching out for her like that," he said, his expression solemn, and I could see the pain the dick caused even her own parents with his treatment of their daughter. "Marcia and I are indebted to you for what you did." "No need to be indebted, sir," I said with a smile. "It was the least I could do after the idiot threatened her because I started dating her." "Well, her mother and I both have noticed that she's been lighter lately. Ever since you." I smiled in response, relief washing over me, knowing that this man's opinion of me honestly could make or break me at the moment. I'd held hearts in my hands on operating tables, but nothing made me sweat like hoping I'd pass this test with the people Andy loved the most. Brandon cut the tension that was building when he squealed and pointed out to a seagull, letting out a string of excited sounds. I smiled and gave his tiny belly a quick tickle. "He's good with you," Harry said after a pause. "That doesn't happen often." "He's a good kid," I said quietly. "I'm very fortunate that he's taken to me so easily." I grinned. "I guess I'm lucky that you and Marcia seem to feel the same with me as well." He chuckled. "You earned that shit, kid. After what you did to help our baby, the fact that you were there for her when you didn't have to be, there's something to be said about a man who helps save a woman, even when she's hurting him." "It means a lot that you feel that way, and I'm grateful to you for saying that," I said with sincerity. We sailed for nearly another hour, talking about work and boats and life, watching the sun rise higher over the waves that stretched smooth and steady. By the time we returned to the marina, Brandon was napping against my chest, like he and I had been sailing together since the day he was born. I loved everything about the path I'd chosen in life, and I would fight with everything I had to keep it. I would have loved to stay out on the boat longer, but tonight was the dinner Andy and I had planned, our chance to host both of our parents, let them meet, and give them a small taste of the life we were so excited to share. Andy, Brandon, and her parents arrived early, while my parents showed up late, but thank God they were all smiles. I stood at my outdoor kitchen, grilling steaks and split lobster with a beer in hand, feeling like a goddamn chief family man and watching everyone with quiet amusement. Andy's mom and mine were seated just inside, chatting while Brandon played at their feet with his toys, entertaining them through the open doors that overlooked the patio. Out here with the men, Dad and Harry had found some common ground talking about selling yachts, laughing over their cognacs. It was everything I'd hoped for in this family gathering, and something I knew damn well my parents weren't exactly used to. As lovely as it was, there was nothing that could match how perfect and beautiful Andy looked as she stood at the kitchen island, cutting up vegetables with an angelic smile, barefoot and glowing. Damn, she was the best thing I could have ever asked to come into my life, and if my heart swelled with any more love and gratitude for the woman, it felt like it would burst. Once dinner was served, we all gathered around the formal dining table, the one that had never held a single plate, despite costing $10,000 and being imported from Italy. No one had ever sat in those chairs, and I hadn't even realized just how killer the view of the ocean was from this room. I might need to remodel and convert this into a living room, relocating the dining area elsewhere. How many other rooms in this house would surprise me like this? Spaces I'd never used until Andy came into my life. "So, what's the big news, kids?" Andy's dad questioned after swallowing a bite of steak, the booze having loosened him up. "I think everyone here by now knows that Andy and I aren't just casually dating anymore," I said, eyeing everyone's smiles. And so, I was grateful when she took me up on my impassioned plea for her and Brandon to move in with me. "This is definitely news," my mother said first. "And what are you going to do with your place?" Andy's dad answered, being the typical concerned dad. "I'm probably just going to rent it out and let the renters pay it off for me," Andy answered with a smile. "And are we looking at wedding bells in the future?" Andy's mom asked, addressing her daughter with a warm smile. "We're not that far down the road," Andy chuckled, her bashful eyes glancing to my adoring ones, then back to her mom. "One step at a time." "Although marriage would be the optimum choice," I interjected, "Andy and I learned some lessons the hard way by rushing into things. We don't want to make that mistake again." "Well, if it means anything," my dad said, in a tone I didn't recognize, "I'm proud of you, son. And your mother and I look forward to enjoying more dinner dates with you all." My dad's words meant more to me than I could ever verbalize. It wasn't just the surprising part that he said it at all, but how he said it. The old man never seemed entirely genuine when he told me he was proud of me, not even during medical school or with my career as a doctor. But this felt real. And the fact that he was proud of me for something as simple yet monumental as the woman I chose to build a life with, and the decision we'd made just a week ago to start that life by moving in together, that shit was gold to me. It was probably cheesy to have a dinner date with our parents just to announce we were moving in together, because honestly, who really gave a fuck? It's not like we were announcing an engagement. Still, Andy and I wanted to see our parents together in the same room, if only to gauge whether holidays would suck in the future. Surprisingly, everything was nearly perfect in how the two separate worlds blended into one wonderful little moment that Andy and I couldn't be more grateful for. So now, when the bigger announcements came, at least we knew our parents wouldn't stress us out about it. We spent the rest of the night chatting, our parents getting to know each other better, and everyone enjoying each other's company, but I was secretly relieved when everyone went home and the house was finally quiet. Brandon was asleep upstairs in the crib I'd had set up for him after Andy and I got back from Sebastian and Darcy's wedding. The dishes were done, and the lights were low. Everything was perfect, and my happiness was utterly indescribable. Once the house was locked up for the night, I jogged up the stairs to our room, eager to take my woman in my arms and show her how much I'd missed her today. When I reached the top step, Andy was walking in from the "Just your cute ass not saying what's on your mind," I said, reaching my hand up to her face. "What's bothering you? I can see it in your eyes, baby." She leaned into me, lacing our fingers over her stomach.
"Well, I'm pregnant,"
she said, in a tone that was equal parts excited and worried. "Holy shit," I answered in complete shock. "Pregnant? As in
4 months pregnant,"
she said, smiling, but she still had that damned worried look on her face. 4 months? I repeated, grinning. "Are you telling me Sebastian and Darcy's wedding is the reason for this?" I laughed, feeling more happiness in that moment than I ever had before. She laughed, and tears filled her eyes as she nodded.
"Yes, it had to be during that time."
"When did you find out?" I asked, doing the math in my head. "I mean, how are you 4 months along and just now telling me?"
"I just found out too,"
she said, before continuing as if she was explaining herself.
"So I didn't skip my period, not really. They've been spotty and sporadic, but I thought it was irregular from stress or something. It's not that unusual," she continued nervously. "Lately I've been overly tired and feeling really bloated, or so I thought, but nothing like when I was pregnant with Brandon, so it didn't cross my mind at all. Then when I was due for my annual exam at the OBGYN, that's when my doctor came back with the unexpected reason for me being tired." I covered my mouth in happiness and shock, and I shook my head in awe that this was happening. "It's my fault," she sighed, looking defeated. "I missed a couple of days or more of taking the pill while we were broken up, and I think it didn't have time—"
"Baby, stop. You're telling me this like you're explaining why you made a huge mistake," I cut her off. "Don't ever apologize to me for a gift that is so beautiful, amazing, and completely unexpected."
"I know, but—"
"Andy, I'm not him," I reminded her, knowing this situation must be triggering her fears of being walked out on the last time she told her boyfriend she was pregnant. "I know that situation was traumatizing for you, but I'm not him. I want this. I want you. And I want Brandon. This is the most beautiful miracle we could ask for." I pulled her tightly into my arms when she buried her tears into her hands, and I just kissed the top of her head and held her. After a few moments, I turned her gently in my arms. "This is our life now. I swear to God, since you and Brandon have been in my life, I've never felt more complete. I never asked for any of this because I never knew I needed it." I smiled into her glassy eyes. "Yet here I am, the happiest motherfucker on the planet, and I just leveled up with this amazing news. You're a gift to me. And now," I placed my hand over her stomach, "you're giving me another gift." I exhaled. You know, I wanted to do this differently, but the plan I had, no matter how beautifully romantic I'd planned, wouldn't compare to how you and I seemed to just work so effortlessly and perfectly.
"Jace, you don't have to—"
"I want to. More than anything in this world, gorgeous," I said, taking her left hand and kissing her ring finger. "Marry me, Andy. That is all that's left to complete this whirlwind of a perfect romance and life." She shook her head, crying and smiling. "No?" I said with a laugh.
"Yes,"
she answered through tears.
"Yes. You make me so happy, baby. I swear if someone had told me before I met you that this would be my life now, I would have never believed them."
"Those days are over now, beautiful," I said. "You're mine now." I smiled and ran my hand over her stomach again. "This beautiful baby growing inside of you is mine, and that handsome baby boy was born so he could be mine too." I reached for her face, kissed her perfect lips, and smiled. "You're the best thing I never knew I needed. and I'll spend the rest of my life proving that to you. I scooped her up into my arms. Starting right now. My lips found hers, claiming them and thanking her with a heated kiss that said everything. She embodied the very essence of who I was, and my excitement for our future together nearly overwhelmed me. So I planned to channel that energy by pulling my fiancée into my arms and worshiping her goddess-like body until she begged me to stop.
Andy. Brandon and I were moved into Jace's place within the month, and if I didn't stop calling it Jace's place, I was starting to really believe he wasn't lying when he said we'd be buying a new place together, so that I would fully understand the house was mine too. It was surreal, though. Most relationships didn't work as effortlessly as ours seemed to. That made it both exciting and unsettling at the same time. I tried not to dwell on that because I wasn't a fool. I knew every relationship was different. And Ash practically demanded I finally accept that Jace and I were soulmates and stop comparing us to anyone else. But damn, it was hard. Reality hit when we officially moved Duke into Jace's house the week after Brandon and I moved in. We used the same determination to make our relationship work to help Duke adjust too. Sometimes it was as hilarious as it was frustrating, like when Duke got passive-aggressive toward me whenever Jace even tried to hug me. And having sex? That was a whole other challenge that Jace was determined to conquer with the little guy. Instead of letting Duke's barking from his crate across the room bother him, Jace found a perfect, almost hypnotic thrusting rhythm that matched each bark. However, it was all becoming too obnoxious, so I wasn't surprised when Jace told me he'd found a guy like Caesar Milan to help all of us get to the bottom of Duke's issues, and maybe the problems between us that were fueling Duke's possessiveness over women and their men. About an hour after Brandon fell asleep, Jace joined me on the lounge chairs to watch the last of the sunset.
This is the guy.
I took his phone and studied the website he'd been looking at for the past hour when I thought he'd been reading a medical article. Okay, I said, as I stared at the website on his phone.
It seems this guy might have the extra magic we need,
he said with humor. The background was a looping video of waves crashing against a lavender coastline, except the water ran in slow motion and reversed every few seconds, as if time itself obeyed this man. My eyes scanned the website, reading about the man that Jace had discovered might help with Duke's dominance issues. Canine Behavioral Harmonizer. Because your dog isn't disobedient, he's misunderstood. For over 13 years, Oren Ryler has guided both humans and their companion animals through energetic realignment and behavioral reintegration, using nonverbal intuitive feedback, vibration-centric dialogue, and elemental recalibration practices. He does not train dogs. He communes with them. Oren holds certifications in emotional resonance therapy, human canine harmonic tuning, HCHT, and is a level 3 Reiki facilitator for mammals. He is currently developing his own proprietary method of bark frequency interpretation, which involves attuning the client's aura to their canine's unresolved ancestral distress. Sessions often include breathwork with your canine, sage-assisted leash detachment, grounding rituals through mindful paw contact, behavioral pattern decoding using touchless cueing and ancient tonality, optional cacao ceremony for humans only. At our core, dogs are not meant to be trained. They are meant to be trusted. Oren Ryler. Beneath that was a portrait of Oren, standing barefoot in a stone circle surrounded by 4 wolves, one of whom wore what looked like a hand-beaded crystal necklace. He had long, copper-streaked hair pulled into a half-knot at the crown of his head, layered with a sand-colored robe and thin leather sandals. His eyes were gracier-gray and intense as fuck. Jesus, I said, laughing and handing Jace back his phone. How'd you find that guy, through Ash? Jace chuckled and looked at the images of Oren again.
One could easily assume that, but no. The damn guy pops up everywhere on these dog specialist searches I've been doing.
Well, there's the reason he's popping up under the keywords you're giving the search engine.
I laughed again. We don't need a dog specialist, just someone to help us train him to be more obedient and listen to us.
Nah.
Jace smiled with almost a little wickedness in his eyes.
Duke needs something more, especially with our baby on the way. He's been so damn unhinged lately that we need a dog guru like that guy.
He pulled the phone close to his face to look at the guy's picture again.
His eyes are so intense he actually looks like he could hypnotize squirrels.
I shook my head and returned to my Pinterest board, where I had been pinning pictures of nursery ideas.
You've gotta be fucking kidding me.
Jace laughed.
Look at this shit.
I looked over at his phone, where a side panel popped open with a quote. "The leash is not for control. It's the karmic thread that binds." I pointed at the screen. "There's a testimony. What's it say?"
Oren had helped a formerly feral rescue chihuahua reclaim his inner power using singing bowls and smoked quartz,
Jace said, laughing with me. "You really want to try this guy?" Jace reached for his beer and took a sip.
"Desperate times call for desperate measures, baby,"
he said with a victorious smile.
"This is definitely happening."
Jace followed through, moved some mountains, and a week later, we had Jake and Ash over as we all watched Oren prepare to take on Duke and his issues. The dude was cool, smelled like weed, and showed up in a Volkswagen van circa 1968. So, if anything, he was dead-on legit so far with what his website said about him, in my opinion. I watched, hiding my smile as Duke lay flat on the teak deck just in front of the pool, as if he'd just released years of suppressed guilt over chewing a table leg. A ring of polished stones surrounded him, and incense smoke curled lazily toward the sun-drenched sky. Ash and Jake had just arrived, and after a few exchanged amused glances, we turned our attention back to Oren kneeling before my dog, like Duke was the Dalai Lama in disguise.
"Is it just me?"
Jake said slowly.
"Or does it smell like patchouli and sandalwood and possibly a cult?"
"Shh," Ash said, the only one who seemed to be intrigued, which, of course, almost made me lose it. Oren Ryler lifted his head from his silent communion and whispered to Duke,
"You no longer need to carry the tension of your humans. Your bark is no longer your burden."
Duke sneezed, and Jace and Jake both snorted at the same time. I had no idea at this point who was going to lose their shit first.
"That sneeze was a release,"
Oren murmured.
"Old karma. Maybe a past life."
"Shit," Jace whispered to Jake.
"Could you imagine the fucking past life of a dog? No?"
Jake tried to hold a serious expression.
"I can't even imagine anyone speaking like this to a dog, much less bringing up their past lives."
Jace chuckled and leaned in toward Jake.
"He saged Duke's bed and asked the ocean for permission to enter his canine energy field."
"That was the kelp moon blessing," Ash corrected. "It's on his website."
"Baby, it concerns me sometimes that you know this shit,"
Jake said, sipping his coffee and intently focused on Oren and Duke. I closed my eyes, forcing myself not to explode into laughter at this situation.
"Oh, I read more on the website earlier,"
Jace muttered.
"He doesn't train dogs, he aligns them with cosmic vibration." "So do we Venmo him or sacrifice a goat?"
Jake asked, crossing his arms while studying the psychedelic scene before us. I crouched down slowly, watching Duke, who was now flat on his back, paws splayed out like he'd just received Reiki from one of the gods. "Is he okay?" I questioned Oren.
"Better than okay,"
Oren said without turning.
"He's rebalancing. Processing. This is a full-body energetic surrender. It's beautiful."
Ash whispered, "He's giving the dog a chakra detox."
"Oh, God,"
Jake said. "And Duke's loving it, apparently," I added with a laugh. "He hasn't relaxed like this in months."
"Nor have I,"
Jace added.
"Which is why we're doing this."
Oren finally rose from his kneeling position, the long folds of his robe floating around him like he was weightless. He faced us all, palms up in greeting.
The trauma is leaving him,
Oren said softly.
He no longer feels your fear with him.
Jace's mouth opened.
My what? Huh? Your fear. It bleeds into your scent,
Oren said gently.
You carry it behind your sternum, but you're not broken, just heavy. Let the dog lead you back to lightness. That little guy thinks I'm fearful of him?
Jace argued.
No, good friend. He doesn't think it. He feels it.
Shit, Jake said in a muffled laugh.
That dog has got your number, pal.
Duke let out a sigh so long it sounded like he was releasing the grief of 1,000 dog years. He really is amazing, isn't he? Ash said with her cute laugh. I don't know if I want to tip him or run background checks on every dog he's ever touched, I said with a laugh.
You mean healed,
Oren said, nodding in gratitude. I looked back down at Duke, blissed out, eyes half-lidded, and snoring softly. Jace did the same, looking past Oren when Oren returned his attention to Duke.
Well, Duke's either channeling divine wisdom,
he said,
or he microdosed this morning and took us with him.
Jake clapped his back.
Doesn't matter. The dog's chill, the girl's smiling, and I haven't been this entertained since Ash tried goat yoga.
Ash nudged her husband in the side. You make fun of all this shit, but look, it actually worked. She's not lying, I said with a laugh.
Well, Andy and I will put Oren's work into action tonight and see if he's cleansed of the past life demons he apparently dragged into this one,
Jace said with a laugh.
Well then, I expect a positive report on this bitch yapper in the morning,
Jake answered, with one last sip of his coffee.
Jace. Later that night. We were 10 minutes into what I knew was going to be a damn unforgettable night. Andy was beneath me, hair fanned across the pillow, with her breath catching in these soft, addictive little whimpers. Her legs were wrapped tight around my waist, her nails dragging down my back, and I just whispered something filthy about worshiping her until sunrise. When it happened. Bark! Which was rapidly followed by a series of unholy shrieks that made my brain misfire. What the? I stilled. Is that Duke? Andy's eyes flew open. No! No. Oren said he was balanced now. He's in harmony with the universe, remember? Bark, bark, bark. Howl. It sounded like he was actively fighting demons downstairs. Then came the second scream, and this time it was from Brandon. Shit. I was already off the bed and yanking on my boxers, running half naked through the house. We forgot to put Duke in his crate. Jace, he's in Brandon's room. He fell asleep on his bed. I took the stairs in 2 bounds, trying to get down there to shut the yapper up before this house sounded off in the worst sense of the phrase. When I burst into Brandon's room, it was like a war zone. Brandon was standing in his crib, screaming bloody murder, while Duke was losing his damn mind in the corner, barking at something. What the hell is it? I yelled to Duke over the chaos, flipping on the light. And that's when I saw it. A goddamn mouse. The tiny bastard skittered across the floor like it had something to prove, and Duke was absolutely feral, barking and lunging, sending Brandon into full toddler meltdown mode. Without thinking, I lunged, and in one perfectly placed stomp, it was over. Mouse, deceased. Brandon, traumatized but unharmed. Me, also traumatized, and processing what the bottom of my foot must have looked like. Mostly feeling disgusted about what had just happened. Duke, completely silent, still, and staring at me. He glanced back at the unmoving mouse, then blinked once after he looked at me, no longer panting, in total silence. And dare I say, submission? I raised an eyebrow, knowing this dog must have just found its place, thinking that the mouse paid the high price for what I might do to him if he didn't stop yapping when told. I smiled at him, now lying there at attention, giving me the respect I deserved from the moment I decided to bring him into Andy's life. I exhaled, proud to have finally fixed the barking situation for good, something I was now sure Oren never actually managed to do. That's when I looked at the dog, who'd finally learned I was the alpha, not him, and said, "Pretty quiet now, aren't you, you little prick?" And then, you better damn well believe we all lived happily ever after. This concludes Dr. Stone by Raylin Marks. Narrated by Natalie Eaton and Jeremy York. Copyright 2025 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.